The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is Sunday, but the cricket never stops on the European Cricket Network, and we are rolling into day 7. So 5 matches on the way today. I know that we're starting with a big one between Punjab CC, Amadora and Oweras. Match 31 on the calendar. Tyrone's off today, so Nilkesh Patel did the coin toss. He was there with the 2 captains a few moments ago.
Heads. Yeah, it is tail. You bowl first. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Nilkesh probably needs to work on his accuracy a little bit, but he did toss the coin, and in the end it fell for Punjab CC Amadora. They've elected to field. So interesting one to put Oweras in. Just quickly, just touching on what we'll see today. We'll see 5 cricket matches, of course, T10 format. If you're new to the European Cricket Network, it'll be fast-paced, it'll be frenetic. It'll be a great way to spend your Sunday. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one with Punjab CC Amadora playing twice. We'll see Oweras twice first up. We'll see Fighters twice as well. We'll see Gamblers a little bit later on, and also the Lisbon Supergiant. So it's a pretty interesting day in that we'll see 5 teams, but each of the 5 teams will be playing 2 matches. So yeah, it's pretty easy to follow today. Of course, Sunday, beautiful day to be here. Currently it's about 10 degrees for a start. It's going to get up to around about 23 in a little while. So a little bit of dew, pretty good conditions. Blue skies as well, just a light covering of cloud. We had a bit more cloud cover yesterday. So a good view of this Santarem cricket ground and the cube. That's where I am right now. And you can see that's our crew at Spring Production do a great job in bringing you all the action. And so, yeah, Punjab CC Amadora and Oweras in a funny place at the moment. I mean, Punjab CC Amadora have been pretty strong 5-2, but Oweras can catch them at least at the 5 wins. If they win their 2 matches today, Punjab CC will play Oweras first up, and then they play Fighters CC. Oweras, they play the first 2 matches. Obviously this one against Punjab CC, and then against the Lisbon Supergiants. A couple of ins there with Keegan De Silva coming in. Also Brendan Budenhorst coming in for Oweras. Punjab CC, Amadora, they've been strong, haven't they? Imran and Runner Sawa, probably keys for them. 110 to 102, 8-run favourites. Punjab CC, Amadora. So looks like we're almost ready to go, and the players slowly making their way out into the field. Yeah, both these 2 teams similar numbers, hey, averaging in the 130s, conceding around about the 110 mark. So I think it's going to be a really, really close game. And they're all pretty important ones at the moment. And so there's the Oweras team who are on the sidelines. So Punjab CC Amadora coming out there, yeah, electing to field. So interesting that they want to chase. And Oweras, I don't think it's a bad toss to lose. And so it is almost time to get going. Just a reminder, you can join us on our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Rico's off for the weekend, but he will be back tomorrow. And had the pleasure of having Conrad Greenshields as our guest commentator yesterday. Probably hear a bit more from Conrad during the week as well, as I'll have a little mini break from tomorrow. But Conrad, you're not available to join me in the box this game. That's going to be out there in the middle. Probably see him in the 3 spot for Oweras. Oweras with the ECL representative team from Portugal after they won the league last year, winning the final over Friendship CC. We saw yesterday, Punjab CC Amadora, they're a pretty useful team. I think they're pretty well balanced. To look at their bowling, some of their top order hitting as well, pretty strong. In fact, they bat very deep, and I think that was pretty obvious yesterday. We saw Adnan Ali and Simranjit Singh doing some very, very good things, and they were batting down the order. As for Oweras, though, they've got Azhar Andani and Miguel Machado opening the batting. And I think the start's important. If Warish don't get in wicket trouble, I think they've got the power to, say 5 or 6 to pound a big score. But if they do lose early wickets, they're likely they'll have to take the brakes or put the brakes on a little bit. Just looking at these two teams and their performance throughout this series. And Warish, we saw them in the very first game. They had a close game to Marlow. Just went down by 6 runs. And then they had a strong performance over Gamblers. Warish at 161. As we're almost ready to go. Here's the start of day 7. You can swing up from Ranasawa. Push back to the bowler. As for Punjab CC, well, we certainly enjoy watching them. In fact, we didn't see them too long ago. We saw them yesterday. They played 3rd and 4th matches with wins over Team Tigers Portugal and Friendship CC. Azhar Andani is going to pick up from the Lisbon Capitals. And a slightly disappointing ECL. He'd be the first to admit that. And he's keen to make some runs. And he gets bowled. He gets knocked over. It's the in-swinger from Ranasawa. Andani probably crossing the line from aggressive to over-aggressive there. He's on the walk. I think it's a premeditated movement, but you've got to give credit to the bowler, Ranasawa. He gets it spot on, doesn't he? Top of the stumps. So, yeah, Andani trying to move things along, but unfortunately, he's the only one getting moving. He's the first wicket to fall on day 7. Disappointment for Azhar. He's just in a little bit of a lean trot. Good players normally find a way out of it, but it's a tough place to be right now. Again, probably see him opening up again in the next game against the Lisbon Supergiants. But you know that Azhar Andani is a player that historically is in the national setup and hasn't quite been able to demand selection for the ECIs this weekend. But it's just it's a tough one. You need to have a bit of luck. You need to survive those moments. And that one could have easily gone over the top of the stumps. It clipped the top of the bails. And it's none for 1 after 2 balls. I want to say a big good morning to everyone. Maybe tuning in on FanCode, of course, in the subcontinent. Here's Conrad. That's the first one go. But pop in the pitch. This is a newly laid pitch. It's only been down for less than a couple of weeks, I think. And Conrad was saying yesterday how it was laid, and yeah, I think there's a little bit in it for the bowlers. I think get the occasional ball popping off a length. I think it's good. Offers a bit of a balance. Conrad Greenshields, Portuguese national team skipper, off the mark with a little push to leg. Key partnership this, no doubt about it. In the 3-over power play. So you only have 2 outfielders to contend with that time. But we have seen it creating a few wickets as well. I think having less outfielders means you have more infielders. So some of those kind of pop-up balls more likely to find a fielder than later in the innings. Steps across, and what a shot this is from Machado. He's not wasting any time. He got out of bed on the right side. Maximo! Wow, that is a very, very confident start. And that one's lost over the fence. I mean, he's seen it from the other end. He's seen that Rana's just bowled in swingers so far. So he makes a bold move to get out there and to go with the swing. That's a very, very good way to start the innings. So, yeah, that's the advantage, I suppose, of watching it from the other end so far. I want to say very good morning to Surov, asking how am I? Going very well this morning. Good morning to Silkesh, to Chande as well. If you'd like to say hello, that was a great time. Anyway, let's see if this ball swings as much as the last one, because that ball is gone. Oh, he's nicked it. He's chased a wide one. And would you believe it, Ranasawa puts one the other way. I think it was a replacement ball. It didn't act like the last one. Machado chases one which is miles wide of the wide line. again, this is the luck factor. I mean, it's quite easy to miss that, and you get the wide, but it's a big nick. And yeah, he told his story walking. He knew that Nilkesh Patel umpiring had heard that. That's the end of the first over, 7 for 2. Yeah, speaking of those national squads, we will see the ECI happening next weekend. So that's just in about 6 days' time now. In Portugal, led by Conrad Greenshields. I think no less than 6 Irish players in that lineup as well. But also, you can see that a fair few of the other teams here in the European Cricket Series is well represented. Also, Netherlands and Gibraltar will be taking part in that tri-series. Should be a good one. And so this is going to be Syed Ali Naki, who's going to bowl over number 2. He's had some good performances so far in the series. Here we go with over number 2. It's a good one first up. Just leaves Conrad Greenshield. So when you win the toss and bowl, you want to ask the right questions. And I suppose the CC Amadora have so far. Also, I mean, you can't discount that. A little bit of luck which you need to succeed in this form of the game. I mean, that ball from Ranasawa, 9 times out of 10 it's a wide. Even if you nick it, often it just goes away for 4, but it happens to go to the keeper. Good areas again. Just a little push though from Conrad Greenshields. Almost finds its way to the boundary. It's well done down there to knock it down, at least keep it to 2. Hello to Rob Thompson as well. I'm saying it's an early 7:30 p.m. start in New Zealand because daylight saving end today, of course. Yeah, a few countries, mostly in the kind of Oceania region. They are now back an hour, of course. Of course, originally I'm from Perth, which doesn't observe daylight saving, which I always found a bit unfortunate. This is off the pad. And they'll like it, but I don't think there's any way it's going to be given out. Won't be a wide, though. Nervous moments for the batters whenever there's such a big appeal, though. I wonder if the umpire's going to take the bait. Hello to Chris Smith as well. He's watching from work. You can see that one was clearly off the pad of Greenshields, who acted cool, like he knew he wasn't going to be given out, but he would have had a few little doubts in the back of his mind. This one isn't a good ball. It's knee-high full toss. Greenshields gets bat on it and gets 4. So the counter-attack's going to come, you know it is. He's been joined by Brendan Budenhorst, who's playing for Irish for the first time in this series, though we have seen him before. And easy put away for the Portuguese national skipper. So, yeah, Brendan Budenhorst he's a player which I always enjoy watching. He's a powerful striker of the ball. There's the Irish bench. He's got our Greenshields. And there's Syed Ali Naki. He gets the right of reply. Oh, this is going to be a real bonus. It's actually going to be a no ball. No ball plus a bye. It's very harsh on the keeper because watch this hit the edge of the pitch. And I thought actually was going to go away for 4, but it actually was so wide that it went to the fielder at third man. You see Conrad just making it clear to Nilkesh that that hasn't hit the surface, and I don't think there was any doubt about that. It might have technically hit the carpet, but it certainly hit the join, which is why it reacted like it did. So Budenhorst, well, welcome to the series. You can start with a free hit. It's the old backyard rules. Can't get out first ball. A little nick on this. Swings and misses, yeah. It's one of those things, an interesting one. I suppose you take every run you can. And it's an opportunity to get Budenhorst off and running with a free hit. But you feel that you'd rather have Greenshields, the man that's seen a few, to be facing the free hit and really go for it. Hello to Mohammed Mijanu Rahman. And hello to Matthew Wade as well. Chris saying it's a proper Gundy ball to Conrad. Yeah, it was. Also, a big hello to everyone who's observing Ramadan at the moment, of course, wherever you're watching from around the world. Budenhorst, there's another opportunity. Well, this is Gundy ball as well. It's an attempted bouncer. Down the leg side. This will be a wide +1. So Conrad will get the strike back. Yeah, so a bit going on with the new ball at the moment. Green Shields gets the strike back. What can he do with it? Last ball of the second. He's beaten for bounce, so yeah, pretty interesting start to this one. And it will take us to the end of 2 overs, despite the throw coming back from Simran, who has the gloves today for Punjab CC Amadora. The score is 17-2 after 2. Hello to Asif Salim, who's saying, let's go Awaris, and Silkesh saying, Vamos Awaris. Come on. Swan says Diego Mendonca. Hello, Diego. Nice to see you. And a few people watching on from the club rooms as well. This is the table, so 3 teams on 5 wins, although I must say Marlow haven't lost a game yet. They've got a couple of games in hand. Awaris, though, with a couple of wins today, could join the 5-win club. It's only 4... There's only 4 spots available in the semi-finals. It's a straight 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 knockout at the moment. Yeah, there's certainly more than 4 in contention, probably 6 or 7 with semi-final aspirations. But yeah, but only the cream of the crop get to make it to finals day. That's the format. That is just to allow us to have the time to play the ECIs on Saturday and Sunday. Ranasawa, 2 wickets in this first over, comes back for his second. A bit short, goes with the movement, and that's going to be 4. That's a confidence builder for Badenhorst. Mentioned into the lineup, work commitments that just kept him out of the side. Of course, that's just a reality of European cricket, where we are at the moment. And nice little put away. Economy of movement. I suppose there you see the difference. That could be the same ball Andani got. Andani charged at it, trying to make something out of nothing. Oh, he's lucky to survive the next one, though. So, I tell you who was a big wicket was Machado, who came out absolutely banged a 6 first ball and then nicked it. And one that went the other way, really wide ball. Where's being tested. Another good in-swinger from Ranasawa. He's a good player. He's certainly one that I always enjoy watching. Also a powerful striker of the ball. And he's shown he can do it at high level as well. But yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, you can see Green Shields is caught in a bit of a tough spot here. Knows can't really afford to get out, which means you probably take less risks, but also maybe looking his 7 off 8, knowing he hasn't really gotten going yet. He'll have the decision to make how proactive to be against the bowling of Ranasawa. He goes walking, goes upstairs, runner. Chris is asking why have Lisbon Super Giants played so few games. It's just to do with the fact that there's 11 teams. So the very nature of it, you've got to realise that they're typically playing 2 or 3 games in a day under this format. So yeah, Lisbon Super Giants playing 2 games, but you know they'll catch up. So some teams, just the nature of it, will play a few more up front. Some will play a few more at the back end. This is up and out of here. Maximo. It's a better shape from Green Shields, who doesn't overcommit forward this time. And he sends it up and over, long off. That's the second Maximo of the day. The first one came early. That one we had to wait for. Welcome runs for Oarish fans. And so, big hello to Joe Foster as well, sending me a few messages. And looking at the table, saying who's ahead of in games played and who's behind. Yeah, Lisbon Super Giants only playing 2. They look significantly behind. Gives them an opportunity as well, though, I suppose, to observe a bit more cricket before they play. This one pulled back in slightly. This will take us to the end of the power play. Pretty interesting one. Probably slight wind to Punjab CC, but Werris not too far behind where they need to be. It's 29 for 2 after 3. So, yeah, look at the Lisbon Super Giants and their schedule. Okay, they will play 2 matches today. They play 2 tomorrow, 3 the next day, 1 the next day. So, and then they're done. They're actually done before the end of they finish on day 10, and there's 11 days of group matches. So that's just the nature of it. You might say, well, why don't you have 10 different teams playing in a day? If you have 5 matches, you could easily have 10 different teams playing every day. The simple reason is just logistical reasons. You got to realise that a lot of these players, they're travelling a fair distance to get to the ground here at Santarem. This is an uppercut and a very good one indeed. That's out of here. Maximo. Bit of width from Syed Ali Naki, and that one ends up the hill. Again, not a good ball. Powerful striker like that. He goes with the line of the ball. And the result is 6 runs. Yeah, so that's the reason that you'll normally see around 4 teams out of the 11 every day, because it's just more economical for them to play multiple matches in a day. Occasionally we'll have teams just playing 1 game in a day, but a situation we normally try to avoid just because of the distance that teams have to travel. This time it's short again. He's on the hook, and this is going to travel as well. Maximo, back-to-back for Green Shields. He moves to 26. And remember, he was 7 off 8 at one stage, but he knew it was worth just getting in, having a look at a few. He certainly was able to do his homework as he was in the commentary box with me yesterday. So yeah, hopefully that explains why we fixture like we do in the European Cricket Series. Because imagine if you had to travel, some of these guys travelling over an hour to be here, some of them even more. And then just to play the 1 game, when it's a short game, it might not go your way. So it's nice to give the players multiple opportunities if possible. This is pitched up. There's the adjustment from Syed Ali Naki. And down to long on for a single. Yeah, it certainly has been challenging, though, with the fixturing and these kind of things, because we're always pushing the boundaries of what's possible. So, yeah, obviously now going from 4 games to 5 games a day in the European Cricket Series, the logistics of getting international teams in, again, which is, it's quite a complex task, but yeah, well done to everyone in the back end as well. The fact that we'll have so many of those European Cricket International Series during the year, I think is a testament to the hard work behind the scenes to make it happen. And I know that the viewers are really enjoying those series as well. The ones we've had so far, we've had a men's series and we've had 2 women's series so far in ECI cricket in 2023. On the charge, he drills it and he gets it over the fielder. Maximo. A bit of a risky one when you think about it, because there was a fielder right on that line. But that's a confidence builder for Badenhorst. Gets his first Maximo. And they're up and motoring at the moment. Whereas they know the game. They know that early wickets can happen. It can't throw you off your game. Yeah, good adjustment. Yeah, this is really good running. Yeah, so just have a look at Badenhorst here. He doesn't really know where the ball's gone, and he ends up just looking at Green Shields, who's running. So he's not really fussed where the ball has gone. And so many times I see run-outs that are result from the striker looking too hard for the ball and not recognising what's happening at the other end. You've got to trust your partner. Something that was talked about yesterday. Conrad was saying, you've got to have that trust. If your partner calls you through for a run, they know your capabilities. They sometimes have a better view than you do. So listen to them, trust them, and the result is a single, which gives the strike back to Conrad. Last ball, the 4th. He just flicks it away, going, and gone. That's 4 runs into the gap. So the acceleration has come, and that also brings up the 50 for Werris. As we get to the end of the 4th over, it's 53 for 2. These two came together. The team in a bit of trouble at 7 for 2. At the end of 1, you can see that the acceleration has been coming. Now they're up to 132 pace, so that's a pretty good pace to be going on. Having said that, we know Punjab CC Amadora, they've got some powerful strikers of a cricket ball. And now we're going to see some different bowling options because the opener's bowling out. Ranasawa 2 for 19. Sayed Ali Naki none for 33. So not a great start to the day for Sayed Ali Naki. And this should be a good contest because Parveen Singh's going to bowl the next over. And he's been picked to make his international debut. He doesn't like that ball. Maybe he wants a left-handed ball. There's umpire Nilkesh Patel also be doing some of the ref duties with Tyrone off today. Yeah, again, it's not just a challenge to roster the teams on at appropriate times, but also things like staffing. Again, you'll notice Rico's taking the weekend off. I'll have a couple of days off. And I'll be back a little bit later in the week. Tyrone, it's off today. So, yeah, we make it work, though. We love to bring you the cricket. Here's Parveen. This will be a good contest. Left armour. This one sliced away. This is probably going to run away pretty quickly to the boundary. So even though there's this dew factor, this field is so hard. It's so fast. And Badenhorst, again, it's always a bit challenging coming in mid-tournament and throwing the bat. That's exactly what he's doing, though. He's hit some nice shots so far. Badenhorst, originally from South Africa. Moves to 16 in just 7 balls. I want to say big hello as well to Andrew Hogan, who's watching from Australia, and, of course, to Mrs. Hogan. Clock's gone back. Hopefully you recognise that. I think you're in Tasmania, if my memory serves me correctly. Fake press and then goes back and pulls it straight to the fielder. Scores up to 58. And, yeah, Hogan's enjoying Brendan Badenhorst. Certainly is playing well so far. We had a few questions coming in about what do we get up to on our Saturday night. Well, it was a fairly quiet one, although we did drive into Lisbon. This one's a little bit short, and there's a bit of swagger from Conrad Greenshields. He puts it out of the ground, literally. Maximo! Oh, Parveen gives a bit of a gift to his national team skipper. That was right out of the middle. What a shot. Conrad Greenshields, 37 off 16. Called into action very early on. He's responded well. That was just a bit short from Parveen. Not the worst ball over bowl. But a really good technique to pull that one up and out of the ground. Just going back to what I was saying, we went to Lisbon last night with some of the crew. It was about an hour drive, but then we had a nice dinner. It was recommended by Alex Macy. I'm sure you're watching this, Alex. Thank you, it was excellent. Went to a place called Josephine's, and then we went back to bed. So, with the Sunday morning work, I think it makes sense to go home, and we're probably home by about midnight, but it was certainly worth going. Lisbon's a beautiful city. I have been in there a few times before. The Santarem here, probably around about a little bit less than an hour, depending on the traffic, maybe around about an hour from the centre of Lisbon. $12 off this over so far. Badenhorst has been swinging it. That's what I think sneaks in. So perfectly executed by Parveen Singh. Yes, I do recommend Lisbon for sure. Portugal's a beautiful, beautiful place to visit. And Andrew Hogan, the reason I was laughing is because nice you saying that Mrs. Hogan's making a chicken palmy for dinner. Well, I'd love to come over and visit. That sounds delicious. So I think does grab a bit of the line. And so Nilkesh Patel will be busy today. Like I said, probably help with some of the reffing with Tyrone off. And yeah, this one I think grabs a little bit of that line. If it touches any of the line as it's going past the popping crease, that vertical line, then will be called a wide. You can see he's trying to stay away from Badenhorst. He wants a piece of him. Chops this, but straight back to the bowler. So end of the 5th over. Pavin goes for 13, and the score is 66 for 2. I want to say quick good morning to Diesel as well, Bruno Cavalieri. Nice to see you in the chat. I'm sure he'll be supporting Oerash. Oerash, the host club here. It's quite the story. If you look at the ground, that house in the background, that's the Buchimatsa homestead. And so, yeah, after having some issues with finding a suitable venue to play cricket, they made a cricket ground here. I believe it was 2007, so around about 15, 16 years ago. And yeah, using this land, it's turned into a beautiful field. It's improving all the time. It hosts international fixtures now. Pitch being relayed, I think, is a great positive step. The club rooms have been renovated as well. Every time I come, it looks even better. Umar Mohammed to bowl over number 6. Short. Oh, but he clunks it. He's going to be gone. He won't believe it. But Conrad Greenshields has got out to a Gundy ball. It was short. It was down the leg side. It clonked into the gloves. And Luxa Fortune. Simranjit Singh did the rest. Have a look at this on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. Yeah, just mistimed it and ballooned to Simran. That's a break, really, for Punjab CC Amadora. That's the way it goes. A couple of wickets falling off balls that probably didn't deserve them. There's Salvador Buchimatsa as well. He's running the water for Oerash. Nice to see the youngster out there, but unfortunately for Greenshields, his innings ends on 38. He was looking good, wasn't he? And the score is 66 for 3. So, yeah, that's the game. Sometimes you can survive a good ball. You can get out to a bad ball. And I think that Umar Mohammed would be the first to admit that he got away with one there, because we've seen those disappearing. A new bowler maybe not quite having the pace on that he expected. Slightly misjudged for pace, perhaps. But yeah, that one clonked into the gloves. Presented a fairly rudimentary chance for Simranjit Singh, who's behind the stumps today for Punjab CC Amadora. New batter is Faf Stoneman. Isn't he a young talent? And a very good ECC playing for the Portuguese national team. He will feature for Portugal again in the ECIs coming up. So, they catch a break. Can they cash in? Punjab CC. Love the way they go about their cricket, though. They seem like a team that have a lot of depth in all facets, really. Umar Mohammed to Faf Stoneman. Starts with a wide. This one goes out a bit. This ball has been swinging around. We've seen that all morning. Andrew Hogan, a very Australian way to put it, says an absolute pie takes a wicket. Well, there is an expression similar to that. I know that I grew up with. But that's the game. You can't underestimate the luck factor. Sometimes luck's going your way. Well, this is a Gundy ball, and that's going to be 5. Well, there's no chance of that going to the keeper. Again, we saw one go out, and they swing the ball unpredictably. That's the thing. Umar Mohammed, the last ball swung right to left. That one, just with the angle, went miles down the leg side. So 5 bonus runs to Oerash. Hello to Kroom. Nice to have you with us as well. As if Salim looks like he's a big fan of Faf Stoneman. I can understand that. Umar Mohammed, though, he's a good all-round cricketer. See if he can get back on track. Not really. That leg side doesn't grab anything. So it will be another wide. So just looking at the time factor here, like 11 minutes. They've got to bowl more or less 4 overs. So that's just something to keep an eye on. Stoneman feels for this and will get a wicket. Get a run, I should say. Hello to Michael Pocock, who's watching from New South Wales, Australia. What part of New South Wales are you watching from, Michael? Let us know. Of course, I've been around a little bit. Hope everything's all right in the tower. Seemed like there was something that shook it up. Anyway, Badenhorst, he's still there, and he's batted pretty well so far. Oh, this is a really good shot. Look at the weight transfer here. Just gets in his arc, and he uncorks the wrists at the right moment. What a cover drive. That was absolutely belted by Badenhorst. Bang. Oh, that was pure batting. Wasn't the worst ball, really. It was no half volley. And it disappeared at supersonic speed. So, yeah, they've lost some key wickets, but they'll still throw the bat. Whereas, of course, very experienced in the T10 format and a high-level T10 format. Recently competing at the ECL. Confident-looking Badenhorst drives down the ground, gets one this time. Yeah, as he was saying, yeah, he loves the Stomans. And I'm sure they'd appreciate that, Asif. Yeah, Michael, watching from New South Wales. I hope you hopefully put your clocks back. East coast of Australia, and I think New Zealand, all going back overnight. Now he's got this one wrong. It's another hanger. Needs to be caught, and it is caught. So a little bit short, and it's a brief stay at the crease for Stoneman. He took on the pull shot, but again couldn't quite time it up. And look, he is tall. Probably the line of that ball made it difficult to pull. It might have been easier to cut than pull. And he didn't really get his feet in position at all there, Faf Stoneman. Just have a look at where this ball is and where he tries to get it from. See, that back foot never really goes across. It kind of stays in front of the stumps. And that's why he wasn't in control of the shot. And once again, good hands behind the stumps from Simran, who gets another key wicket. And it's 79 for 4. This will bring Keegan De Silva to the crease. His first entry into this European Cricket Series, though we did see him in the ECL recently. Here's the thing with that wicket, though. They won't get the minute credit for the wicket because the first 5 wickets are kind of priced into the clock. So I just got a feeling the fact that we haven't seen really any spin options or anything like that, we're going to see a situation where they need to bowl 3 overs in 9 minutes, which can be done, but it's tough. You're going to have to hustle. Here's Keegan on strike. Here's a nice looking shot first up. He'll get a single. He'll also get the strike as we get to the end of 6. The score is 80 for 4. I'm trying to work out what happened. I know a few people are worried that someone shot the cameraman. No, he's okay. We still have pictures as Kirill's up there. So, yeah, everything's okay. Conrad Greenshaw's top scoring so far. 38 off 18. Simranjit Singh kept pretty well. Taking catches under pressure. 3 catches he's taken so far. Badenhorst is in and motoring 22 off 12. Just not seeing a lot of urgency between the overs. I think we could see a time penalty. I'm going to make an early call. 8.5 minutes to bowl 3 overs. And it's got that Sunday morning stroll feel about it, I've got to say, from Punjab CC Amadora. Pitched up and driven once again by De Silva. Onto the sweeper for 1. Diego is saying, a South African-based player, another one making us proud. Yeah, well, Badenhorst is a guy, I just think he's a confidence player. You can see already he's got a few away, and he's just hitting through the line of the ball, isn't he? Now they're going to talk about the ball. He's already thrown one away, hasn't he? Umpire says this one's fine. This is not helping. I'm gonna make this call that I don't think they can sneak these overs in. So it's a full toss, and it's going, and gone. Maximo! Well, Parveen hasn't quite got it right so far here on day 7. He just rocks in and bowls more or less an knee-high full toss. And that was miles out of the ground. What a shot. So they've just been pretty good, Awarash, at keeping the scoring going even when they've lost key wickets and key players. And again, getting that ball back takes time. Even if they get another wicket, they won't get a credit for it on the time. Oh, this is a lucky one. Simran tries to change direction, but he can't. This will be 4. So there's the luck factor. Maybe swinging back. Badenhorst is the recipient of a bit of luck. And yeah, it's a tough one for the keeper. He's expecting to go one way. Late deflection. Goes another. I don't know whether you should get an extra 5 minutes on a Sunday morning just because it's Sunday. but I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, they're going at 140 pace at the moment. A bit short, but he hasn't quite got this. Hanging in the air. But again, that's the luck factor. If you hit that slightly better, might present a catching chance. Yeah, so they say. Yeah, cricket's 80% skill, 20% luck. But don't even attempt it without the 80%. This is hit pretty well by De Silva. And it's going to be 4. Well, what did this hit? This will be a very interesting replay. Because certainly the fielder had to change direction. And yeah, you could see there with the deflection, just completely did him. And so you don't have too long to react on this field. Yeah, Shaheen's pretty confident they can get in for time. Cutting it fine, put it that way. Oh, it's a slower ball. Works out okay, digs into the pitch. I won't get a run in the end, so Badenhorst will face up as you get to the end of the 7th over. The score is 96 for 4. We have more cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. In fact, we'll have cricket all year until at least December. I think our next day with no cricket is the 1st of October. So there's not too many in there that we don't have cricket. But we will have cricket every week, that's for sure. We're in Portugal at the moment. We have 2 weeks in Cyprus, a couple of weeks in Italy, in Milan, towards the end of April, start of May. Also, we'll be covering the T20 International Series in Gibraltar at the Rock, Europa Point. So hello to all my friends from Gibraltar that might be tuning in. Might be a few having a sticky beak at the ground they'll be playing at in about a week's time, because the Gibraltar national team will be playing in the ECS, which will follow. So, I was checking. Looks like they have added a minute because a minute was added for the ball replacement and for extensive time trying to find a ball. So they get 1 minute, but I think they're going to need more help than that. It's a good system they got in place now. They make the adjustments in play, so you can see that clock. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's dropped. It hung, didn't it? Now we got a slip, and it almost causes a run out. Yeah, so have a look at this on the replay. All action all the time. And Denali comes in, and you can see the catch went down, and then it wasn't just the catch that went down, it was Badenhorst that went down. So yeah, Imran Rao couldn't quite grasp it going around to his right. Now, swing and a miss. And Adnan saying, yeah, give it back to me. So he must know they're behind. And even then, he's not going to win any power walking championships at the Olympics, is he? He's getting back. When it gets down to this, and you start worrying if you bowl wide, for example, that's going to chew into the clock. And you can maybe not execute your skills when you're rushing as well, if you are rushing. Good morning to Cow Corner, of course. We'll look at that again in a second. Goes straight down the ground, but it'll hit a pocket of space. I think of 2, but yeah, just hasn't even left the infield, so they decide against it. All you Cow fans, we'll try and get you some more Cow Corner shots. Saw a few horses on the way to the ground as well. Yeah, it's a fairly rural kind of area where this ground is. Nice looking shot, but I don't think it has the power to beat the outfielders. Badenhorst gets a single. Silkesh saying that he'll be here for the final on the 7th of April, which is on Friday. And we'll have some school kids. Oh, Silkesh, that is great. Look forward to seeing you then. Last ball, the 8th coming up. And he's bowled. So it's going to be a wicket to finish the 8th. And so down goes the castle. It's going to be 99 for 5. Keegan De Silva played some nice shots in there, but pretty much just played over the top of that one. So he's going to have to go as the 5th wicket, 99 for 5. But here's the thing. I suppose it's good that it happens at the end of an over, but they won't get any extra time for that 5th wicket because it's only the 6th wicket and onwards where you'll get a 1 minute allowance. And yeah, you can certainly see how this has happened with very pace-heavy attack. Had a few issues with wides early. And so when the clock comes back, I'll be curious to see how long they've got to bowl this 9th over. So we're 8 overs down, 99 for 5. Werash. I'm still hoping for that 125 or so, I'm sure. This one doesn't beat the bowler, Mohammed. So Mabeen Tariq's come out to replace Keegan De Silva. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Yeah. I don't see this happening with 100 seconds for 5 balls. And that'll help. I don't know who he's appealing to. And at any rate, I think it's a bump ball. It's just a funny one, actually. I like it that Simran, I don't know how much keeping he's done, but he goes straight to the square leg umpire. All right. This is where you do get a bit obsessed with the clock. So we got 70 seconds for 4 deliveries. This is hit, and it's dropped. And it will be a single. It'll be a great effort if they can do this. That one probably should have been taken. Another catch goes down. Mabeen Tariq to face his first ball. Whips it away. And this is into the gap. This will be 4. That might be worth 9, though, although Shub with a nice bit of one-handed fielding. Happy birthday to Shub as well. He turns 29 today. He might have actually potentially saved runs inadvertently because that ball was going to take some fetching. All right. 2 to come. Oh, this is lifted up, and away. Maximo. That'll send them scrambling. And I got a feeling that ain't just a 6. That could be an 11. Because that's coming back now. I don't know how quick they'll get this. He's got to bowl this ball before that clock runs out. And there goes the clock. So it's going to be lifted away again, and it's going to be 4. So, yeah, this will be an interesting one. I mean, we saw the clock on the screen. It did expire before the ball was bowled. And so I'm keeping my eye on the score. At the moment, it's 114 for 5. And I'm about to get the information if it's been added or not. And, yep, 5 penalty runs applied. So it's 119 for 5. There you see it on the screen, the confirmation. So, yeah, I mean, they did well to get so close. Yeah, there you see the signal from Malik. And, yeah. And the thing is, yeah, Imran's saying, hey, what about all this stuff? But the truth is they haven't really been urgent enough earlier in the innings. It's one thing to say, to look at things like, okay, in that last over, hey, can we have this? Can we have that? But they were miles behind. They almost made it back on track. But almost is probably the word. All right, 10th overtime then, 119 plus whatever they score here. And people might say, well, come on, there's only a few seconds in that in the end. But the reason this was done is to remove the kind of judgment calls from penalty runs being applied or not. And, you know, it's very transparent that way. Okay, 120 has come up. Now, it's going to be a little French cut. It's going to run away for 4. So, maybe Tariq gets a bit of luck. This one will take some chasing as well. And Werash, they were fresh out of luck at the start of the innings, weren't they? For example, there's the dismissal of Machado. Chased a ball that was going to be a big wide. But, yeah, swings and roundabouts, I guess. And you can see these two teams, healthy rivalry between them as well, I think. And some very good players on both teams. They're pretty well bowled. by Adnan. And so, yeah, you might say, well, he's not harsh on the fielding team. Some people, that's a valid opinion, but, the batting captain also has the right to say, hey, that clock's expired. They haven't done what they're meant to do. Chris is saying here almost is not good enough. Yeah, true. Ain't that true in life? 3 to come. Low full toss. It's been a pretty good spell from Adnan. I think that he's done what he can do. Badenhorst hasn't had a bunch of the strike, has he? Since he's been there. He came to the crease after 1 over. So he's kind of faced 23 out of the 52 balls that he's been there. So he's not close to 50%. This will probably be a chance or two, although I think Badenhorst probably wants to face it. Now they are going to take it on. And, well, it hits Badenhorst, so they won't look for another run, which I think they would have wanted because they go to the bowler's end. I would have thought maybe you take on an overthrow to get him back on strike, but he doesn't go for it because the ball hits him. 128 then. Last ball, seatbelts on, everybody. Another good ball from Adnan. Badenhorst has to dig it out. They'll probably come for 2. And force them to make the throw. They will. So, Mubin Tariq will be run out off the last ball, but a handy contribution from him. He scores 22 off 7 balls. And whereas they're going to score 129. 129 for 6 in the end. Mubin doesn't really get the MO, although I don't think that he was going to make it anyway. I've got to say, I like the keeping of Simranjit Singh in this innings. And in the end, probably a handful over par, but only just. You can see a lot of mutual respect between these two teams as well. And it will be 130, the target for Punjab CC Amadora. 2 teams with semi-final aspirations going head-to-head. First game of the day here from the Santarem cricket ground, and it was a horror start for Antani, who went walkabout and never came back. That one clunking onto the top of middle stump. And what a start this was from Machado, who grabbed that in swing and he put it out of here. But then he chased a ball where he almost had to call for the bat extender. It was so wide. Gleefully taken behind the stumps by Simranjit Singh. And this was off the pad of Greenshields, though, had everyone up and excited. But he played some nice shots, and along with Badenhorst, just kind of went about the business of trying to get this innings back on track. I like some of the shots over the offside. Wasn't afraid to go with the angle of the ball. Yeah, but that partnership of 59 in just 25 balls just got Awarish to a position where they could launch. Even though they had a couple more spanners in the works. You see this in a minute where Imran Mohammed short down the leg side. Most of the time that disappears for 6, but that time it hit the gloves of Greenshields and presented a fairly easy opportunity for Simran behind the stumps. But Badenhorst played some very good shots here. The only thing is, didn't have a lot of the strike while he was there. Finished not out at the end. Unfortunately for Stoneman, couldn't quite execute that pull shot. Again, nicely taken behind the stumps. Parveen just had a little bit of an off morning, I think. He wasn't able to get the ball where he wanted it. His 2 overs went for 29. Adnan, though, I think he's a star, isn't he? 1 for 13, he took up his 2 overs, and he kept it fairly simple at the death. That one was worked away for a boundary, but for the most part, he was up, he was in the block hole. Mubin Tariq, nice little counter-attacking, fighting kind of 22 at the end. We had the 5 runs for the time penalty, where they weren't able to complete the 9th over within the allotted time. And in the end, it is 129. I think a pretty competitive total. I think it's one that Punjab CC very much capable of chasing down, but also one that Awarish are very capable of defending as well. So it's a matter of who does it better in the second half. Pair of 38s lead the scoring. Conrad Greenshields 38 off 18 before he was caught behind off Umar Mohammed's first delivery. Badenhorst batted well as well, didn't he? 38 not out of 23 balls. I'm going to say Mubin Tariq, nice little cameo at the end. 22 off just 7 balls. 10 wides and the 5 penalty runs in there. So 17 avoidables out of the 17 extras. And that is why they're chasing 130, maybe not something like 120. 2 for 19, Ranasawa, I think he bowled really well. Swinging the ball around early. 2 for 29 Umar Mohammed as well, although it was probably a little bit more expensive than he would have wanted. Adnan Ali, though, for me, he was the pick of the bowlers in the second half, only conceding 13 and picked up a wicket off his spell. We will take a quick break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the second half of this game. It'll be 130, the target for Punjab CC Amadora, and it'll give them the opportunity to put some breathing space between them and the pack. But Werash, they're trying to get their semi-final campaign back on track. Join us to see what happens in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem cricket ground in Portugal for the second half of match number 31. Should be a good one because we've got two real contenders, I think, to go make a deep run in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Whereas the Swans taking on Punjab CC Amadora in the first half of this match. It was Imran, the Punjab CC skipper, that won the toss, and he elected to bowl first. That meant Warish batted, and they have got pretty healthy score on the board, 129 to be exact. It was a kind of topsy-turvy innings. I think both teams had their moments where they had the ascendancy. Probably in the wash-up, it's a few more than par, but only a few more. And two very powerful openers stride to the crease for Punjab CC Amadora. I think this is going to be a good contest. Junaid Khan with a new ball for Warish. Let's go, 130 for victory. And it starts with a little pop-up. It's going to pop away to the boundary. Well, that is a bit of luck for Sawa early on. I mean, that wasn't really a controlled stroke. He just kind of popped it in the air. Didn't really try to keep it down, but because it was into the gap, it ran away. And it ran away for the first runs of the innings, 4 of them. So, Junaid Khan, he's a very experienced swing bowler. And so, I just think that he's on to take wickets. These are big wickets if he was able to pick them up. Swings in, but swing down leg side. And throw comes horning in. It's away from the backup fielder, but only a little bit. Sandani, pardon me, that's King De Silva, who picks that up and gets it back in. So leg bye will bring Imran on strike. Yeah, I just think this is a really good contest. I'm going to say hello to Bapuji, who said that he's a fan of the energy of the European Cricket Network. Yeah, no doubt about it. You've got 22 players involved in this one. They desperately want to walk away with the points. Well, this is a really, really good shot. Just punches it straight. And that's 4. That was pretty emphatic, wasn't it, from Imran? Check out the replay thanks to Spring Productions. Yeah, he got it up, and even though there was a long one in place, the fielder had no chance. So, Junaid, he's certainly a player that plays with a big heart. We see that often plays for the Portuguese national team as well, obviously. He fulfills this role on the first over. Then raises one a bit wider. It's well bowled, just sneaks inside the wide line. So that rate required, 13 and over. Again, you'd say the halfway point where with a slight advantage, but maybe only slight. Land pushes. So intelligent stuff. I mean, these guys, they're not just sloggers, that's the thing. Ranasawa and Imran, they're quite clever. They've got the powerful strokes, but also they've got the in-between game as well. Last ball of the over. Down the leg side, so it won't be the last ball of the over. It'll be up to 10 now. Always a nice chance to get into the chat as well. Thanks to everyone for their contributions. This one, interesting. I think he might get away with one there, Junaid. Although the batter does move across somewhat. Not really. Well, he maybe just sneaks in. Umpire's call on that one. So it's the end of the first over, and the score is 10 without loss. 58 matches since a golden ball. The last golden ball was in the ECL. It was our only golden ball in the 109 matches in that marquee tournament. It was Hornchurch versus Beveren. So the English champions and the Belgian champions playing out a golden ball. It was Hornchurch that won it. And Beveren, they were a bit frustrated in championship week, although they did come up with a win in their last game. But yeah, Hornchurch, they made a run all the way to the final where they lost to the champions Dreux of France. Here's Faf Stoneman in over number 2. Full, straight, gets through the field. That's going to cost them a boundary. They'll be frustrated there, Oerash, because they would fancy themselves to make this stop. And pretty well bowled, low full toss, but not quite a Yorker. That's Badenhorst. He batted really well. Unfortunately, that one got past him. Dusts himself off. This time gives a bit of length. It is hooked away, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal. Yeah, Stoneman tries a different length, and the batter puts some length on it. That one flew with the pace of the bowler. And so, Punjab CC trying to make the most out of this power play. You can understand that. I think in the first innings, Oerash scored 29 off their power play, which is okay without being outstanding. One sneaks into the pad. Don't know if there's any bat in this or not. Now we've had a collision. Let's see what happened here. Was there a collision between the bowler and the batter? I was looking at the ball. Firstly, I think he gets down. I think he just comes off the bat. And yeah, well, there you go. I think the good thing is that he only really hits the bat mostly in the end of Imran. He gets around him. I hope Faf's okay as well. It was Ranasawa, pardon me, that was the man that actually collided with Faf Stoneman. But yeah, it's a tough one because neither player is expecting, and then at the last moment, I think the batter, Rana, he realizes there's going to be a collision and is able to sidestep. Wait. Luckily, there's no fallout from that, I don't think. But yeah, I think, was it given a run in the end? It seems like there's some bat in it. Yeah, maybe it was all bat. Now this one's pushed wide of the mark. So yeah, so extra deliveries. You got to watch the time. We saw 5 runs to Punjab CC, 5 runs against Punjab CC for their slow over rate in the first half of this game. It was only marginal, but it was not quite in the allotted time. This is going to be another wide. So Stoneman moving it around, but just can't quite get the direction at the moment. He's pitched up. The fielder in place, Junaid. He does the rest. Yeah, so at the moment, yeah, 26 would be to be on target. So they're more or less there. You just feel it'll be whoever can win the big moments in these 10 overs. This one is swatted away. What a shot that is from Sawa. He gets his revenge. Maximal. 6 runs, just a little bit of length to deal with, and he goes and fetches it from outside the off stump. That's really fast hands from the batter. And he'll move to 21 in pretty quick time. That puts Punjab CC ahead of the rate. Ball to come. See, big price on these two. But the thing is, even if they do get out, they've got quite a few good hitters still to come. And Swan's trying hard to defend this target, but it's not going to be easy at all. Oh, this is a fortunate one for the batter. It's going to get him 4. He's feeling for it. This could have gone anywhere. Could have gone down onto the stumps. Instead, it goes to the rope, 4 runs. And at the end of 2 overs, the score is 34 for no loss. maybe we'll get a chance to look at the table, and you can see why Irish are just in danger of losing touch at the moment. They hold a 3-2 record. There are a bunch of teams on 3-2 at the start of yesterday, but they're the only one left standing because they didn't play yesterday. And so they'll be hoping they can fight their way past Fighters and Friendship into the 4. Punjab CC looking pretty good at the moment, 5-2. But certainly some work to do for Awarish. Here's Junaid coming back for over number 3. Slides in and they'll sneak through for a run. Kapuji talking about the fielding. And I think that some of the fielding that you will see in ECN is unlike anything you'll see in world cricket. I will say that. And also the field. I mean, I'm really curious to see, for example, the Netherlands team, some of which have played ODI cricket and high level of cricket and playing here next week, how they go on this field where it's not easy. It is not carpet. It's got a few gremlins in it. This is edged and straight over the keeper. Wow. That was a good effort from Miggy Machado behind the stumps, but this is a huge top edge. He gets up and he does really well to get that close to it. And he was not able to get there. So another boundary. I'm going to say hello to Karan, who's watching from Nepal. Says really enjoys watching ECN. Well, big congratulations to the Nepal cricket team, of course. They've been doing some very good things recently. And hello to you, Karan. It's really nice to have you joining us. This one's whipped away, and it's going to be in the gap. It's going to scoot away for 4. So the boundaries keep on coming. At the moment, Warash don't have the answers to this opening partnership. Runner, powerful man, isn't he? And so it's a bit of a runaway freight train, this power play. 39 would have been par for the target in the power play. They're already up to 43. They'll be having visions of 50 plus in the power play. This is mistimed, a rare mistimed shot. It will be a single. And now we get to have a look at Imran and see if he can join the party. He has the 1 boundary so far in his 6. And these guys are 100% committed to the cause, playing for their clubs. That's a good ball from Junaid. That's the one that goes the other way. And he is quite a dangerous bowler, Junaid, because he's got a kind of natural in-swing action, but he does have that one that goes the other way. Wow, what an effort that was from Machado. I think this was off the gloves. Yeah, it was. So this was a chance. Flew away. It was a really good effort. Gets a glove too. Gets a fair bit of the glove on it as well. He saves the boundary, but it could have been a chance to get the batter and break the power play. Imran gets a life on 7. He moves to 8. And moves to 7, pardon me. So the end of the power play, it's 45 without loss. What an effort that was. This is worked way down the ground. That is stopped by Jack Greenshields. We know that he's been struggling with a shoulder injury, so that's slowly improving. We certainly haven't seen him bowling as much as we would expect in normal circumstances. I don't think he's meant to be bowling at all. So starting the tournament with the gloves. I think Machado looks like a good option back there, though. This is whacked away, and it's off a length and out of here. Maximal. Barton Horse has come on, And he disappears. 50's up now for Punjab CC and the 50 partnership. What a bit of ball striking. And this is the thing. I mean, it's just it's a normal ball. There's nothing too wrong with it from Badenhorst. But the batter, Sawa, has raced to 40 of just 11. Now, swing and a miss. Yeah, good teams find a way to fight back though, but they better do it quick. The Warash right now staring down the barrel of a 3-3 record and kind of losing touch with that top 4. And this one on a length again. This will take some stopping. It's well knocked down though. Smaff Stoneman is a very good fielder. Keeps it to 1. It's whereas they'll just keep trying to keep their standards up. Well, this is up, it's in the air. Now the chance comes, it's Greenshield, and he takes the catch. Safe hands from the captain. So the false shot came. And it's right, Imran, who never really got motoring, did he, in that innings? He just kind of opens himself up, gets quite square on, doesn't he? And skews it in the air. Conrad Greenshield does the rest. So Badenhorst with the wicket. And the opening partnership is broken. It's not Ranasawa, who's been the main man so far, but it is a dangerous hit up Imran, who has to go. It's 53 for 1. Garan was asking about boundary dimensions. No problem at all to answer you. It is typically 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. So what that means is the straight boundaries, because you don't bat from the middle of the pitch, you bat from around about 9 metres further away from the straight boundary. So a straight hit, straight down the ground over the bowler's head to be 6 is probably about 59 metres. Also, in ECS cricket, means the boundaries behind you are a bit less though. All right, here's Parveen Singh, who a bit of a mixed bag with the bat yesterday, to say the least. Went for a duck, but then did pretty well. This is a swing and a miss for Parveen first up. That one goes across him. So, I mean, it wasn't the worst over from Badenhorst. Despite going for a maximum, it only goes for 8. And after 4 overs, the score is 53 for 1. So looking at the red line, you can see there's a close one. So, yeah, Warash 12.9 and over throughout their first innings. That's why the red line is set at 12.9 and over. Mubin Tariq with his off spin. This is a big moment in the game with the change of pace, and Sawa has been motoring. He goes after the very first ball and he gets it out of here. Maximo! And what a shot that is. As he just got a bit of length to work with, and he backs his power here, Rana. It's a really good shot, and he gets full value. And so next ball goes the same way. It's a bit fuller, but Sawa is on a heat. He's brought up his 50. And he does it in 15 balls. What an innings this is. He's dominated this innings so far. The powerful right-hander. It's 5 6s, 5 4s. Only 5 balls he's faced haven't gone to the boundary. Though. This one goes up, and it's a huge moment in the game. And it's dropped. Oh, no. And, well, that's Carlo Butchamatsa. He puts it down well. What's happened here? He came down and, wow, Carlo, looked like the glasses flew off his. Let's have a look. Wow, It's actually knocked. Is that his what? Wow, what is that? I don't even know. It come off his wrist. Is it his watch? That's fallen off. Wow. Two big moments. Now the next one is gone. So Parveen nicks behind. That's a great catch by Machado. What an over this is so far. And so that takes a big deflection. Machado has a great second reaction because it just bounces off him because of that deflection. It popped up in the air and he realized it had gone up, but he wasn't sure where. Look how much that hits him in the chest and then off his wrists, and then he is able to recover. So all happening at the SCG as it's going to be Parveen that has to go for a second ball duck. The score is 66 for 2. So still coming to grips with what fell off Carlo Butchamatsa. And I want to say hello to Kai Bay. He's also watching from New South Wales. I know you've put your clocks back. That must be a nice feeling to have an extra hour sleep. Kind of get credit for an extra hour sleep anyway. We went the opposite way. And the clocks went forward around about a week ago now. So I'm happy. It just means that we're a little bit closer together to our viewers in Australia and New Zealand. Anyway, Adnan, pretty good player to be able to bring out. First ball. Wow. You can't believe this isn't a wide, and to be honest, neither can I. Yeah, that's a huge wide because he hasn't moved outside the off stump. He just stood in front of the stump until the ball was bowled. So it's certainly a break for Awaris there because it should have been wide and re-bowled. Anyway, bottom edge next ball. So this game taking another twist as we get to the end of the fifth over. The score is 66 for 2. And 54 of those runs come off the bat of Ranasawa. So you get him, you change the game. Badenhorst is going to come back. He had an interesting time, didn't he? Did get hit for a 6 by Rana, but did come back with a wicket. And it is going to be over number 6. Oh, this isn't a good ball, really. It's just off, but it's off enough. And Rana is on a rampage here in match 31. This is into the pads, and look at that. Lack of footwork, but he doesn't need footwork. He's got such good hand-eye coordination. He just stands there, he watches it, and he just waves that bat like a magic wand at the right moment. So, Conrad Greenshields will be scratching his head about how to get rid of Ranasawa. This is drags. Slight false shot from Rana, a rare one. And here's the problem though. Ranasawa is an issue, but you've also got some dangerous hitters at the other end, including Adnan Ali, including, say, someone like Simranjit Singh, who we're still to see. Pitched up, sliced away, and this is going to run away for 4. So Adnan Ali, he certainly has come up with some handy contributions for Punjab CC Amadora. Again, opens himself up and just throws the hands at it, basically. That's how you describe that. Gets enough bat in it to get away from 4 for 4. And this is such a fast outfield. It's fast, it's sometimes a bit unpredictable with the bouncer. So the 4s rate is actually through the roof at the moment in this series. Typically we see about 6 4s per innings. We're seeing about 9.5 4s per innings during this series. And this one is whacked away. Out of here, Maximo. Badenhorst just kind of rocks him, bowls it on a length. That's right into the hitting zone of Adnan Ali. Again, see his footwork. It's a bit of a twinkle toes, but He's just backing himself to make good contact with the bat, and it doesn't get much better than that. They've got this rate down now to 11.3 and over. Still plenty of work to do. But Punjab CC Amadora certainly in the box seat in this chase. Edged and gone. So 6 it out for Adnan Ali. Badenhorst has just had a way of fighting back despite going for a few boundaries in this spell. And you see, this is the downside when you're kind of all hands and all hand eye with the no footwork. Occasionally you get one slightly wrong. That was a big edge through to Machado. He's done a pretty good job with the glove so far. That was a regulation take. So Badenhorst chips in with the second wicket. And a third one lost for Punjab. It is 81 for 3. So they are sending in Simran in the 5 hole. I want to say hello once again to everyone that's joined us in the live chat. And Kai saying, yeah, the games are starting a little bit earlier now in Eastern Australia, 17:30 local. But when I was living in Perth, I always preferred just the 2-hour time difference between Perth and, say, the eastern states. Because when it's 3 in summer, because their clocks go forward, ours don't, you can never get hold of anyone in the afternoon. It's going to be a wide, someone swings it anyway. Yeah, so you come back after lunch and it might be, I don't know, 10 past 2 or something. So you'd call up an office needing something and they'd say, sorry, our business hours end at 5 p.m. So yeah, the 3-hour time difference is not great. Also, I know some of my friends that worked in the business sector. As we get up in the air, and it is a really good stop, I think. It depends where Mubin Tariq jumps from here. This will be a super stop if it is. Let's just have a look at this. Can we see where number 16, where Mubin Tariq jumps from or not? There we go. Yeah, he jumps from inside. And yeah, taps it back. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. Really good work. And yeah, he's credited with the stop. So, outstanding work. And that's the kind of thing, it's almost worth a wicket, I think, to save that many runs. He didn't really have the time to catch and release. He had to bat it back. And that's exactly what he did. So we get to the end of the over. They only get 1 there, so he saves 5 runs. It's 83 for 3 after 6. Yeah, so just what I was going to say is some of my friends that worked in the business sector, and they say they worked in the stock market, they'd have to be up at 9. They start work at 9 p.m. Eastern time, which is 6 a.m. in Perth. It's brutal. Anyway, this one is up in the air, but it won't carry. It's Junaid that does the fielding this time. Mubin's been given a second over. And I suppose there's a bit of a gamble, but he's one of your 5 bowlers. He did go for a few in his first, went back-to-back maximos, but then came back, went 1 wicket ... in the second half. But yeah, this is the contest, I think, that could have a big say in the match. It's going to be Tariq taking on Rana Sawa. Rana is motoring 59 off just 18 balls. Mubin might be buoyed by the fact that he just saved 5 runs for his team. Let's just see, maybe it's just an issue with the scoring on that last ball. Just confirming whether it was 1 or 2. That's all I can guess. But yeah, Kai saying this could be a close finish. Yeah, tend to agree. There's cow corner. Yeah, standing around like Brown's cows. I wonder if cows take it more easy on a Sunday. But there's more cricket coming up today. This is the second match of the day. The fantasy dashboard for match 32, starting in about half an hour. And news from the toss is that Lisbon Super Capitals, it's Lisbon Super Giants. He won the toss, and they will be. I didn't even see because I was so distracted by that. They've elected to bowl. Lisbon Super Capitals, unless they've formed a merger with Lisbon Capitals, then yeah, I don't think we'll see them on the park. All right, we're back on. And this is sliced away. It should be gone, and it is. So Sawa goes for 59 and a big moment in this game. And look, credit to Tariq. He drew Ranasawa wide. He wanted to get him reaching. This is the ball that probably would have been a wide, and how the universe plays tricks with you, because remember, in the very first over, Ranasawa took a wicket off a ball that would have been a wide, and now I think he goes in a pretty similar fashion. Sliced away, and the catch was taken without any drama. So 59, and that's it for Ranasawa. But what an innings with 5 sixes and 6 fours in there. Azarandani takes the catch, and this game on a knife's edge. It is 84 for 4. Hello to Bajendri Yadav as well. Kai saying they look like contented cows. I think that Mubin's pretty contented. Remember that Rana started the 5th over by whacking Mubin for back-to-back sixes. And hello to Danush. Hopefully you're well. Enjoying cricket on a Sunday. Umar Mohammed, he's a good striker of the ball as well. Well, it's just been a little bit more of a leniency. Okay, that's over the line. Maybe he started a toe outside off, so maybe that's fair enough. Now a dot, so he's still got some pretty good hitters to come, but they're not in, are they? The new batters. What a comeback this has been from Mubin Tariq. This time, swings across it. Just a single. And it's amazing how sometimes if you do something in one aspect of the game, it can carry through to your others. So Mubin with his stop, where he saved 5 runs for his team, and he's come out, he's got the big man, Ranasawa. This one's a little bit too straight though, and I think this will disappear. And it's worked away over the fine leg, and this will be 4. So 4 carreras as Simranjit Singh gets his first. And so just short of the rope, but yeah, handy boundary. Let's look at that run rate required. It's around about 13s. The score is 89 for 4 after 7. Let's have another look at what's coming up next. And that's a lot better. Werash versus the Lisbon Super Giants. And Lisbon Super Giants. Anthony Chambers in there playing for them. So it's a very good pickup for LSG. Werash, I feel like that's a winnable game. And it starts in around about half an hour's time. This is the start of the 8th over, and it's Alex Macy who's going to bowl it. Starts with 1. Alex Macy did some good things in the ECL, in the Champions League European Cricket, playing for Werash. Doesn't get a great throwback to him. Looking fantastic in the red headband, though. I think that's a good look. It's a solid look from Mace. Yeah, Thunder saying that the 6th save gave them confidence. Yeah, seems so. Still a lot of cricket to go in this one. That's not a good ball. It's actually a pretty good stop from Machado behind the stumps. Macy just completely loses his length there. Yeah, that has to be too high. So free hit coming up and another flashpoint. All right, strap yourselves in. It's free hit time. And he does hit it, but it seems more up than across. Mubin goes right back, needs to keep it in front. He does. Good stop. Again, he was just obsessed with keeping that in the field of play. Wasn't too worried about whether he held it or not, but if he dropped it, he wanted to drop it forwards. So he went right back to the line again. That's intelligent fielding from Mubin Tariq. And a solid set of hands, but it will go down as a single because it was a free hit. Macy, again, kind of challenge length, but the batter just decides to eat it and take a single. Yeah, very crucial couple of overs coming up for both these teams. And Punjab CC can really put some breathing space between them and some contenders, because they'll be the first team to reach 12 points if they can win it. Now, Werash, they can be right back in the mix with a 4-2 record. So at the moment, these teams are separated by 4 points. After this, it'll be either 2 or 6. Whereas with some gains in the hand as well. And yeah, I hate to bring it up, but it is true. Remember that they didn't bowl their overs in time in the first innings. That incurred a time penalty, Punjab CC. I bet they'd love those 5 runs back now. This is well located in the offside channel. Umar Mohammed just hasn't got going so far in this innings. Sneaks across. Big swing and a miss. Macy not really hitting the block hole yet. The one he tried to bowl as a Yorker turned out to be a big full toss. That was a no ball. He's just challenging them on that length to go after it. This is a little bit shorter. They're under edge. And the fielding's important. Faf Stoneman, make sure that it'll just be a single. Yeah, so Macy's got out of jail a bit, hasn't he? Bowled that full toss. The free hit wasn't cashed in for a boundary. Again, hasn't actually gone for a boundary yet. Also, I've got to say, the keeping of Machado was great. Now, this is kind of a little helicopter shot, and it's going to end up in the hands of Faf Stoneman. And what an extraordinary piece of cricket. This was fuller from Macy, and Simran tries to make something out of nothing. Didn't have a lot to work with. He just whips across it. Have a look at the follow-through here from Simran. It was the helicopter special, unfortunately. It wasn't a perfect landing. Unless you're Faf Stoneman, he was happy. That it ends up in his safe hands at deep mid-wicket. So Simran, the next man to go, building the pressure. He goes for 9. The score is 95 for 5. Let's have a look at the red line. You can see they've just taken a dip, and it's no coincidence. And that dip coincides with the dismissal of Ranasawa, who was picked up by Mabeen Tariq. Kala Butchamatsa is going to bowl over number 9. I'm still curious as to exactly what fell off his wrist. Maybe it was his watch. Let's have a look. Anyway, we're almost ready to go. And this is a huge over with 35 required off 2 overs. If he can keep this, 15 or less, it's going to have to be a magical finish if Punjab are going to get there. And he just rocks in. He's pretty consistent as well. You can see the fielding. Super important at this stage. Just a 1. That's a big win for Werash. This is a slightly slower ball. And this is Muzmal Abbas, who's come out there, just gets a single. Yeah, a lot of chat now in the field. This is manufactured. Is it covering the boundary? It does. Maximal. So just what they needed. Connor Greenshield. Bit of a hard landing for the skipper. But I like this. He waits for it as a slow ball. And Umar Mohammed hasn't clicked yet, but they need more of this. Plenty more. 27 off 9. Let's see if Butchamatsa goes back to that slower ball. He does. He hits a ball that may have been on the tram line. And he'll sneak in for a single. So 28 off 8. So Muzmal Abbas kind of has his role to play as well. And that's sharp keeping. I like the work of Machado back there. He's got some pretty good fundamentals. Yeah, made a very good stop off that high delivery from Macy. And they would often get through the keeper and cost you 4 extras. As if saying it all happens in the 9th, but this time for the bowling team, well, it seems like it. It's amazing how often runs on the board do stand up. And this is another slow ball sliced up in the air. Greenshields comes around and takes the catch. Safe hands from the skipper. So Abbas goes for just a single. It's Butchimatsa that chips in with the wicket, and all happening in the ninth and all unravelling in the ninth for Punjab CC Amadora. That's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 104 for 6. And really, aside from Ranasawa, no one has really stood up for the men in red in this game. 59 for Ranasawa. Next best is the 11 not out from Umar Muhammad, who's still there. It seems to be a lost cause. Adnan Ali with 10, but yeah, get Rana, get the game. That's been the story of the second half. So, this looks like Ranjit Singh, who's coming in. He's got a free swing at this ball, last ball of the ninth. Swings and misses, end of the ninth, and Werash edging towards an important victory for their campaign. After 9 overs, it's 104 for 6. Yeah, so, yeah, looking at Werash, I mean, we haven't seen them play for a while, have we? Just because of the vagaries of these fixtures we talked about earlier, that some teams play more games together, some apart. We've got 11 teams, you've got to juggle them essentially, but we hadn't seen Werash since Wednesday. And they appear here. See them again on Tuesday for 2 games. Also, they left their last game on Thursday. Last over, Macy defending 26. And the first one will be for, again, wasn't that far from Conrad Greenshields. So boundary's the only currency now. I think that's a bit of a tough one for Conrad, who might have just extended himself, or overextended himself there. Clutches at the hamstring. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. 22 off 5. Umar Muhammad just has to have a heater here. It's not impossible. And really can't afford to miss out on a ball here. Misses out on this one. So now we're right down to boundary or bust. 3 6s and a 4 will do it. Macy, I think, has been pretty good here. He's been consistent with his line, and he's asking the batters to swat across it if they want to go leg side. He hasn't got too straight too often. Again, hit down the ground, more work for Greenshields. This time we'll keep it to 1. You'd fancy that will have to be it. Oh, he throws it away. Now they'll get another one. So, well, they get 3. They're looking for 4. And now, well, they just don't know what they're doing here. It's going to be 3 and out. So, I can kind of see what he was thinking there, but it was just everything was backwards. I think they were trying to get Umar Muhammad back on strike, but he was trapped at the bowlers, and so he couldn't really go because he'd be the one run out. You see? So they go again, and then he says, well, I've got to go here. So what are you going to do? Even though Macy throws a massive wide to Machado, it doesn't matter because they've got as long as you like. So I got that as 3 and run out. Does anyone agree with me? Yeah, 3 and run out. So, yeah, I kind of see where they're going for there. Why the 3 was important is because now, theoretically, even though it's unlikely, you can still hit 3 6s to tie the match. So that's why, you know, Macy should have never thrown it in the first place. But because if they just had got 2, then suddenly even 3 6s off the last 3 balls doesn't get you a tie, which can force a golden ball. Anyway, let's go. It is 6 or bust, and this is hit pretty well. But Greenshields is going to drop it, and he's going to drop it for 4. Well, if there is a time to drop the ball, that's probably it, because all he had to do was keep it in the field of play. And he does. He puts his hand up to apologise to Macy. Macy knows what it feels like to make a bit of a boo-boo, because he did last ball, even though he got credited with a run-out in the end. He just lost, I think, running into the sun there as well. Anyway, just needs to keep it straight now, Macy. Does. He's just going down the leg side. Oh, they're going to throw anyway. One for the highlights reel. And kind of, I wouldn't say losing the plot, but probably getting a bit emotional under pressure a couple of times. But I suppose even a 5 would have been okay if it went for 4 overthrows. Last ball coming up of a very entertaining match. Umar Mohammed, he smacks it away leg side. I think this is 4. I'm not so sure actually. Let's have a look. And we'll have to look at this for the runs. And they will get the win. Just looking at this first stop. Okay, that is fine. Now, now is he touching it next time? It doesn't matter if he comes from outside the field. One hand outside the field, and he's about to touch it. Yeah, so that will be 4. So anyway, 4 runs to finish, which means they're going to finish on 120. So, yeah, pretty entertaining game, wasn't it? 129 to 120. I suppose even if you factor in the 5 runs, still enough breathing space for Awerash to hold on. Very entertaining one. And putting up CC. Still hanging at the top of the ladder, but Awerash a little bit closer because of that result. But it was the Ranasawa show. I mean, 59 off 19. For me, I think he's the player of the match. I wouldn't think that anyone else touches him, even though he's not in the winning team. It'll be curious how they judge that. And had a bit of luck as well, you'd have to say. That one just sliced over the keeper, but there was nothing lucky about his 59. 5 big 6s and 6 4s. And it looks like man of the match has gone to Brendan Bardenhorst. I suppose you can understand that with the fact that he chipped in with a couple of wickets and his 38 not out in the first innings. So, yeah, close call. I probably would have gone for Ranasawa, but I don't think it matters too much in the end. I think that the main thing is the result. And that one, I think, knocks Carlo Buccimarz's watch off. But also got to say, I like the keeping in both innings, to be honest, in this game. But Machado seems to have found a bit of a home behind the stumps. I like his reactions. I like his natural instincts there. And nice little side skip there to make that catch look easy. Just seemed in control. Put that one down that would have been an absolute all-time hanger. But yeah, when it got down to it, they needed the boundaries, didn't they? And Mubin Tariq, this was kind of the bit of cricket that sparked them off, because he saved 5 runs with turning a 6 into a 1, and then he came back with the wicket of Ranasawa after his 59. And so that just started a chain reaction. No one else was really able to impact the scoreboard the way they wanted. I mean, Simran's a good player. He found a way to get out helicoptering to deep mid-wicket. Carlo Buccimarza came on in the 9th, and even though he went for that 6, he only went for 9 in the over and ended up picking up a wicket just there, caught by Greenshields. So they needed plenty off the last. As a bit of chaos cricket. There's 1, as easy as 1, 2, 3. They get 3 and a run out here towards the end. And then that one went across the boundary, but it didn't matter at that stage because they just had to protect 6s. They did that. And despite there being 16 off the last over, it's still breathing room for Awerash, who hold on by 9 runs. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day. Lisbon Super Giants taking on Awerash. Lisbon Super Giants, they'll have the services of Anthony Chambers, so yeah, nice opportunity to see him out there for Awerash. So Azhar Andani could really use some runs, couldn't he? And that match is coming up in around about 10 minutes or so. Lisbon Super Giants winning the toss and elected to bowl in that one. Looking back at this, it was a bit of a one-man show, wasn't it? For Punjab CC Amadora, 59 off 19 for Ranasawa. 22 not out, fighting innings from Umar Mohammed, but it was a bit too little too late, and the rate had gotten out of control. Just 7 extras, I think in the end that's important as well. And that is a bit of a difference between the two teams in this contest. As far as the bowling went, Bardenhorst 2 for 25. Ends up with the player of the match for that, and his 38 not out. Mubin Tariq was important though. He sparked it with that stop and then picked up 2 for 19. So very good effort from him. Macy and Buccimarza held their nerve at the end. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the second match of the day, match 32. And it will be Awerash batting first after being sent in by LSG. Until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your morning so far. We'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the second match of 5 today. Super Sunday action, 7 days a week, of course, in the European Cricket Series here in 2023. So Weresh got the points in the first game of the day, 9-run victors over Punjab CC Amadora. Now it's time for match 32. And once again, Weresh, the host, will be taking on the Lisbon Super Giants. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for match 32.
Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Thanks.
So there you go. News from the coin toss is that it has been won by Anup Kumar Srivastav, and he has elected to field first. So Weresh will be batting first. And I don't think they'll mind that too much. I think that they are a team which have a fair bit of power. Azhar Andani is a guy who can definitely use some runs at the top of the order. You got Miggy Machado, made a strong start but got out soon after in the first game of the day. Greenshields and Badenhorst did most of the heavy lifting for Weresh in that first game of the day. They posted 129 and they were able to keep Punjab CC Amadora to 120. Lisbon Super Giants without a win so far in the series. They are fairly new to ECN cricket. They certainly had some promising moments. Could see a fair few youngsters in there. The one name I'm looking at, though, Anthony Chambers. Here's one guy with Portuguese national team experience, so expect to see him opening the batting in the second half of this game. Weresh versus Super Giants. Well, no surprises at the more experienced Weresh side are big favourites. 50-run favourites, in fact, over the Lisbon Super Giants. So that shows you it'll be a giant effort from the Lisbon Super Giants if they had to be competitive against this Weresh team, which, well, kind of dodged a bullet to an extent, I think, in that first game. I know that if they'd lost to Punjab CC Amadora, certainly their prospects of even making the top 4 would have taken a bit of a dash, but they found a way to win, and now we're almost ready to go. Azhar Andani strides to the striker's end. I like that. I mean, he's still going to face the first ball. Has been struggling for runs in the last little period, but he's a guy, he's a class player. We saw him score a sparkling 100, the only 100 of the year in Portugal last year in the ECN series. And so he'll have the chance to take on Shivankar Sharma first up. So, yeah, Weresh, they've been sent in. They're looking to put some big runs on the board. And beautiful conditions, I'd say. The field's just dried out a little bit. Always a bit of dew first up. And see the players just doing their final warm-ups. There's Anthony Chambers. Nice to see him out there. I think it's great that he'll be providing just a bit of experience into this LSG lineup. Well, there's Cal Corner. Obviously can't wait for things to get underway either. Here we go with the first ball, and it's going to be a wide. Just grabbing a bit of the tram line. So, yeah, opening with spin. It's an interesting tactic. And Dani just needs to get some confidence. I think once he gets confidence back, I can see him scoring some big runs. Worked away to the leg side. He'll be able to get through for a run despite the direct hits. Bring Machado on strike. Not a bad start. And yeah, I like the fact that they are opening with spin. So, fielding is going to be important. I see Buck Stoneman out there with Malik, 2 umpires. Short and whacked away. That was pace on to Machado. He knew what to do with it. Puts it back to the fence. 4 runs. And so, yeah, probably not the best delivery to bowl to Machado. Sharma just needs to find that offside channel, but it's not going to be easy. I mean, Machado's a class player. We saw him chase a real wide delivery and nick one to be caught behind earlier. Let's play down to long on. And Chambers will do the fielding. Yeah, so yeah, Werash, they'll feel that they want to win this game, but also they want to kind of assert their dominance, I think, when you've got a situation that has been pretty even on this table so far through the middle. That run rate's important, so they'll be wanting to win and win well. With Super Giants, well, they find a way to misfield this, and well, tried to get down to it. It's not a great feeling. And Darnie, maybe that's the bit of luck going his way that he needs. It's just a little push. And almost got down, but the ball found a way through. That's Harpreet. Archie, who let that one go through his legs for 4. Swing and a miss this time. It's a much better channel. I don't quite like this move to bowl spin first, though. Just disrupts the kind of flow of the openers. They normally like pace on the ball. This is a nice cutaway. This is into the gap, and this is going to be 4 more. So, yeah, fairly risk-free batting from Andani. They get 3 boundaries off this first over. And very good start for Werash. They are 15 for no loss after 1. Looking at the squads for this weekend, or say next weekend actually, in around about 6 days' time, we'll be starting the ECI Portugal. This will be the day after the finals on Friday in this ECS. So Portugal, Netherlands in Gibraltar. Talked about Portugal a little bit earlier. We'll say Netherlands look like they're going to send a very strong side. A lot of ECC winners in there, led by Sebastian Brunt, and Gibraltar as well. I mean, that'll be competitive. I think some good young talent there, good mix of youth and experience in that squad. So stay tuned if you want to know more information about European Cricket Internationals. Just go to our website, europeancricket.com. So, second over coming up, and it's going to be Ankit Singh to bowl it. Just trying to peg it back. I mean, Werash still have visions of going 150 plus here if they can keep their batting unit there. First ball from Machado is whipped away viciously over the leg side. Maximo! Wow, it wasn't the worst ball ever. I mean, it was in kind of probably off-stump line coming in to hit the top of off, but at that pace, Machado with a flourish sent it out of the ground. What a shot that is. Yeah, so just some info from Silkash saying Mohak Patel is under 17. So yeah, one of the juniors getting an opportunity for the Super Giants. See if he can make the most of it. This is in the air, and this is going to be caught. So 6 and out for Machado. He cannot believe it. That's twice today that he's looked really dominant, hit a big 6, and twice he's chased a ball that's not as wide as the one he went after earlier. He gets a bit more batting at this time. It's a bit of a juggle catch, which is taken. And so it's a bit of a disaster for Miggy at the top of the order, even though he has 2 or 3 shots for the highlight reel. He goes for just 11 here in match 32. It's the first wicket at 4. It's 21 for 1. Brings Conrad Greenshields to the crease. I mean, yeah, okay, does get him off to a good start, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed that he couldn't go on and make a bigger score. Got to say, though, Machado, his work with the gloves I've really been enjoying so far for Werash today, with no Girish Singh in the line. Well, Girish Singh is in the lineup, but doesn't have the gloves. So, yeah, opted to go for Machado. Conrad Greenshields is coming out at 3. Again, fair few spectators arriving for this Sunday action at Santarem. Now Conrad gets the first ball on the hip and he swings from the hip, goes large. Well, that is a big hit. Maximal. New balls, please. That is pretty dominant. You can see everyone's pointing to where that went. I don't think anyone's quite sure where it landed. What a shot. What a dominant way to start the innings. And Conrad got out to a Gundy ball down the leg side earlier. This one was dispatched. Now goes through the offside, finds the gap and gets 4 more. There's nice, free, easy swing. It wasn't the worst ball really from Ankit Singh, but a bit of width. Again, throws the hands at it. Doesn't try to go over the top this time. Drills along the ground and gets 4 more. So, very confident start for the Portuguese skipper. 10 off 2 now. Now, he decides to go to leg, and he's going to get 4 more. It's just a bit too short, and he could have put that wherever he wanted. I think that's the intelligence of knowing where your field is. So, he knew that there was nobody back in the mid-wicket region, so he decided to go for that gap, and he got it pretty good. So this over has gone 6 wicket, 6-4-4. It's gone magical, though it does have the wicket of Machado in it. Pitched up and just use the soft hands to push for 1. And it will take us to the end of the second over. The score is 36 for 1. So Andani and Greenshields together for Werash. Quick look at the table as Werash, they have now joined a couple of teams on 8 points with 4 wins. And they have played 1 more game than Fighters, who have a couple of games in hand. If they could win this game, Werash would go to 10 points and join 3 teams on 10 points. So pretty fascinating table taking shape. Of course, there's the issue of teams having played an uneven amount of games. So it's a bit hard to make comparisons at times. But in the wash-up, every team will have played 10 matches, and the top 4 are through to the semi-finals, which will be on Friday, and the final on Friday afternoon. Hello to Kai as well as Chris, and nice to see John Gray in the chat as well. Why don't you drop in and have a word, ECN European Cricket Network. It's going to be Jignesh Kumar Maheta to bowl over number 3. This is a whitish ball and it's dropped, and oh, that could be a nasty one for Singer. Oh, and this is one I think it's just burst through the hands. Probably going to need to be looked at. That is nasty, but it was also a big moment in the game because Greenshields, he has a life on 15. It was just a similar kind of shot to the one that got Machado out. It was Shivankar Sharma that took the catch on that occasion. That time it was Arjun Singer in the hot spot. He couldn't hold on. And now next ball is driven through the covers and Andani gets a boundary. This one was into a gap. Did get a boundary earlier by pushing through a fielder's legs. But you can see the runs flowing from Werash, who I think might be a blessing in disguise that they bat first. They're sent in by the LSG skipper, Kumar Srivastav. But I think they probably would have batted first anyway. This is wide, outside the off stump, and called. So it's just hard to see how they're going to be able to slow this down. This field is very hard to defend. Well, this one goes wrong. It's going to jump almost over the keeper. This will be a no ball because it does pitch just before the stumps, around about the crease. And the keeper did well to kind of at least knock that down or knock it up to make sure it didn't go to the boundary. So free hit coming up. It's going to be Greenshields, the man to face it. Goes leg side, and oh, it's an amazing catch, but it won't count. So, oh, that's unbelievable work from Ronak Patel. He does really well to save the boundary. He's getting applauded from the Awaris bench, and so he should. Have a look at this for a bit of work. I mean, what a catch off a free hit. And Dani checks his shot. It was played on and then played back. They're going to go for two. They're going to get there. That's really good running to get to there. I love the footwork, though. Look at Harpreet. He had a bit of an issue earlier. He kicks it, and then he puts it back for his teammate. But still, wasn't enough to save the two. What an interesting power play this has been. One's pushed away to point, and it will be a single. And Dani moves to 16. Again, this is a confidence builder for him. Turned into a very good power play for Werash. Maheta, not the worst over from him, to be honest. Okay, lost the plot with one ball, but most of the time he's been around the mark. And right on cue, he delivers a shin-high full toss. That's going to be out of the ground. Maximal! 6 more to Conrad Greenshields. He's 23 in no time at all. And the 50 comes up for Werash. Also the end of the power play. It is 54 for 1. So Andani and Greenshields head into the middle overs. Maheta did some of his good work there with that last ball. That over ended up going for 17. So time for over number 4. And yeah, going back to Shivanka Sharma. He delivered the first over. Wasn't the worst one. Went for 15. So, and Dani gets first look at Sharma here in the 4th. Push and run. And they'll get a single. Greenshields, top score of 90, not out on the network. Very experienced. Also now the Portuguese national team skipper, having qualified for Portugal during the 2022 summer. Tries to make something out of this, but I think it's probably going a little bit over the top. Checking out the replay. Yeah, climbing, and probably a bit of bat in there as well, I think. Oh, this time he sweeps and sweeps nicely. This one's up and out of the ground. Maximal! 6 more to Greenshields, and he is continuing to look dangerous. You don't want to drift into his pads. Anything outside that left knee. I mean, I suppose if you look at his dismissal earlier, where he found a way to glove a Gundy ball to the keeper, you'd think maybe that's a way to get him out, but I think that was just a bit of a freakish moment where he found a way to get out to a ball like that. Now beaten for bounce, so come back from Sharma. Again, this is a learning experience, I'm sure, for the Lisbon Super Giants. Their first time playing on the European Cricket Network. The fact that 11 teams get exposed to it in Portugal this year, I think is a really good sign. A little dab away. This will probably run down the hill. And it does beat the fielder. So again, low risk option. They do pick up 4 more. And yeah, right now, things are looking a little bit ominous for the fielding side. Well, there's the LSG bench. Not sure if they've got any ideas about how to stop the flow of runs. Right now, they're on about that 170 pace. And now he's chopped on. That's probably a loose shot from Greenshields, really. Tries to make something out of nothing. And yeah, I think that Sharma, I thought he was looking to high-five Greenshields. Wasn't in the mood. I can understand that. I think it's one thing if the batter congratulates the bowler for getting him out, but not quite sure what that was all about. But it is the end of the over, 65-2 after 4. It was just probably a little bit too close to him to play that shot. End up getting an inside edge down onto the stumps. So a good finish to the spell for Sharma. He's going to finish with figures of 1 for 26. Greenshields goes for 33 off 12 balls. So certainly wasn't a long innings, but a pretty useful one for Wearash. And this will bring Badenhorst to the crease. And he scored 38 not out earlier. Thought he batted very well on his return to ECN action. And he's a player we didn't see during the ECL due to other commitments. So he gets his opportunity at number 4 once again. Adani still there, 17 off 9. Again, confidence building in for him so far. Hope everyone's enjoying their Sunday at home. It's going to be Rutobai Chowdhury to get us going in the 5th. So that's a bit wide. There's a bit of pace on though. Run straight down the middle of the pitch. Clear wide, signalled. I think Malik's just having a bit of a word about running in front of the umpire. This one is just hit down till and off for 1. Yeah, so Rutul, not a bad start from him, gets it through. That's natural kind of in-swing action. And lots of sunshine here. What's the weather like in your part of the world? Let us know. Looks like Chris would like a bit of sunshine in the UK. This has just worked away for 1. And so, Badenhorst, like what he brings to the table whenever he's available for Oeras. He's on the charge, and Dani's keen for it, but he changes his mind pretty quickly. That one never really left the pitch area. Yeah, Lisbon Super Giants. Yeah, he's trying to serve it up to Awarish here. Trying to peg things back. Oh, they do. What a ball that is from Rutul. And he blasts that Yorker past the bat of Badenhorst. That's a 3rd wicket. That's really well bowled. Have a look at this Yorker. Spicy one. Leg stump. And fired up, why not? Super Giants have had a bit of tap so far in this 5 overs, but they've had their good moments as well, as Badenhorst can't move the needle in match 32. He goes for 1, and the score is 69 for 3. I don't care who you are, that's a really difficult ball to play. And so it's a very good bit of bowling. I think it would have got a lot of batters out. Just surprised him for pace. So yeah, you see he bowls with good rhythm and good pace, but I suppose the accuracy is the thing which will determine if he's successful or not. Rutul. So yeah, a couple of big fish going in pretty quick succession. That's the beauty of cricket. I mean, at the end, it's a one-on-one contest. Bat versus ball. And so, yeah, despite what the game situation is looking like, I think you always need to be trying to win that next contest. Here's Faf Stoneman coming to the crease at number 5. Down the leg side, called wide. Yeah, so that for me, for Rutul, that'd be a second warning because he's run right in front of the umpire. just cannot do this at this level of cricket. Just have a look at where he runs. He bowls it and then follows the ball because the ball goes down there. So, yeah, that's something I think we're going to see crack down on a bit during this season. And that's much better. Last ball, the over coming up. Well, a good in-swing up. And this time, it's whipped away. In fact, it'll go all the way. Well, that was timed pretty well from Faf Stoneman. He could use a few runs as well, I think. He's having a bit of a lean trot himself with the bat. Still contributing in other areas, but yeah, when he's at his best, he's a very talented stroke maker. Made a lot of runs last year in the domestic competition. That takes us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 74 for 3. And Darney and Stoneman trying to move things forward in the second innings, but the second half of this first innings, I should say. Gives me a chance to say hello to Kroom, who is joining us, as well as everybody else that said hello. A lot of people have sent me messages on my social media as well, at Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the weekend. Let's get cracking with over number 6 now. And Jignesh Kumar Maheta will be bowling it. Yeah, pitched up, and Darney with a pretty powerful looking drive, but picks out the fielder. They look for 2, but it's not quite there. And 2 players at the crease with a lot of national experience for Warash at the moment. I love the energy from Lisbon Super Giants here. They're really trying to press, really trying to restrict as much as they can. Yeah, pretty well bowled. Maheta goes for a single. This is just whipped away. It's up here, it's going to get through the field. It's going to be 4. That's disappointing. And that looks like Vishal Kumar Patel, who's come on to the field. Perhaps, I think it might be Arjun Singh that's had to go off with that injury sustained during that catching attempt earlier in the innings. But yeah, he's not able to deal with the bounce. There's no easy stops here. That one results in another 4 for Warash. Yeah, you don't have to take undue risks on this field, I think, to get value for money for your shots. I think when you're batting, yeah, you can just hit the ball hard, hit it pretty correctly, and it's not easy to field. This one, he just checks his shot, knocks it back to the bowler, and Darney's moved to 23. Maheta. Couple of balls to go in his spell. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, he's certainly had some good moments. I suppose I said this yesterday. Sometimes it's just a matter of trying to sustain the periods for longer when you're playing probably upper level. You know, you'll find actually, you know, we've got some of our bits of cricket as good as their bits of cricket, but the good teams do it for longer and for more of the game. This is up, it's in the air, and what a catch! Unbelievable catch. That's Chambers who comes. He's got a very good pair of hands. Well, and he gets his national teammate. Anthony Chambers, low full toss, came in and, well, I question his choice of headwear, but I cannot question his commitment in the field. As it was just whipped across, wasn't it? And Adani, well, just when you thought he was getting going, he finds a way to get out for 23, but that was brilliant from Chambers. Outstanding bit of work. That's the 4th wicket to fall. It's 80 for 4 after 6. And a bit of a reward for Jinesh Kumar Maheta in the end. He'll finish with 1 for 23. Not a bad spell at all. So pegging things back a bit, having a look at the scorecard. Again, they've just found a way to get out, haven't they? Especially the top 3. I mean, Buttonhorse got a good one, I think, but Andani as well as Machado and Greenshields will all be kicking themselves, I think, about their dismissals. As we head into over number 7. And yeah, Rutul is going to continue. Faf Stoneman. Again, a real good opportunity for him to try and get amongst the runners. He's been joined at the crease now by Keegan De Silva. Rutul starts with a wide. Yes, what I've noticed, see, that one, it doesn't even look to run in front of the umpire, but often I think when bowlers bowl a ball that they lose down the leg side, they tend to follow the ball. They start to think of themselves as an extra fielder. So it's not really a consistent follow through that you're getting. You're kind of following the ball all the time. That's where his issues came from. See there, that one's straighter, so he runs straight down the middle of the pitch. It's just something he's going to have to work on again. This is called a wide, rightly so. I was discussing it with Conrad yesterday when he was in the commentary box with me. Conrad was saying, you know, maybe that should just be a no ball if you cross the middle stump in your follow through, because it just makes the umpire's job so hard. I'm not so much concerned about the damage to the pitch, because it's not going to damage the pitch. But, you know, the umpires, they're on show. They need to be able to do their job. They need to be able to see the play. Nope. Just going down the leg side. Good in swing from Rutul though. I like the pace and energy about his bowling. Like I said, just a couple of technical things I think he has to work on in his follow through. But as far as his approach and his release, certainly he has been asking the right questions, hasn't he? Sliding the ball into the right-handers. This is sliced in the air and it goes down. Well, it wasn't an easy one. In fact, it'll even go for 4. De Silva slashes away, likes to hit through that point and cover region. It was a tough one to hold, but he does get hands to it, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, with this outfield, it's still so fast. Ends up going to the boundary, so Keegan De Silva's off the mark. Rutul. This is an edge, which is going to sneak in, and they're going to run so well here. They're going to get 2. That is brilliant running. And both these two are super quick. And so, yeah, De Silva probably didn't deserve 2 for that shot, but he'll get 2. Again, it's good teamwork. I mean, it's a bit of a mismatch, has to be, between these two teams. You've got Oeiras that just went to the Champions League of European Cricket. They were domestic champions here in Portugal last year. You've got Super Giants playing for the first time at this level in this tournament. So, yeah, Super Giants probably learn a few things in this one as well, but they're holding their own. Slightly mistime pull shot here. And I'll get through for a single. Cover to come the 7th. Sam Chowdhury's bowled a pretty good spell here. Oh, clever slower ball as well. Almost befuddles the batter. It'll just be a single. They've done well to peg it back. Remember at one stage, Oeiras were on for about 170. Now it's down to about 130 pace, and who knows, they might even be able to keep it below that. Then, of course, the question will be where will the runs come from? But they do have Chambers, who's a pretty experienced campaigner, into the lineup. Ankit Singh listed to open as well. This one's called wide, down the leg side. And so that will be re-bowled. Yeah, Steve's saying if you run down the middle, you can't get caught behind, or you can't get caught behind a decision or an LBW. That's so true, Steve. So the issue is we've seen umpires missing wides as well when bowlers are walking down or running down the middle of the pitch. So I think that's probably an issue, which in this form of the game, it's a bit more crucial than in a longer form of the game. So, yeah, if the batter doesn't get a wide call because the bowlers block the umpire's view, I mean, yeah, as a batter, I'd be pretty annoyed about it. Bowled him, and Rutul gets 2. De Silva swings across this. It's straight through the gate, and great work by the Super Giants. Well, maybe they're Super Giant killers, because they've brought themselves back into contention in this game. There's Keegan De Silva. He wanted to go large, but couldn't make any contact, and that is the end of the 7th over. The score is 93 for 5. It's a reminder that we will be heading all around Europe this year on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're restarting, I should say, the ECS in Portugal after we had a series in Malta to start the year. But then we'll be heading to Cyprus and then Milan for 2 weeks apiece. And yeah, 2 weeks to follow in Austria, Bulgaria. Plenty more locations as well. So join us throughout the summer, on the European summer that is, on the European Cricket Network. Over 1,500 matches potentially that we'll broadcast this year. Should be the most matches we've ever done in a year. And the reason is that we're getting a lot of support out there. So a big thank you. And if you don't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And also tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Comes to our new over. This one almost decapitates Mubin Tariq, who's new to the crease. And, yeah, this is Suman Bhowmick, who comes in, and we'll talk about getting your eye in. This one almost knocks Mubin Tariq's eye out. Like he's got the helmet on. Yeah, see there, Chambers, he's ready for action. And this is up, and it's in that direction, but it's going to be over the head of Chambers. Maximal! Mubin Tariq played a really good cameo in the first game of the day, and I think he wants more, and he might get more. And Mubin Tariq, yeah, I like the way he stays pretty still. He just elevates that one up and out of the ground. Good batting. The Bhowmick wasn't the worst ball, but you can see under 3 overs remaining. Weresh brought up the 100. They want more. Mubin, though, it's a bit more of a top edge. It's hanging in the air, and they're not able to turn it into a catch. And what's worse, it's going to be 4. So Mubin, he's just given that the old up and under job. And the fielder, he just couldn't quite get in the drop zone, could he? This time it's crossed the line, and it's going to be another boundary. So Tariq has been very, very quick to get on the pace today, hasn't he? And so that'd be 4 more to the total. See there, a few preparations in the Weresh dressing room for the second innings. Trying to keep themselves loose. Gets carried away this time. I suppose when you're on a heater, you want to keep going. That one, I think he just falls off the shot a little bit. Probably had to hit it a bit straighter. This time he does go straighter, and it'll pick the gap. So, well, didn't quite have the legs to go for 6, but it will be 4. We'll check this out in the replay, thanks to String Productions. We didn't get a lot of it down towards the bottom of the bat. But yeah, 1 bounce and over the line. So it takes us to the end of the 8th over. The score is 112 for 5. We head into the 9th over very shortly. Looking at the run rate. Took a bit of a dip, coinciding with wickets in the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th overs. Yeah, they have done well to take 5 wickets in this innings, Lisbon Super Giants, but yeah, still, it's a lot of runs, and Stoneman, again, he hasn't quite clicked yet, but he'll be hoping to as we start the 9th over. This is hacked away. Probably would have been a wide outside the off, but Stoneman again just lost some of his fundamentals. He needs to go back to basics. This is a ball he can easily hit through the covers and probably stroke a boundary through there because he is very talented all around the wicket. Now this time Tariq is going to knock the ball into the outfield. Again, doesn't carry, it's just be a single. Stoneman faces up again. They should be okay for time here. They have cut it a little bit fine. And he goes after it. As this is going, it's going, and it's gone. Maximo. Chambers went right back to the wall and couldn't pull it back in. So this will be a bit of a confidence booster. I still don't think it's quite out of the middle from Faf Stoneman. But we'll get him 6 and give him a bit more of that confidence than he needs with the bat. Yeah, so 30 seconds per ball. They should do this. It goes straight again, and it's going to be the same result. Maximo back-to-back for Stoneman, who moves to 20 in quick time. And so Uerash just continue to grow this score. It takes him up to 126, and so again, that's the difference between hitting the block hole and just missing. Now he reaches again. Does he have enough this time? Well, he will. That's gone all the way. Maximo has Chambers. Well, you can't fault his effort. He's fielded well in this innings, but he's not able to pull this one back from the beyond. Yeah, maybe just caught a little bit out of position. So 3 on the spin for Stoneman as this has sprung to life in the 9th for Uerash. Now he wants to strike, coming off the back-to-back-to-back 6s. They're going to go 2 actually. Oh, taking it on and winning. So end of the 9th over. Uerash are 134 for 5. So it looks like that 140 plus is on, maybe even the 150 if they have a good finish. And so, yeah, Rutul Chowdhury 2 for 22 off his 2 overs. Also wickets for Shivanka Sharma, Ankit Singh and Jignesh Kumar Maheta. Going into the last, it's going to be Ronak Patel to bowl. Well, he gets it wrong first up. And, oh no, he's lost his footing. And it's going to go all the way anyway. Maximo has Mubin Tariq. He reaches. This is pretty high, but it's probably coming down. Probably want to have another look at this. Again. Yeah. An interesting call. Probably leaning towards a no ball, but I think the factor goes for 6. And it has been called, yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably the right call. Wasn't really coming down that quickly. And he hits it above the waist. So free hit coming up. And he hits it really well. It's a laser beam down the ground. Maximo. Well, Magical Mubin passes 30 now. And that's over 50 runs he scored this morning already. And he's not slowing down. he's got the immunity. And I think the only person that was worried about that was probably the non-striker. You saw Stoneman kind of flinch. It was whacked back towards him. Now, you see Stoneman running hard. He wants to give Mabeen the strike back, but he's picked out the fielder. Chambers won't allow it. Just a single. This one was more or less on the stumps, and now Chambers has got more issues down at long on. Maximo, it's going to be the 150 up as well. I mean, yeah, did he have a play on that? Maybe. It's just the pace of the ball, I think. It jumps on you. It's not an easy field to judge. And so, Faf getting some handy runs, both these two doing their job. And I think you can see here, 7 batters that we've seen. They're all very capable of doing the damage, aren't they? Now, there's a bit of length on it. It's all hands, and it's all out of here. Maximo. As the runs just keep on coming. That makes it 160 now. It's always a danger, wasn't it? With Awerash. Yeah. Up and away. They've certainly made the most of the second half of this innings. 86 off it already, plus this. And he tries to make something out of it, and he does once again. That's great hands from Stoneman. He's 46 now. And still a ball to go. Well, he could sneak up on a half century here. 166, and yeah, what a performance. Again, that's great footwork to turn that into a full toss. So he made the running there. Last ball, the 10 coming up. And he goes for it. Doesn't quite get it, but he will get 4. And what a fantastic performance that is from Stoneman. He brings up his 50 in just 14 balls. He sprung to life there at the right moment, didn't he? And he's going to finish with an even 50. So those 14 balls, he hits 6 sixes and 2 fours. And yeah, he needed that, didn't he? I mean, Mabeen was also excellent in that partnership. Things just got out of control, didn't they, for Lisbon Super Giants? I mean, didn't start well for them, to be fair. And you can see all the Awerash batters, they had that kind of attacking intent, didn't they? That's the way they play. Machado, again, looked like he could go big, and he did a couple of times, but then he found a way to slice himself out. Greenshields came to the crease. He put the first ball into the cow paddock, and he looked very good while he was there. I feel that he's been threatening to put a really big innings together, Conrad. And I thought this might have been the one. Went down one knee and escorted that one out of the Santarem cricket ground, but then he found a way to chop on. And so he had to go, but not before. He'd made a brisk 33 off just 12. Badenhorst got a good one, didn't he, from Rutul. That rattled his leg peg. And then you can see the Super Giants are fired up, so they should be. Chambers with an inspirational bit of fielding down there as well. He was able to get Andani for 23, so Andani, again, he's a guy that needs a big innings. He can make some runs, but I think he wanted a few more. Kicking to Silva had a bit of a life, but then no second chances with him as he got rolled. Going down for just 7, but then that brought Mabeen Tariq to the crease, and between Stoneman and Tariq, they were able to get this score up and away. 170 they finished with. A partnership of 77, and they scored those 77 in just 3 overs. So, yeah, 19, 22, and 36. That was they were the last 3 overs. And so, yeah, crazy finish. Think about 77 in 3 overs. Think of a power play that goes for 77, for example. And, yeah, you know, it's a lot of runs. But sit back and enjoy the hitting. And they were flying a long way out of the ground. And Stoneman, in the end, brings up his 50 off the very last ball of the innings. Maybe Tariq, probably if he had another over or two, he probably would have made it too, the way they were going. As we look at the scorecard, 50 off 14 balls. Stoneman stole the show towards the end, but how about Tariq as well? 32 off 9. 33 from Greenshields in quick time, set the pace, didn't he? And Dani and Machado, again, not bad from them, but I think that they feel that they would like a couple of big scores along the way. 10 wides, 2 no balls and a bye, so 13 extras, 170. It's a lot of runs. Don't think it'll be easy. Lisbon Super Giants, can they just be looking to score as many as they can? 2 for 22, Chowdhury gets the figures. Singles for Shivankar Sharma as well as Ankit Singh, Jignesh Kumar Maheta. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes. Take you into the second half. It'll be LSG chasing 171 for victory. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. It is Sunday action here in the ECS Day 7. Vinny's hand to here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we're halfway through match number 32. So it was Werrish that was sent in by Lisbon Super Giants. They put on 170, so 171 to win. And Atri, he's batting like someone that is chasing 171 to win. Big swing and a miss. Junaid Khan is the opening bowler for Werrish. And I think it was an interesting innings, wasn't it, the first half? Werrish certainly attacking all the way down. Even when they lost wickets, I think the guys coming in, they know the aggression required and they'll back their teammates to do it. So they still get a very healthy score. Atri skies this one and it's going to be gone. So it's perfect start for Werrish. Goes dot wicket. It's Conrad Greenshields that takes the catch, just hovering in the cover region. So without a run on the board, we have a wicket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, special guest commentator. And I don't even know what to call it. I know she's the project manager here in Portugal. She's also an umpire, international umpire last week for us. And pretty much everything else. Meta Dowd. Meta, welcome to the commentary box. I know it's not your first time here with me, but yeah, it's nice to be back in Portugal, isn't it?
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, it's awesome to be back. Yeah, that's early wicket. Have you seen? It's Anthony Chambers in there.
Yeah, Anthony Chambers. He's a very good in for Lisbon Super Giants, isn't he? He's a guy with national experience, and yeah, I'm sure he knows it's a pretty big task, but a chance to him to get some runs. Anyway, tell us about how your week's been in Portugal so far. I know that I was a little bit late to the party, just arriving on Tuesday night, but we're very well looked after here, aren't we, the ECN crew?
It's always my favorite event to do. Obviously, apart from ECO and ECC, they are just special events for all of us. But yeah, from the ECS events, it's always my favorite. It's so nice to be welcomed the way we are here. And the teams are all really friendly, very organized. I think it's the first event where I did not have a single captain coming late to the toss.
Wow, that's good to know.
Yep.
There you go, you run a tight ship. Here's Junaid. Home kit gets about at 3. I also think it's great every time we've come to Portugal, we seem to have more and more teams involved. I think we had, well, the first ECS I was present for, I think we had 7, and then I think 10 last year, 11 this year. So it's a sign, and we were speaking to Conrad yesterday as well, that you know, they've grown from something like 5 to 18 teams in a pretty quick amount of time. There's divisions now. I think that it's really a step in the right direction. This one's a little bit wrong from Junaid.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see a side angle here because that must be really close.
Yeah, going for the Yorker. Let's see how high it actually was. Oh, yeah. That has to be a no ball.
Has to be called.
Yeah, so no ball. It means the free hit is coming up. And so, yeah, a little bit of an opportunity for LSG. But isn't it great to see them mixing it up? And look, I know they went for 170. They had some moments, though, where they were quite competitive against the Werrish. And they picked up some pretty handy wickets along the way. I suppose this is the thing. Teams that are a bit lower down sometimes just struggle to get the consistency in their performance. The free hit doesn't go too far.
It definitely started well, but between all the wickets, there were some runs coming in. That last partnership was just took it. I think it was 80 runs or something. It just took it over the edge. I think it's just hard to chase 170. Going at 17 and over is just. Yeah,
the last 3 overs went for 19, 22, and 36, and it wasn't the 6 sixes, but there were 5 sixes in it, and a no ball, and a 4 and a 1. So that's how you get to 36. So yeah, Ronak Patel, unfortunately with him, didn't really go the way that he was planning, but still an opportunity to try and put a competitive score on the board. But it won't be easy against the Werrish, because the Werrish are hunting up. They didn't have the greatest start to the tournament, and won a tight one against Punjab CC. This is their only other match today, so we'll see 5 teams, each of them playing 2 matches today on day 7. This is sliced away, and Nabeen will keep it to 1.
Yeah, I mean, Orange really needs this win, and they need to win big because they need to put some effort in here to get their net run rate up. There's, I think, currently sitting on the 5th spot, so they need a big win to get up there because only the top 4 are going through to the final stage. It's
going to be competitive, isn't it? With certainly more than 4 contenders for those semi-final spots. Put the long off back now. Chambers gets his opportunity. bit of a mammoth task for him to try and take on, but still, it's nice to see him out there. You can see he's quite organised, and he's a player we saw playing for Portugal in the ECC last year. Took a memorable catch to seal a win against Spain, and we loved that because it made Corey very grumpy, didn't it? As we get to the end of the first over, it's 3 for 1, 59 matches since the Golden Ball. But yeah, it's always great to get back on the domestic circuit. Obviously, ECL was really exciting for us. And exciting, I think, for European cricket with Drew, the champions. What did you make of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, Drew is such a team. When if Nabi fires, it's obvious that they are always going to be very, very competitive. I think like the past 2 ECLs they participated in, they looked very good, but because Nabi and also Hamza Nias are a bit on and off back then, it could always happen that they drop an important game.
Yeah, exactly right. We wondered if they could do it consistently and against the big opposition. You can see that just a single, as Chambers not too keen on a 2. Yeah, but it was certainly pretty memorable. Uwarish as well, we saw them in the ECL, and we know that they've been working very hard on their cricket, trying to get to the next level. I mean, they mixed it up with CRYMS. I mean, they beat CRYMS from Ireland, a team that ended up finishing 3rd in the whole of Europe. But as you can see here, I mean, these games aren't gimmies for them. They've been tested domestically, and I think it'll be a very interesting domestic season in Portugal as well. Who knows who'll be at the ECL next year. But this guy impresses me. Good young player. He's worked hard on his bowling, Faf Stoneman. Here he is. And a good contest between him and Chambers. Chambers knocks it out and has to work hard, but gets a single.
Yeah, I'm happy he went well in the batting innings. I think he was a bit down on confidence after the last 2 performances. I think he didn't bat as well as he probably expects from himself. Then he went for plenty against Punjab Sissi as well. So I'm happy that he got a 50 here in the first innings just to get his confidence
Needed those
up.
runs, didn't he? Yeah, his confidence just looked a bit down with the bat. He's a very good player technically, and scored a bunch of runs last year in the domestic league. You can see Chambers and Kit Singh not really on the same page, I think, with the running between the wickets. This can happen when you haven't really batted together before, especially when you're in a pressure situation. Yeah, but big ECS calendar. I know the events you'll be doing coming up. I know we're doing Cyprus, and then will you be in Milan?
I will be in Milan,
Yeah.
so I have a little bit of time off because my lovely colleague Sam Williams taken over for Cyprus. They'll come over for 3 days. I'm going to visit you guys in the second week to soak up a little bit of that Cyprus sun, and then travel on to Milan.
We've been blessed with plenty of sunshine this year, haven't we? And we've been a bit lucky with the weather. I know we had some issues in Malta with just a bit of flooding.
Yeah, I think we just like soaked up all the rain we would have for a year within like 3 days, and I think now we deserve it. We deserve having a lot of sunshine after that.
We probably did. Yeah, so the robots in the chat saying Meta is one of the most important people in the game for European cricket development, starting with her background in Germany at a young age. We have talked about this before, but
yes,
yeah, you certainly came from a cricket family, didn't you?
I did.
And it stuck.
Yeah, the love for cricket was just born into me.
Big swing and a miss from Ankit. He takes out the long handle, can't get any of it. Into 2 overs, the score is 5 for 1.
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey. Well, when I was small, I didn't ever think or didn't even dare to dream that I could ever have a job that involves cricket, and it's so amazing that through this I got the opportunity to do it. Like if you grow up in Europe, you just don't think there will ever be opportunity to be around cricket and make a living out of it, and it's incredible to have this opportunity. I feel very blessed.
Yeah, well, we're so happy to have you. More questions coming in the chat for you already. As Junaid comes back for his second over, he ties up Chambers. Yeah, asking, what was your first contact with cricket? So we just talked about it being through your family. But do you remember like when cricket was first introduced to you?
Yeah, so for the ones that don't know that yet, my mum is Sri Lankan, so she is very keen on watching as much cricket as possible, playing as much cricket as possible, and got my German dad into it as well. And Junaid is running in.
Not a bad shot down the ground, but just get one. I'm just trying to build an innings here, Chambers. I don't think he's too concerned with the target. Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, so my mum got my dad into cricket, and me and my brother Mahi, who's also working for ECN, basically grew up on the side of the cricket ground because my mum played for the same team as my dad, because women's cricket back then wasn't as big. So they both played on the Sundays games in Germany, and me and my brother were just sitting next to the ground and just playing around a little bit, and that was basically my first experience of cricket. And
Well, that's good effort in the field, but unable to turn it into a catch. As we'll sneak through for a single. And the other question was, whereabouts in Germany do you hail from? So tell us a bit about where you're from in Germany.
I am from Göttingen, not very known place. I think it's in the north of Germany, close to Hanover. That's a really good ball. Yeah, so close to Hanover, and I moved to Frankfurt for the last 7 years. I lived in Germany to study there, and Göttingen is always going to be my hometown. Love it. Beautiful cricket ground at the university grounds.
I've got a follow-up question in a second after this ball from Junaid. Another swing and a miss. So you are from Germany, but not currently living in Germany, are you?
I do not live in Germany at the moment. I live in Hungary at the moment, in Budapest. Beautiful place.
Now, those of you that might not be aware, we finally, I say finally, it didn't take too long, have our first ever ECN wedding, because you and Steph, you did meet through the European Cricket Network.
We did.
Steph
Actually,
and Gooch,
here in Portugal.
one of our tournament referees. Also did a fair bit of umpiring at the ECL recently. And yeah, you guys are going to be married this year. It's something we're all
We
super
are.
excited about. Into the power play. Not too much power from the Giants. 6 for 1 after 3. But something you must be looking forward to, hey?
Absolutely looking forward to it. That's where also I think Portugal is just always going to be a special place to the both of us, because that's where we both saw each other for the first time back in September 2020, which was,
Obviously,
beautiful
you
tournament.
inspired him because he took a record 6 for 2 during that tournament, which a record which hasn't been
No,
beaten
that was
since.
in Hungary.
Okay.
No, we
so
met in Portugal and in Hungary.
sorry, of course.
I
Yeah.
didn't know him back then. My brother did already. They worked together at the event, or he worked at the event while Steph was playing. So maybe it was just my brother giving him a bit of extra luck. I don't know.
Maybe it was. But hello to Steph if you're watching as well, and the whole Taub family as well. I know that Michael likes to tune in. And if you have any questions for me, feel free to throw them in. I know that Conrad will probably have a bit of a go in the commentary box. It is Sunday, so I like to mix things up a little bit. Day 7. This is another dot ball, so you can just see it's going to be tough. And there's been Super Giants without a win so far in the series.
Yeah, it's the reigning champions of the league playing against a second division team.
Yeah.
It's great that they get an opportunity to play in this tournament, but obviously they have a bit of learning still to do and like growing into the game. And
That's how you get better, though, isn't it? Playing against better
100%.
opposition. I think we've seen that already. You can see the odd upset as well, I think, given the format.
Yeah.
Just strung their deal at the moment. It's 3 or 15.
yeah, I mean the other second division team Tigers Portugal,
Yeah.
you can really see how they just got better during the last games they played. Not quite fully competitive yet, but look a lot better. And
This is whacked away for 1. Last week, we saw you umpiring in the ECIW, the European
I
Cricket
did.
International Women's T10, featuring Austria as well as Spain and Malta. How was that experience for you?
Oh, it was wonderful. Like I was always keen on improving my umpiring a little bit and getting the opportunity to umpire women's game was just a great experience. Especially like seeing some of the Austrian girls that I've played against like years back was really, really nice.
Yeah, I think they appreciate it as well. That's a really good shot from Ankit Singh. So he breaks the shackles, doesn't he, with the boundary. His field is so fast. It's very difficult to field on. And so, yeah, Badenhorst is having a pretty good morning. Went to the boundary that time. Last ball, the 4th. Another big swing and a miss. Machado has no idea where it is, but he does recover. It's the end of 4. The score is 13 for 1. Well, I know quite a few of those players. Priya Sabu, for example, from Austria. She's been in the chat, and a lot have been watching and following ECN. A lot of them are ECN fans, so they really appreciate the opportunity to get there in the middle and show what they can do.
Yeah, Andrea now is at the Fairberg tournament, which is awesome. She gets the opportunity to play again, so cool that she got a bit of match practice in with those ECIWs in Spain, and now she flew, I think, in Hong Kong there this year.
That's a great opportunity as well. I've never quite seen two worms so socially distant as these two.
Yeah, it's back to COVID
in
times.
match 32, yeah. They're a fair way behind, but, you know, that just comes down to the fact that Where's put a pile of runs on the board and a very, very quiet power play.
Yeah, it's their first 11 back together. Some of their main players like Badenhorst were unfortunately not able to play during the week. So Sunday comes and their first team is back, and you can just see they're a powerhouse. Swing and a miss. Not really looking like he's picking up.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think you probably need to put the target out of your head and just try and bat. You know, try and get as many on the board as you can. Pretend you're batting first, for example, because this high risk, I suppose, theoretically high return strategy is just resulting in a bunch of dot balls. And this is a nice bit of keeping as well. I like Machado back there. It looks like he's done the job before. I've had a few issues with the keeping spot, or just on deciding who they should have keeping.
Yeah, without any offense, like, I think it was a good idea to not have Conor Gutierrez having the gloves anymore. He didn't look too good in that first game, and
did okay in the ECL, I thought, actually. You know, he did some good things. Has done a little bit in the past, but yeah, I just think there's probably ways you can stop him throwing that aren't giving him the gloves. Now, look, got a few things to take care of in the second half of this game. Now, I'm going to leave you at the controls, Meta, okay?
Thank
Do you
you
think
very
you can handle
much.
that? But I want everyone in the chat to make Meta feel welcome.
Yeah, fire in some questions. I'm
Yeah.
happy to answer, and we go through the rest of the game while Vinny's taking a little break and having some important things to do and prepare.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, we'll be back. And right now, you can see it's pretty quiet on the Super Giants bench. Let's we'll get to the last ball of the fifth over. It's been a pretty good one. And Balwinder Singh's come into the lineup, and he's doing very well so far. He might have a wicket, and he will have a wicket. So Ankit was there a long time. Wasn't a particularly good time for him, as Balwinder gets reward for keeping things tight. Just swings across. He's very square on there, isn't he? And yeah, fairly simple catch that was taken. And so that's the end of the fifth over. The score is 14 for 2. All right, Meta, you're at the wheel. Now, you can do absolutely everything. So I'm sure 100% that you've got this covered. So, yeah, to Wayne and Helix and John, I'm leaving you with Meta Dab now. So let's keep that interaction going.
All right. Yeah, I think like 14 for 2 at that point, it was probably not the worst thing for the team that Ankit Singh got out of that point. 7 of 22, not really a strike rate that you want to have at T10, 31.8, not looking too good. So probably good that he gets a little rest, and hopefully it looks better in the second game that he's playing today. So Mubin Tariq coming on to bowl. Had a pretty good last game as well. Shot from Anthony Chambers through the covers, but straight to the fielder, just for one. Definitely have to work a little bit on this run rate here. 14 of just 5 overs is not really competitive. Machado definitely looking a lot better with the gloves than the other players have been having the gloves so far for Irish. I think Girish looked quite good. I think he's the second team keeper for them. Swing again. Suman Bomik is coming out for them now after Ankit Singh got out. Let's see what he can do. Another dot ball. Mubin Tariq looking very tidy over here. Yeah, I mean, the main thing that makes a difference here is also the fact that Irish has only bowled 2 extras so far, whilst the Super Giants had 13 of their 10 overs. Makes a big difference. Machado just making the umpires run there a bit. Taking the bails off nearly every ball. And again, wasting a little bit of time there. And as we know from the last innings, being slow in the over rate can theoretically even cost you a game. Punjab, CC, Amadora could have definitely gone without those 5 penalty runs that they got in their first innings. Having a look at the chat. Steve, it is Meda with DHA, so not the H before the D, it's after. It's a Sanskrit name from Sri Lanka. Means wisdom, apparently. Not sure what my parents thought when they gave me that name. I don't think I'm that wise, but well, let's see. Maybe I grow into it. So after 6 overs, they're 15 for 2, just 1 run off that last over, and the new bowler is Arslan Naseem. Hasn't really gotten the opportunity that much so far. Let's see what he can do. Shot, but straight to the fielder again. They're really struggling, the Super Giants, to find the gaps here in the field, while the All Irish players are looking really, really sharp. Not many misfields so far. Good field setting from captain Conrad Greenshields. Arslan coming in again. Shot. There you go, split the covers. Straight through backward point and 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot, a little bit of helicopter action there. So, what are Germany's chances in the T20 qualifiers next month? Well, coming back to the question, I think they aren't bad. I mean, the Germany side definitely benefits from having a few county players that with German passports in their side, which is definitely going to be interesting. I think it's very competitive. The squad for Italy looks really strong as well, so I think it's going to be a fantastic series. Just small little shout there for LBW, but I think there was bat involved. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, also going, no bat, but definitely going down leg. Good call from the umpire. Arslan coming in again. Going down leg, wide ball cold. No run taken there. In my opinion, the Super Giants will have to work a little bit on their running. I think a little bit more aggressive in a T10 format, but as we mentioned earlier, it's their first T10 tournament that they are playing so far, so they might be a bit new to this. Last ball of the over. Straight back, beautiful shot. But fielded by Junaid Khan, and that is the... Oh no, one to come, sorry about that. So 6 from the over so far, 1 to come. Forgot about the wide. It's actually a really nice ball, but he gets an outside edge on it, 4 runs, runs away. There's no chance Machado can get anywhere close to this. And third man is just not close enough. So that finishes the over. And that is what we see now. The fantasy dashboard for the next game. Punjab CC are taking on Fighters, who are, I think, at 4th spot. So it's second against third or fourth. Let me just double check. I think third actually, Fighters, but haven't played much and haven't played against the stronger teams in the competition. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. Punjab unchanged from their first game against All Irish. Bhavinder Singh getting a second. Oh, good effort there in the field. And a little dramatic roll from Junaid Khan there. Didn't quite get there, but definitely good effort. Made a lot of ground there. Straight on the air. Yeah, Bhavinder Singh getting his second over after this very good first one. Yeah, 27 for 2 after 7. It's not very competitive score, unfortunately. I was really hoping they would be a bit more competitive with Anthony Chambers in their lineups, but unfortunately that score, a bit of a mix-up. But batter sent back. Anthony Chambers did not want to go for that second run. Yeah, I was hoping they would get a few more runs on the board. Unfortunately, that target score of 171 was just a bit too high, pressure a bit too big on the players. Oh, did it bowl him? Definitely want to have a replay of that. Oh, it's hard to see. We definitely have to slow this down. Let's see if that bowls him. I think that takes the bails off. I think that's bowled. Sure, tournament ref is going to have a look at it. Yeah, and it's given out. It's bowled. Just took the top of the bail off there. Interesting one. Yeah. Suman Bomik definitely looking a little bit confused about what happened there, but yeah, just clipped the top of the one bail off. And Bhavinder Singh is getting his second wicket. Yeah, Helix, I definitely need my umpire counter. I've given it to the standing umpires. I should definitely work on my counting the balls without the counter. But actually, also something I want to work on when I'm standing. I find it sometimes really hard to remember all the things when you umpire, as I'm sure the two standing here, Malik and Bucks, can confirm. It's sometimes getting really hectic out there in T10 matches. So many things going on at the same time. Bhavinder coming in again. Bowling to the new batter out there, Shivankar Sharma. And I think it's his first game as well for this tournament. Hasn't played in our format yet. And last ball for Bhavinder Singh. Beautiful shape. Just can't get bat on it. Anthony Chambers, 13 of 16. Not too great. After 8 overs there, 29 for 3. 2 overs to come. It looks like a massive win for Warish. It's going to be really, really crucial for them to just get a better net run rate after they had a few close encounters before. Their net run rate was not as good as the other ones that are competing for the semi-final spots. And looking at the Worms, you can see there's not really any danger in those last 2 overs with Mubin bowling the 9th. Swing and a miss once again. And Miguel Machado just can't stop taking the bails off. A bit overexcited there. Stopped himself this time, but beautiful shape from Mubin. He's just bowling fantastically so far. Great line of length, stump to stump. Gets bat on it. Drew it down the ground, but Junaid Khan safe at long off. There's no issues fielding that. I mean, the ground is a bit of a slope, so it definitely sometimes gains a little bit of momentum, the ball, when it's drilled down the ground. And that is drilled down for 4 runs. Finally a boundary. Has been a while. Beautiful sweep shot. Just guides it around the corner. 4 runs on the board for the Super Giants. And Steve saying he has to go to work, unfortunately. Well, I wish you a wonderful day and hope to see you very soon in the chat. Another shot and another 4. Beautiful cover drive. And they're going up to 38. been just being a little bit too far offside with that ball. Probably also called a white, but Anthony Chambers rather takes the 4 runs, puts him to his name. Last ball of the over. And another shot, and 6 runs, Maximo, as Vinnie Sander would say. So, slightly too late, but some runs coming onto the board. Anthony Chambers finally finding his rhythm and the middle of his bat, and absolutely belts this for 6 over cow corner. And they're finishing on 44 for 3 after 9. And one last over to come with over 120 runs needed. So it's already done, this game. Who's going to bowl the last over? Looks like number 5, Girish, is getting a ball. Normally keeping for the second team of Orange. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Not much pressure on him with 127 to defend, but let's see. He's going to bowl a few medium paces. Down leg, but chip back at him, so just dot ball from this one. Hits it hard, but straight to the hands of Conrad Greenchills. He doesn't drop him, does he? After a little bit of a struggle there from him. Shivanka Sharma does not find it. The middle does not find the strength and can't clear the boundary, even though he tried. So he gets out there 44 for 4 with 4 balls to go in this innings. Let's see who comes out next. Maybe next batter can do some more damage. Just get that score a little bit higher. Interesting. No hat, no helmet. I have to admit, slightly a pet peeve of me. I do not like neither. Either helmet or hat. Not the biggest fan of nothing. What do you guys think? In the chat, do you bat with helmet? Do you bat with hat? Or do you just go nothing at all? Ronak Patel definitely is short. He does not need either. Doesn't fear the balls of Girish Singh. I think he got a little bit of pad on that. I think, yeah, 4 leg buys. Just clip his pad. No chance for Machado. And 4 runs. Yeah, Conrad Greenchills going to be in the commentary box with us later today. Led his team through to a really, really big win, and seems like he has found his timing as well, found his rhythm in this tournament. He hasn't been too great so far, but seems like today has changed his momentum a little bit as well. Got 2 30-plus scores, so he's going to be happy with that day. Oh, a little bit of a misfield, but Ronak Patel does not want to come back on strike. Rather give it to Anthony Chambers, who's 27 of 19, so basically scored all of the runs for the LSGs. Second last ball. Straight to the fielder, so just a single. So Ronak Patel gets to hit the last, or face at least the last ball of this innings. Yeah, John Gray says, I hope they'll at least make it to 50. They have done that at least. Let's see what they can do from the last ball. Big swing, but straight to the fielder, safe hands, and another wicket. Girish finishing on 2 for 2, pretty good for a keeper. Safe hands, just straight in there. I think that's Mubin. And it is, they end up 50 runs. That is a very convincing win for the Irish boys. They win by 120 runs. Well, we have a little look at this innings. Started off with an early wicket, Safe hands from Conrad Greenshields. A few shots in between from Anthony Chambers, who was the top scorer with 28 of 20 for the Super Giants, but it didn't stop Irish boys to take some wickets in between. They really never really found their momentum. A couple of edges here and there. One goes for 4. The dramatic row of Junaid Khan in the middle that did unfortunately not get the wicket, and the very strange wicket where Suman Bomek got bowled but did not realize that he did. In 9th over, Anthony Chambers went to attack the bowlers a little bit, got 2 4s and a 6 before in the last over Girish Singh takes another 2 wickets, one caught by Con Greenshields and the last ball getting caught by Mubin. Convincing game by Irish, who will have done that to finish their 2 games for the day. Next we see Punjab against the Fighters. We will be back in about 25 minutes and Conrad Greenshields will be joining me in the commentary box. I wish you all a pleasant break and see you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. We're at the Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG, on a sunny Saturday, and we are heading into the third match of 5 today. This will be a match between Punjab CC and Madura taking on Fighters CC. A little bit earlier, we had the two captains for the coin toss. Let's see who won the coin toss here in match 33.
That is the 10.
Well, Nilkesh Patel, he had no problem locating the coin there, and you saw that it is Punjab CC and Madura. They won the toss and they've elected to bat. No surprises there. They went down to Awerash by just 9 runs in the first match of the day, so a chance for them to get their 6th win of the series. Again, no teams at this stage have 6 wins, and Ranasawa had a real heater in that game. He scored 59 off 19 balls. It was dominant, but aside from that one, no one really clicked with the bat. Fighters CC, though, they've had a pretty good time of it so far in this series. They're 4 wins out of 5 matches, and this is a team that didn't win a game last year. They were 0-8. So Punjab CC Amadora, 6-run favourites over Fighters. And I just think it's a good toss to win, put some big runs on the board. But Fighters, they'll also feel that with the Punjab CC batting lineup not really clicking earlier in the day, there are a chance to run through them. Won't be easy, though. This is Baljinder Ram, who is going to open up. And yeah, he is a class player, isn't he, for Fighters. Yeah, Fighters back in 2021, they made the final and went down to Marlow in a pretty tense affair. We're only 6 runs in it in the end. But yeah, they'll feel if they can grab this, they're in great position to make the semi-finals. Punjab CC again, they'll be a little bit stung by that loss earlier. They also have to work on their management in the field as well, because they did incur a 5-run penalty for not keeping to time. So welcoming you, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on our partnership with FanCode. We are almost ready to go. I want to say a big thank you to Locks, who's now a silver spanner. Great to have your support. Thanks to all of our subscribers. Also hello to Tim Reedman. Great to see you as well. Let's roll. First one down the leg side. Well handled by Parvinder, who's got the gloves for Fighters CC. Also want to say, very good job by Meeta Daub, who was covering a bit of the commentary in the last game. Yeah, there's a bit going on the ground today, so you'll probably see me in and out of the box from time to time. Now, I don't know exactly what's happened. Maybe he had an eyelash in his eye. Whatever's happened there, it's been sorted out. I'd say well done to Nilkesh Patel as well, who's been doing a good job in the officials' tent, as have all the officials. Kapala Butchamarts are out there for this one. And this one is just turned away. Ranasawa was off the mark. Ray Imran gets the chance to face now. We saw Punjab CC Amadora kind of messing with the batting lineup a little bit in some of the games. I think they're going back to the plan A now. And that's to send the big hitters out there first up. And both very experienced. I mentioned they're not just hitters either. They're quite good at kind of pushing the ball around when they need to. This one misses. Balwinder just getting a little bit carried away. Baljinder Ram with the short stuff. So yeah, John welcoming Locks to the team, and maybe let us know where you're watching from. Always loving the interaction with those in the chat. Goes short again. And so, I know that these two, they do like to kind of get forward and pound the ball. We know that. Just got to be a bit careful of that sideline at the moment as well. At this time of day, it's hard to tell, but Baljinder getting a little bit wide of the crease. Here's the Punjab CC Amdora dressing room. And so this one does get past Imran. It was a little bit off in the earlier game of the day. Didn't really seem himself. He scored 8 off 10 with 1 boundary. But we know that when he's going, he's really going with the bat. Comes off the thigh pad, bit of hesitation, but they're going to go. So yeah, just thinking back to that 2021 series when Fighters made that run. They ended up going all the way. But yeah, Rao Imran was a key member of that Fighters CC campaign. And so was Ranasawa. So yeah, you got two people playing against Fighters that were key back in that 2021 series. Bargenda just cannot find his radar at the moment. That's going to cost him 5. That hurts. And that's 9 runs on the board. There's only been 1 off the bat. Yeah, that's pace bowling for you. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. And here is a person that has always got it when she's at the ground. Made a doubt, made a welcome back to the commentary box. Great job in the last game. And a bit of a rough start this one for Bargenda, hey?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not what he was hoping for. As I said in the last game, it's the first game of the Fighters really where they're like facing one of the top teams in the series.
They've had a pretty friendly draw so far. This one sliced up in the air. It could be gone, and it is gone. So, will you believe it? Sawa is the man who's going to have to go. And so, it just kind of didn't get the length that he wanted there. And yeah, it goes very wide of the crease and sliced up. And they needed to take it, they did. And that looks like that's Lalit Kumar that takes the catch. So the first wicket falls, and it's a big one, isn't it? And one game can change everything. Rana goes for just 1, and it's 9 for 1. Big man goes. And so, yeah, 1 man goes, another comes. It's Parveen Singh, the left-hander. He's been the ultimate hit and miss batter so far in this tournament. But yeah, hasn't been a very good over at all from Bargenda, but I think he'd quite happily trade the 9 runs he's given up for the big wicket of Ranasawa, who scored 59 earlier today.
Yeah, he looked on fire in that first game against Wales. I did not see them taking that wicket. I thought he was going to take that to the wire and just finish it up for them. And to be fair, like, it was just 9 runs difference in the end. If you take away the 5 penalty runs they received for their slow over rate, it would have been a really, really close match.
Yeah, one swing of the bat could have decided it. I suppose you start micro-analysing, don't you, after these close games, especially when there's a golden ball or something very, very close, like 1 run. You start going, oh, you know, there's a 1 run there. There was 2 there. Oh, it's bringing out the short stuff at the moment, but it's a pretty good hook from Parveen Singh, who gets it away for 4. And Bargenda, he runs the wrong way after he bowls it. And a few people are running after that ball as we get to the end of the first over. It's 13 for 1 after 1. Hey, how exciting to have more international cricket outside of the marquee tournaments.
I am so excited.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. This is the men's series between Portugal, Netherlands and Gibraltar. Just talk us through some of the names you're looking forward to seeing, Meta.
I mean, we're seeing the reigning ECC champions coming over here, especially like looking at their squad. Sebastian Braat, Aryan Dutt, who is, I think, just playing in the series in South Africa.
Yeah,
so it's like some big names coming for them.
For me, I look forward to seeing the Zulfiqar triplets, and I keep working on telling them apart.
They're sensational.
That's what I'm going to be working on.
I'm hopeless.
I'm pretty good, actually. I think that Saqib and Sikandar are identical.
Yes.
Asad is fraternal.
Yes.
So that's a bit of an easy one. But I think I've got a bit of a trick. I just visualise them bowling. And, of course, Saqib's a leg spinner and Sikandar bowls seam up. So that's my tactic. So sometimes it works. Okay. So 50% of the time, I'm right every time.
I'll have to say something completely different now.
Go on.
I'm so sad we don't have a commentator's camera because you are wearing Santarem cricket ground merch.
Got my Sunday best on, and I have made a purchase. Oh, is this out? Oh, this one
Definitely
comes back.
See that again.
And I think this is pad first.
Oh, he's saying bat.
There is bat, but have a look at this. To me, it's hit him outside the line. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely pad first, pad to bat. It's actually a really good decision.
Yeah, but I just saw the umpire signaling it was bat first, so it was the right decision in the end. I'm not sure if he gave it not out for the right reason, but regardless.
I'll tell you why I think he makes that signal, because he's not necessarily saying that to the fielders. I think, you know how he'll give a little bit of a side signal to the scorer saying, look,
100%.
It's not a leg by, there's bat in it. So I don't
100%.
necessarily think he was saying it was inside edge. Well, we don't really know what Malik's really thinking, but in the end, he gets it right. And that looked to me live like it could have been out. It was really good work. Anyway, this is going to be worked away, and it's going to be smacked away by Ray Imran. It's taken a bit of time getting going, but that'll help Maximal. 6 runs.
I'm really keen to see more of Parveen Singh, because I have heard from the other players around here that he is an absolute machine, and he hasn't really fired properly in the series yet.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to see if we finally see what Parveen Singh can do.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the ultimate hit and miss, like I said. But has also gone across the line into indiscipline. Anyway, this should be gone. They're forming an orderly queue, and it's out. So Imran goes 6 and out. A really good start for the Finers. That's 2 big hitters gone, and it's 21 for 2.
It looked like a little emotional support group there. Just 3 people standing behind him, just waiting for the little bounce behind it. It looks sensational.
Yeah, it looked like, they're about to launch the Flying V, if you've seen the movie Mighty Ducks, because I get it's quite clever. You don't want to put the guy off, but you do want to hang around, because in case that pops up, there might be scraps. And we've seen some team catches.
Varinovac also looked like, in case he stumbles, he's going to hold up the fielder just in case.
Yeah.
He looked ready for whatever's coming his way.
I knew it was going to be a big moment, and they were up to it. So, yeah, both openers gone. So, Parveen, the left-hander, he certainly is a powerful striker of the ball. He's just arrived. Umar Muhammad comes to join now at number 4.
Yeah, I kind of suspect Adnan Ali to come out.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they've got a few that are kind of interchangeable. What I will say that Mandeep Singh, the Fighters skipper, has been brilliant in this series with the ball. Just continues to take the big wickets. And he almost takes another one here.
That was really close.
Yeah, Fighters, I like the way they play the cricket. I mean, it was a tough one for them last year. They were really competitive, but they just could not get a win to save themselves. They were 0 and 8. They missed out on the quarterfinals. This is where they are at the moment, 4 and 1. So some games to make up with some of the teams above them. Of course, Marlow are one of the 4 teams on 10 points, but Marlow undefeated, have games in hand. Had a question earlier about, how come, for example, the Lisbon Super Giants have only played 3 games, but that's just the nature of the fixturing, because teams will generally play 2 or 3 matches in a day. So just depending when your playing days are, some teams play earlier, some teams play later, but they all will end up playing 10 matches.
Yeah, and what we can't forget, obviously, is that a lot of these players aren't, or most of them aren't professionals, so they have to work.
Yeah, so this is something I talked about earlier. It's Baljinder gets that one whistling past the outside edge of Parveen Singh. That you could have, for example, 10 teams playing in a day, playing 1 match, and that, probably in a perfect world, we'd probably do that. But that's a lot of logistics of players having to get here and only playing the 1 game. So I think they've done a very good job with the fixture.
Yeah, and I think, if I remember correctly, Lisbon Super Giants were quite happy about having most of their games in the second week.
Yeah.
Fit their work schedule a little bit better.
Yeah, so these are the things in the background. We're always trying to make it as convenient as possible for the players who do have to make certain sacrifices, obviously. Sometimes they use up leave. Sometimes they have to organise things with their employers, obviously family time and things like that during the European Cricket Series. Yeah, Baljinder is dealing this morning, isn't he? He's really come out there breathing fire. It's been a bit wayward, but I do think he's bowled probably the quickest we've seen him bowl the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he has the cement boots on. Not really coming anywhere close to that last ball.
Can be a bit of a nervous starter, Parveen, I've noticed, but once he gets going, he's hard to stop. Yeah. Baljinder wants his wicket here. He's got 3 to come. Yeah, Parveen just kind of putting away the attacking strokes. Probably feels like if he can survive this over, he might have other bowlers that are a bit easier to go after.
Yeah, definitely one of their strongest bowler, Baljana Singh. So if you can see him out, I think bowler 4 and 5 are definitely ones to attack. So it's not a bad strategy.
This is down the leg side, but grabs a bit of the leg, I think. It'll be leg bias. Yeah, my leg bias signalled. So in the end, it's turned out to be a really good power play for fighters, hasn't it? To restrict Punjab CC to something in the 20s.
Yeah, I always say, like, if you can keep them below 10 and over, you're doing really well in the power play. That's especially a powerhouse like Punjab CC.
Exactly.
And Medora.
Exactly, and they're a little bit top heavy, but they still, I think they bat deeper than most teams in this competition. Last ball of the over, push, run, single, and fall down at the end of 3 overs. The score is 23 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Meta Dab. If you have any questions for us, please put them in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, especially while we've got Meta here. And yeah, you've been project managing for a while. A lot of people might not understand what that is. I don't even understand what it is sometimes, some of the stuff you have to do. Try and explain what your role is here at ECN.
Well, at the event, it's a little bit of a firefighter role. So at the event, I'm here to make sure everything runs smoothly. If there is anything going wrong, it's my responsibility to make sure everything goes smooth from that point on. But the biggest thing that I do is the preparation before the tournament. So I register all the players to the teams. I'll make sure the fixtures fit for everyone, and work closely with James Cantor, who is our head of
Head of operations.
Head of operations, thank you.
Judith's got a bit nervous then.
Yeah. Operations, and he helps me with the pre-tournament organization. That's what we do together.
Now, I think it's incredible because no one's ever attempted anything quite as ambitious as this in cricket or maybe sport. So the fact that I think something like over 7,000 players have played down the European Cricket Network, hundreds of teams, and no one to give that opportunity. But also, yeah, the logistics, the back end of it, obviously.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to play a profile, everyone's got their stats and all of these things. And the fact that we're able to bring it to you with the help of Spring Productions in the way that we do, it's a phenomenon. And it wouldn't happen without your hard work behind the scenes. And, of course, Sam Williams, our other regular project manager. A shout out to Sam as well. This is an in-swinger. He goes after it. He picks out the fielder and he's gone. So Virik this time doesn't have company, but he still has another catch. And Parveen does not click in this match. Match 33. He goes for 5 off 9 balls. It's 24 for 3. What a great start this is for the fighters.
Yeah, this surprised me a little bit. I felt like they're going to struggle a little bit against the stronger teams in this series, as they had, as we mentioned earlier, the slightly easier draw in the beginning of this tournament, but they're doing really well against one of the best teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, and winning is a habit, and confidence is contagious amongst a team that is winning. Yeah, so you're looking at fighters, and they've had an interesting kind of run so far. Like you said, they played Lisbon Super Giants, they played Werash. They went down to Werash by 20 runs. And they had Team Tigers Portugal. And apart from that, they played Indian Royals and Lisbon Capitals. So, yeah, 5 games that, yeah, probably teams that aren't necessarily...
Yeah, apart from Oriash, I would say it is maybe not the semi-final contenders.
Yeah,
Is that not too harsh?
It's hard to say, but...
Yeah, 100%. I don't want to sound too harsh, but I would say it's maybe not the favourites of this tournament.
So they play Punjab here, they play Gamblers later on today, and then they'll play 3 games on Wednesday. They play Marlow, Friendship, and Gorka 11. So, yeah, I mean, it's... Put it this way, if they do make the semis, they're going to do it off the back of some strong performances against good teams. And so, yeah, who knows? Once we get to the semis, everyone's 2 games away from the trophy. So I've got to say I really like this format. And it's quite a lot of cricket, obviously, having the 5 matches instead of 4. Maybe it's not as clean as just having the double headers, which I kind of like the double headers because one team gets a right of reply. But what I will say is it means we get to see 11 teams instead of 10. And typically, we'd have 10 teams in the series last year. And I suppose the top 4 get rewarded for their group play. The fact that only 4 teams out of 11 make it through to the semis. And so yeah, it allows us to then freeze up 2 days, doesn't it, for the ECI, which is going to be pretty awesome. Of course, yeah, a lot of our friends from Gibraltar will be here as well. They've been looking forward to it. They were talking about it all the way back when I was in Gibraltar for the ECIW.
Yeah, a lot of the Lethbury Lightning players that
Yeah.
I think performed sensationally in the ECL are going to be back representing Gibraltar this time.
Yeah.
I think they played really well, exceeded my expectations a bit.
Yeah,
to be
on the
honest.
rise.
They look like a good unit. They look like they're playing well together. They look confident.
Yeah, and I think there's no coincidence. They're playing better with the facilities now have been upgraded there at the Europa Point Stadium. 28 for 3 after 4. Punjab CC still being held to something fairly pedestrian so far in the first 4 overs. So, yeah, I'm sure that a lot of the Netherlands and Gibraltar players will be taking note of this ground. And it's a beautiful ground. What I will say, though, is fielding is difficult on it.
I'm intrigued
Yeah.
to see how the Dutch players are going on this because, as we know, the grounds in the Netherlands. Oh, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, again, blink and you'll miss it. This is getting smashed away. Have a look at this. It is going to be... Well, one more look at that. Again, it's a pretty powerful up and under shot. Let's see if we can have a look at this one more time. Yeah, it's gone all the way. In fact, it's gone so far that you see it there. And yeah, it does carry the rope. So Maximo time. Yeah, so yeah, what do you think about Netherlands and Gibraltar trying to field on this as we see another ball turn around the corner? Netherlands, okay, probably not quite any fields quite like it that I've seen in the Netherlands anyway.
Yeah.
And Gibraltar, their field is now AstroTurf.
Yes, and it has been for a little while.
Yeah,
So,
a couple of years now.
compared to also the beautiful grass that we have in the Cartama Oval, it's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, for both these teams.
Yeah, well, guess what? The counter-attack is on, and Umar Hamid pumps this one over deep mid-wicket. Maximal, 6 more. And so Punjab CC, they've lost those 3 wickets, but they need to hit back, and that's exactly what's happening in this 5th over.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, powerful.
And I said this a few times over the last couple of days. I think cricket should be like golf. So the best golfers in the world, they've got to play on the hardest courses, don't they? They don't get it, these nice, easy courses with big, wide fairways and flat greens. I think that I'd like to see, if you're the best fielder in the world, you should be fielding on difficult fields, not these...
That is an
not
interesting
these,
idea.
Not these billiard tables where anyone can stick down a leg and pick them up. No problem at all. I just think it's interesting. And, you know, I always like to see players in different situations and with different challenges. So, yeah, I think it'll be good. They're going to have to be courageous on here. Because this field, if you just joined us, it's like an upside-down salad bowl. That's what they say. Because the pitch is the highest point, and then it slopes down to all the boundaries. So the ball actually gains pace on the first bounce. So, yeah, there's no easy stops. And I think, yeah, you're going to see a few fumbles and you're going to see a few fours getting through outfielders. I noticed the 4 rate, which is the amount of 4s per 10 overs. It's up from about an average of 6 across the ECS to like 9.4 4s per 10 overs.
That is a massive
So you're
difference.
seeing about 50% more 4s than you normally would. No ball called.
Oh, and he's hobbling a little bit.
Yeah, just follow through. Let's have a look at it on the replay. And we don't get a great look at the line here. But yeah, just must have overextended. Or maybe it was a back
I think
foot.
it was a back foot no ball. And then the little hobble.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
back foot. Yeah,
That's a great
good
call.
Good spot there, Meter. And some bowlers have been going close. So free hit coming up, free miss. Umar Mohammed. So Rahul dodges a bullet. It'll be the end of the over. 16 came off that one. It's 44 for 3 after 5.
It's a very impressive call from Paolo Bucimata there because I think that's the hardest decision to make as an umpire. The back foot
Yeah.
no balls is so hard.
Because, yeah, it can be in the air. And how are you meant to see from your position as an umpire if something's grounded or in the air?
Exactly. And because I sometimes set my little mobile office up next to the referee, and I've heard Tyrone Peters giving the umpires the instruction to just take 2 steps back, just so you can see it a little bit better if there is a bowler that cuts fine to getting no ball.
But I'm telling you, that's one rule that's got to go. I think it's so unnecessary to have a back foot no ball rule at all. If I could change it, I'd just say as long as some of the front foot is within the sideline and behind the front line, it's fine. Because it's so hard for umpires to watch 2 feet and then look up and look at the plate. I just think that's one that you could bin, and the game wouldn't be any worse off. Anyway, this is case in point. These balls get hit so hard, and on one bounce that hurries on to Virak, who's a pretty good fielder. He just tries to slap it back, but the result is 4 runs.
I think he did it quite well. The ball stayed in play first, but then just spun around, and he couldn't help it anymore. But I think he did pretty well to even get to the ball. He had to make some ground for that.
Slower ball. Grunt gave it away. They decide they don't want to take a run. Yeah, so it's going to be super interesting to see how the fielders go. Yeah, but that back foot no ball rule. Give you a bit of a history lesson, because you're much younger than me. I think there's no doubt about that. Anyone that sees us would be able to tell. But in the old days, you could actually have your front foot wherever you wanted. It's your back foot had to land behind the stumps. And that's why actually the line in line with the stumps is still called the bowling crease, even though it's really got nothing. It's got no function actually anymore, except you know where to bang the stumps in, all right? So yeah, that was the old rule. And so you used to have people that, as long as it landed there, they would actually be pretty good at sliding their back foot. So their front foot would sometimes be way over the front line. This is going back to kind of the 50s, 1950s, mid-20th century. By the way, this is before my time as well.
Are you sure?
And also, because you're looking at the back foot, they also said, okay, and also the back foot can't touch that sideline. So that's where the rule comes from. You see another slower ball. They go on their hit. And, well, that'll take some backing up. Does really well, actually, to keep that to a single, because that had 5 written all over it. That was that Mohammed Bilal. That had to... Well, first, we saw a good bit of fielding here, but couldn't hit the target. I thought maybe the
fires that in.
I thought bowler's end might have been on there. 50's up as well for Punjab CC. Another slower ball. Goes for it down the ground. Again, he keeps it in the field of play. So I don't think he's really trying to catch that, Baljinder Ram. I think he was just obsessed with keeping it in the field of play, because he worried if he caught it, then he might have run out of bounds, or the ball could have kind of snuck off his fingertips for 6. So I think it's a pretty good stop.
The man with the top 5 hairdos, I would say, of the tournament.
I'm liking it.
Sensational.
This is well bowled. Turns out to be a pretty good over, I think, from Dalvind, who's having a good series. And it does take us to the end of it. So after 6 overs, it's 52 for 3. So yeah, in the old days, the very old days, your back foot couldn't, it had to land behind the stumps, and it couldn't touch the sideline. And then they had this idea, they didn't like this idea of people being able to drag their foot and bowling from well in front of the popping crease. So they said, look, we're going to make a rule that your front foot has to land, some of it has to land behind the front line. And that's fine. Obviously, that's how we still have cricket today. But they never changed the sideness rule. They never changed the back foot.
Yeah.
So
you're saying it's outdated.
It's outdated. They changed half the rule and they never finished the job. This a little bit short from Guravinda, and isn't going too fast. This is Adnan Ali, who's moved to 17. Yeah, so I just think it would be easier, because as an umpire, you'd know, you wish that you could just look at the batsman, right, or the batter. You'd wish you didn't have to look at the feet at all, because it's a bit tough to move your field of vision so quickly. This is a little edge. It's going to fly away for 4. So luck's a fortune for Umar Mohammed, who hasn't quite been himself with the bat today. It did come good towards the end of the innings, and now he gets 4. A bit of a lucky one. Yeah, so that's why even at international cricket now, I think the front foot no balls or no balls are pretty much left to the third umpire now. That's the way the game's going. They'll have a quick check every ball. We don't really have the resources to do that. But interesting, like, you know, when you see DRS and stuff in international cricket and high-level cricket, As we see this one whipped away, and I think that is going, and, well, drop, but a good drop because it doesn't go over the boundary. But this is one that he did get set now. We almost have a run out. It'll be a long 2. Just fighters, a few teasers on the boundary. This is one he probably feels he should have caught because he had room to move. He pretty much stopped. So if he took that one, Rahul, I think there's no doubt he would have stayed in the field of play, but it goes down as 2. Yeah, so what I was going to say is that in DRS, you know, they always say check the front foot.
Yes.
Why don't they say check the back foot?
Good question.
Mind blown.
My mind
no one
is
seems
blown.
to care. Why not?
You're my sensational history class. I'm very thankful. Something I didn't know before that. Front foot.
Plenty more where that came from. Anyway, this is in the air. Surely can't drop that. It's dropped, of course. Now it has to be chased. And that's Lalit Kumar. Well, just when they needed a bit of company around there to give him a hand. I mean, this one just burst straight through his head. He doesn't judge it, does he? And Govinda is probably wondering what he has to do to take a wicket. Umar Mohammed. Well, he's going to get dropped on 17.
Yeah, talking about like my job as a firefighter, just got a message from the Gamblers captain. They're having a flat tire. So that is exactly what my job is, to make sure they get here on time.
I'm sure they will. And Gamblers, we will see them in the 4th game of the day. So the one that follows this. Just a reminder as we get to 61 for 3 off 7 overs here at the present. But we have more cricket coming up. We've got cricket from Portugal in this 2 weeks, finishing with an ECI. We've got Cyprus for 2 weeks. Isn't it going to be great to be back in Cyprus? You said you'll be visiting. Not really working the 2 weeks, but...
No, I probably won't be at the ground, unfortunately. Just visiting my brother, Mahe, and my partner, Steph.
Yeah, interesting you put them in that order. And then we'll have 2 weeks in Milan. And this is one thing we're enjoying. A little bit of the wildlife. I'm not sure how wild that is, but...
It's a cow corner.
Yeah, that's cow corner. Looks like they're all having a feed. Anyway, this has to be out, surely, and it is. So... It's going to be Dalvinder that comes out and starts the 8th over with a wicket. And this is a very strong performance from fighters, CC. Look, even though a couple of catches have gone down, I think the bowling has been top-notch. They haven't really given Punjab CC Amadora too much room to move. And so Adnan Ali, who's a powerful striker, he has to go for 18. Let's keep on fighting the fighters. It's 61 for 4.
Punjab Lions sounds like you're already in Cyprus, because I think they will be playing there, if I'm not
Punjab
wrong.
Lions, I'm sure, will be playing. Of course, they competed as well in the ECL. The last 2 ECLs, actually. Punjab Lions
Played really well. We won against
Pakakare.
and nearly,
nearly
won in the finals as well. In a rain-affected match.
Rain-affected. Pakakare ultimately got through that Group E, and they swept aside all the competition to win Europe back in 2022. This is a push and run. I think a throwing was probably not worth it. Simranjit Singh, also another good hitter of the ball, coming in at number 6. So I think they've just done really well to restrict the run rate. Okay, yes, they've done that partly by taking wickets, but you know, outside of that first over, it was pretty wayward from Baljinder since the first wicket. They've been flying. Anyway, this is flying out, and out of the ground. Maximo. Umar Mohammed will move into the 20s. He is a bit of a key, because you can see he's got the long levers, and that's just on length, and he wasn't running, was he? As you knew, as soon as he hit that had the journey.
I think Punjab should call themselves Punjab Giants, because they are by far the tallest team I've ever come across.
There's some big boys in there. Where Mohammed gets his shape completely, but gets away with it.
Not happy with himself.
No, because that wasn't really a cricket shot.
Yeah, no, smacked the ground there.
Well, there's been some interesting bat smacks. My favourite is actually Zishan Arif playing for Austria in the ECC. Whacked his own pad after getting out, and then missed a game because he injured his leg. And I'll never forget that walk up the stairs and down the race as he was just limping, and it was completely self-inflicted. Yeah, the things you see on the European Cricket Network.
I think one of the best flicks was also in Greece, where the player flicked it so hard against his leg that it flew out of his hand and nearly hit the umpire standing at square leg. That was pretty impressive. Got a one-match ban, actually, for that.
Yeah. We do see a bit of emotion, but you're going to see a lot of things when you see around about 1,500 cricket matches a year. So you always think it's quite funny when something happens. For example, Sydney Thunder got bowled out for 15, and it was like, oh, no one's ever seen something like that. We saw Gozo bowled out for 6. This is a bit of a thick under edge, and they're not going to be able to make the stop. It's a good effort in the circle from Mohammed Bilal. I like to see players putting their body on the line. That's what he does here. But again, it's just lightning fast. It's grease lightning as the 8th over comes to an end, and the score is 73 for 4. Yeah, so what are some of the stranger things that you've seen, either on or off the field, in your extensive career? Because I reckon you'd be over 2,000 games now.
I must be. I think
must be close at least.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I have never counted, but like I've been there from
You'd be-
ECL 2019,
Yeah, exactly.
so it must be quite a few.
Let's say give or take 2,000 games. You've
Yeah.
seen a lot of stuff.
I have to say, one of the weird things that happened to me is at the ECL, I had to explain one of the captains how a toss works.
Okay, I want to hear more about this,
I
but
will-
first, there's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. So Simran falls on his sword early days, and yeah, couldn't really get the distance. Got good elevation on it. Najat Sahota, the man who was under the pump down there, was just an up and under shot. And Simran is normally a pretty good hitter of the ball, and he hits that one well, but just too high. And so Govinda, he comes back with a wicket, and he deserves it really, because he's had a couple of chances go down. The 5th wicket fall, 73 for 5. So yeah, Punjab CC in danger. I mean, if they drop this game, they go without any points, and that'll make it really interesting at the top of the table as well.
Yeah, that would open up a spot for other teams, like for example the Gamblers,
Yeah.
who are a bit on the ropes with 2 losses the other day.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they will be happy. They will probably
So
watch
you
the
said
second innings.
you had to explain to a captain
Yes.
how toss works.
I'm not going to say who that team was and
Oh, I
who their
hope you
captain
do.
was.
Edge,
Oh.
and he's caught it.
What
Well, you
a
wouldn't
catch.
believe this. I mean, shades of Gozo in Malta. This is the thick edge. It has bounced off the keeper at supersonic pace, and it's been caught one-handed. Just have a look at this. It's deflected up. He's going the wrong way. He grabs it one-handed. He probably dislocates his shoulder as well, but
That
it's worth it. What a
is
piece of fielding.
Sensational catch. It's outstanding. That one-handed grab is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Gurseevak Singh.
Yeah, Gurseevak Singh. It bounced off Parvinder Singh initially, but unbelievable cricket. And this is what we say. You will see things on the European Cricket Network. You just will not see anything else like it. And the thing is, it's not even the first time we've seen that this year. This happened
No.
in Malta. On that occasion, the short third man was a bit wider and caught it left-handed, diving away. But what a piece of cricket.
I love how the keeper just runs away. Parvinder does not care about Gurseevak taking absolute snare there. He celebrates with the bowler, takes a little bit of the credit, I think, and Gurseevak Singh still on the ground holding his shoulder, but he seems fine, continues to play.
Yeah, I tell you what, this cricket is crazy. Saeed Ali Naki comes to the crease, and now it's another edge, but this one's going to go for 4. I think that has bounced inside, yet has, but a tale of 2 edges. One works for fighters, one doesn't.
Talking about crazy, that is an interesting bowling action.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
very,
so whippy.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he keeps it straight, like, because his whole upper body falls to the side. I'm very impressive that he keeps his line, keeps his length, because I've not seen that before. I
Yeah.
think.
Well, I'm sure that previous one will make the highlights reel. Maybe the last one won't. Now we see a straight pull, but I don't think he's going to clear the field. He's dropped it. Well, he does tend to look casual, Baljinder, but the problem with looking casual is if you drop it, you look lazy, and he doesn't really watch this all the way in. It pops out, so Saeed Ali Naki has 2 bits of luck. He edges a 4. Baljinder almost kicks it back up to himself, but he can't.
Yeah, little handstand after that.
Yeah, you're not going to get too many style points after the ball hits the ground. Couple to come here. Goes one-handedly to the leg side. Still probably take some stopping. Bilal does stop it, keeps it to 1. So, yeah, right now, in the box seat, aren't they, fighters? I mean, probably looking to keep Punjab CC to something 90 or so, maybe low 90s. But yeah, this guy, you mentioned his bowling action, Gurvinder Singh. He's probably awkward to face.
Oh, must be very
it's
awkward.
Almost like his whole body's heaving at you. He gets a bit of pace on the ball. And that's how you do it. He says, yeah, this time I don't need any help. He goes boogie, oogie, woogie. It's a grizzly fireball from the bowler. And would you believe it? Govinda breaks through with his last ball, 79 for 7. Punjab CC on the ropes in match 33.
Yeah, that spectacular bowling action takes 3 wickets for just 15 runs. So that is a fantastic effort.
Yeah. And Saeed Ali Naki, he knew it was last ball of the over, probably knew it's not a bad thing for to have a swing at it, go for the boundaries, because Umar Mohammed will be facing up the first ball of the 10th over as it stands. So, brilliant performance from Fighters CC so far. I like the fixtures today because every single team we see, they play 2 matches. So you kind of get a good sense of where they're at. So Fighters, this is their first appearance on day 7. 3 for 15, great figures for Gurvinder Singh. 2 for 12, Mandeep also did a good job. He's been so consistent in the series. And apart from that, and wickets for Baljana Ram and Dalvinder Singh. Probably Rahul coming back for the 10th. Here we go. And the first one angles in, and it's just flicked away to the leg side. This will be 4. So a good start to last over. Yeah, I would consider, if I was Umar Mohammed, maybe just not wanting a 1 here. Just having 6 balls, facing them all, seeing how many I can get in boundaries. What do you think?
Yeah, I would probably refuse to run, especially after he had creamed this for 4.
Now, we got thrown off a bit, but Shrug really wants to know what the toss story is.
Okay.
Because you said that the captain, you had to explain the coin toss.
Yeah,
to the
it was a
captain.
really interesting one because, especially like as a captain of an ECL team, you've already won a league. So
Yeah.
I would guess you're an experienced captain. And
Well, this should be good, because I don't know the story. Anyway, he wants more, and he's not going to get any more, because that's the time he finds the fielder. So it's going to be 4 and out to start the last. Rahul with his first wicket. So, yeah, all 5 bowlers used, getting amongst the wickets. Fighters working well as a team. And so, 4 balls remaining. It's 83 for 8. Okay, we don't need to talk about the dismissal anymore. Let's
Okay.
just get this toss story down.
yeah, so I went to the toss, and before the first toss, we always explain a little bit like the few extra things that we
For
do
the camera. and
for
a
the
few-
camera,
yeah, yeah.
because we often ask the captains to, when they make the decision if they want to bat or ball, just make a little gesture just in case the microphone doesn't pick it up.
Yeah.
Or we want all our viewers to be able to see what our players have decided.
Yeah.
And I told him he is the home captain, so he won't be calling.
Yeah.
And then I explained, and he's like, I don't really need to know that because I'm not calling. I said, like, well, you just
Now I do remember this toss.
you still can
Yeah.
win the toss even if you don't call.
Yeah.
And he was very confused by that answer.
As we see,
Just dropping
the
short.
4th last ball here. This is Ranjit who's come out to bat. Yeah, so,
So, yeah.
basically
So
he was saying,
If you call, you win
yeah.
the toss and you decide what happens. It's like,
Yeah.
no, we're still having a normal toss where it's flicked up. The one person decides if it's heads or tails. And then I've literally had to talk him through how this stuff. Maybe it was the nerves, maybe it was like little first game jitters, but I never had that before, that's for sure.
it's another sideline no ball, I think. Yeah, look, it's just been, it's Malik. He's policing it here, yeah. He touches that sideline, yeah. You don't really get an advantage going that wide. Yeah, I think you make a point there, Meeta, because I think you're all wired up. You've got a big game. The coin toss, you haven't really spent too much time thinking about it. The free hit is not hit by Zahid. So I think there's a bit of one in one ear and out the other when we
Maybe.
try and say anything to some of the
Maybe.
captains before the game.
But yeah, he literally had to talk him through every step of a coin toss. And
Yeah.
it wasn't like he clicked at some point. He's like, yeah, just a normal toss. I just have to make a gesture when I decide. No, I had to explain it.
Yeah, I mean, but you're a very good explainer. And again, you
Oh.
normally get multiple games, so it's an interesting call. He does step wide, and then you've got to move the line a bit. I mean, if you still feel like it's hitting that imaginary line, then you call it. Zahid swinging for the fences. Steps a long way, and this one, I think, missed the pad. That's why it's been an uncomfortable leg by, but it does get him out the way. Have a look at this one. Hits him, yeah, just because the pad's bent. It hits him just above the knee. Stings. Anyway, yeah, 87 with a ball to go. Fighter's doing a good job. Edged, and that's the danger zone. Now, what's going to happen here? Just a single, and it's all good. It's all the lucky numbers. Those of us watching from Asia will know that 8's very lucky in East Asia. You know, it's 88 for 8 after 10 overs. So, yeah, 89 the target for Fighters CC. So that's a really, really good 10 overs from them.
Absolutely.
So, down the leg side to start. This was the kind of bit of an epidemic of leg side bowling, to be honest. But then they had the big wicket of Rana, and he's been really good today. To get him for just one, that was a brilliant decision because it was pad bat, but it hit him just outside the line. I think it would have been crashing into the stumps. But yeah, they just did well at holding their catches. They didn't hold all of the catches, but even when they did miss a catch, it didn't seem to hurt them too much. Plus, those catches, some of them were boundary catches, and they seemed a bit more focused on trying to keep the ball in play. As far as the entertainment value, though, you won't go past some of the stuff you'll see as this innings was winding to a conclusion. That was one that really should have been caught. I'm not even sure that Lalit Kumar gets a hand on it in the end. This was a more regulation catch in that kind of floating slip region at Dalvinder. He couldn't take a trick, could he, at this point? That flew out of the ground. And yeah, this was a big up and under job. Simran, who went before he could really get going. Even Mohammed at the other end, he was trying to keep things moving. But, well, speaking of on the move, what a catch that was. It was the combo catch as it went from Parvinder and was snaffled up by Gurusavak. What a catch. One-handed, outstanding cricket. And for his encore, Gurvinder started turning it on, hurling the ball down at a decent speed. That one knocked over the castle. Late in the piece, Umar Mohammed is still trying to get them to something decent. Went 4 and out the last over, and they ended up scrambling their way to 88 for 8 off their 10 overs. Umar Mohammed, the leading scorer, 33 off 21. And Ali with 18, the only other player to reach double figures. 17 extras, that hurts you a little bit, doesn't it? Okay, 4 leg buys, but still 13 avoidals, probably a few too many. As far as the bowling went, good team effort, I think, from the bowlers. And no one went for more than 2 a ball. That was Rahul. You've got 3 bowlers with outstanding economy rates in Baljinder, Mandeep and Gurvinder. Everyone getting amongst the wickets, although Gurvinder with 3 for 15, probably my pick. 2 for 12. Mandeep was very good, continues his good work in this FanCode European Cricket Series. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you through the reply. Right now, Fighters looking the goods at the moment, but can they back it up with the bat? Because Punjab CC, they don't want to walk away empty-handed from day 7. And right now, they are backs against the wall. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Big thank you to my special guest commentator, Meeta Daub. We'll be back shortly with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Beautiful sunny Sunday. Where would you rather be than right here on the European Cricket Network as we're into the third match of the day. So we're exactly halfway through the day right now. This is Punjab CC Amadora taking on Fighters CC. Punjab CC Amadora, they are top of the table at the moment, albeit they played a couple more matches than some of the other teams that share their 5-win record. They're taking on Fighters CC, who are 4-1, and well, they might want a fifth win right here. It's going to be a testing little chase. 89 required for victory. And Fighters have put themselves in the winning position. That's for Punjab CC, though. They won't be giving this up at all. I think that they're a team that they've made winning a bit of a habit in this series as well. So looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. Parvinder Singh and Vrinder Virk are the openers for Fighters. And Ranasawa, he came up with some big wickets earlier. He'll be hoping that he can take some key scalps in this one. Here we go. It is 89 for victory. Make that 88. After the first ball goes for a wide. Electing to go around the wicket to Parvinder. So, welcoming all of our viewers back that are in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and of course all of you that are watching on FanCode in India. ECS is back this week, coming to the end of our first week of ECS action after the ECL break. This is up and it's sliced away. It'll be a tough stop. Yeah, I think, well, for many reasons that's 4. I have a feeling that the field originally touches it when he's over the rope, but then the ball rolls into the rope anyway. So it will be a boundary. We're seeing a lot of 4s here, partly because the way the ball rushes on after the bounce. Big old 3 amigos about this one. And then, yeah, it hits the rope anyway. So 4 runs given. The first runs of the chase. Medadab joins me in the commentary box once again, enjoying your insights so far. We'll steal you for one more innings. And, yeah, Fighters, they've done well to put themselves in a winning position, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they will be very happy what they did in the first innings, restricting such a...
Yeah, well, this could be gone, and it is gone. So there you go. So sorry to interrupt, but the action never stops. Parvinder goes 4 and out, and Ranasawa does get a big wicket early. So it's going to be Parvinder that goes for just that 4, and the score is 5 for 1. I think to paraphrase what you were saying there, they will be happy with where they've got themselves to, but they won't be happy to lose Parvinder so quickly.
No, he is a key wicket for them, and I think chasing 88 is not the worst score to have to chase, but against a bowling side like Punjab with these amazing 2 opening bowlers with Ranasawa and Said Ali Naki, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, no doubt it will. But yeah, Sahota, he's getting an opportunity here at number 3. Simranjit Singh, I think he's been really good with the gloves actually for Punjab CC Amadora. We know that they had some issues with Usama Zahid. He injured his finger yesterday, and we saw Ranasawa having a go. But I don't think he's really a permanent solution behind the stumps.
He didn't really enjoy it, he said to me later as well.
And also he needs to bowl. So
yeah, I think it worked in that game because he already bowled out his 2 overs, so it wasn't too much of a loss when he took on the gloves later. But I don't think he would ever start.
I'm a big fan of Rana, but I think I would have rather have had the big green rubbish bin wicket keeping than him yesterday.
Yeah, it did.
But anyway, no, he's one of my favourites actually. Certainly belts the ball around. I loved his 59 this morning.
They are a team of giants. They're all super tall, but very, very sweet giants. They are so lovely. It's such a friendly, welcoming team.
All right, here we go. Sahota, let's the first one go past. Got a question from Mosharaf about how many ECS have Marlow won. Well, they've won every single European Cricket Series, which is the daytime event. So they won in 2020 and 2021 and 2022. They also won the night series in 2021. The only series they haven't won in Portugal is the night series last year that Gamblers won on their ECN debut. Big swing and a miss from Sahota. So this is a decent start from Sawa. Okay, did concede a boundary, but he's got a big wicket and Oda not looking too comfortable so far. It would have hit a 4th stump.
Yeah, it's his first go in the series. He hasn't played the matches before, so I'm interested to see what he can bring. He didn't look too good so far, but well, 2 balls to get your iron.
He's
Oh
gone,
no!
yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, well, plays down the wrong line. A little bit of movement, I think, away. Sahota doesn't have a happy time in this first over. He's the second wicket to fall. It's 5 for 2. Again, it's good bowling. Feet not really going anywhere. Now they are, because he has to walk. And Ranasawa does it again. Simran with another catch behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's looking not too bad. I mean, I was questioning his technique a little bit in the beginning. It didn't really go down well and got a little bit of a crocodile action sometimes when he takes the ball, but he gets the job done. And that's all that matters to Punjab CC Amadora.
Yeah, regulation kind of catch. But, yeah, got to get in the right areas. I suppose if it's not your day, get out the way. I mean, the run rate required isn't too onerous. I think I still like to see Mandeep Singh batting a bit higher. I think he's ordinarily would bat in the top 3. He's dropped himself down. He's probably bowling more these days, but I think he's a very good player. I haven't seen him here yet. Gristavak's coming out at number 4.
I do ask the teams normally, like for the batting order,
Yeah.
and he gave me a batting order where he was batting at 1, I think, or something, top order, and I had to change it because yeah, he hasn't come out yet to open.
He's a fake opener. He says he'll open, then doesn't. As we get to the end of the first over, really good run from Ranasawa. Gets 2 wickets in the first again. And it's 5 for 2 after 1. 60 matches since a golden ball. And, well, Corey, if you're watching, you check out 20, double 20. That's an easy one in darts. But, yeah, golden balls are pretty exciting. You've seen a few of them.
Yeah, so now that I'm commentating a few games, do I get into the
Golden ball sweepstakes. Well, that's
Yes.
normally when we have 3 commentators. But I guess if you're commentating, now we've got 3 commentators.
Yeah.
And breaking news, Rico still has not paid Corey his 20 euros. And I'm getting some fairly aggressive texts from Corey. But he doesn't have the app that we all use to pay each other. So partly I think it's his fault.
It is his fault.
Rico did have a week to pay him while we were still in Khartoum. All right, here's Sayed Ali Naki. Yeah, but that's a bit of fun that we have where we just divvy up the games between the 3 commentators and we see whose golden ball game it is. And I had a bit of luck last year in the France-Belgium game. That was my golden ball game. I think everyone's won it at some point between me, Rico, and Corey. But, yeah, it's something fun to look forward to. The other thing is, I mean, the fact there's 60 games already, that's 60 games ago. It's about 2.5 weeks ago.
It's 60 games sounds so long, right? 60 games sounds like it should be half a year.
Yeah, in fact, it's not even. I'm trying to think of the last golden ball we had and the date it was. As this one's going to just sneak past. And so, yeah, the last golden ball we had was the 21st of February, or 21st of March, I should say. So it's actually not even 2 weeks. It's actually 12 days. So that's 60 matches in the ECN universe. It is insane
how many games we've done since then.
Yeah. You can see they're not really going all guns blazing at the moment. There's another dot ball. Yeah, but there's a question actually which will interest you. And the question was, do we think that the 6 for 2 bowling figures, best bowling figures from Stefan Groof will ever get beaten? I'm going to say yes, but I think it'll get beaten by someone taking 7 for. I think it'll happen.
Well,
Your thoughts? Wow, that really takes off from Said Ali Naki.
I don't think I've ever watched a YouTube video as often as I had to watch this YouTube video.
Now, the funny thing is, Stefan's not really a bowler. He'll be the first to tell you that.
He's a keeper.
He's a keeper, and he's a very good batter as well, left-hander.
And because Mars Baji, our lovely scorer here at the end, is also a keeper, he gave up the gloves for Marzi to be in the 11 and said, I'm going to bowl a few. And,
trying to do a job. And then he just went on an absolute barnstormer, taking 6 wickets out of his 12 balls.
Couple of in-swingers.
Wasn't one of them a wide as well?
Yes. So it was 1 run off the bat. And, I mean, Baggy Blues now aren't, or like they actually don't exist anymore, but they weren't the strongest team. But back
their
then,
club basically.
back then, a lot of good names in that side.
At that stage, Baggy Blues.
Asanka Veligamage was in the team.
Yeah. This is hit hard. Hit so hard they won't try a run. What an over from Said Ali Naki. Doesn't take a wicket, but does keep it quiet. Just one come off that over. It's 6 for 2 after 2. Yeah, so Baggy Blues at that stage, that 40 was the lowest score in ECS history.
Was it really?
At that stage. And then it went down to 35, which was Fateh. Then it went down to 34, which is Skyways. And then it went down to 14,
Skyways.
Miranda Dragons in the night series. 14 for 8, weren't even bowled out.
Yeah, I heard the story.
And we thought that'll last forever. And then Goza got bowled out for 6 about a month later. Okay.
I do not often, and that is no offense to the format or anything, but just to have a bit of a rest. I normally stay away from watching ECN cricket in my off time. I try not force myself not to, just to get a little bit of a clear mind, because I want to stay away from the work, right? But
and
Sam
also you're
Williams
busy working on the next series,
exactly.
So it's hard for you to keep track live. I know that.
So Sam Williams dropped me a message and said turn on the TV. They're about to get bowled out for 6. So I went and watched the entire innings, and it was spectacular to watch.
Yeah, and I was actually out renting a scooter that morning. I'd left Rico in charge.
Oh no! So you didn't even see it live?
Yeah. So I remember trying to sign the paperwork, and I just saw target 201, and then we see a bit of a tight 2, but they'll get there with a bit of a wide throw. So I saw that they were. Well, it wasn't that bad. It was maybe 4 for 4 or something, and then I was signing my paperwork, and then I looked, and again it just said next match 55 minutes. And I said, what's happened here? So and then Gozo the next day, and that was Gozo's first game ever in the ECS. The next day they won a game against Sweet United.
Spectacular.
So Sweet United, who actually were top of the table for most of the series we just had in Malta. Good slow ball from Rana. He's bowling well here. 6 for 2. Do you think it'll be beaten one day?
Yeah. I mean, look, if as you just said, we thought 14 of 10 overs was never going to get beaten. 6 for 2 is going to get. We were close a couple of times. People having 6 for 5 and still having 2 balls to go, like the tail enders. I think it can definitely happen. It will be hard. It hasn't happened for so many years.
Yeah, because you only got 12 legal deliveries essentially take a wicket.
You have to take a whole over of just wickets.
But what I will say is we've had, I'd have to work out exactly how many they've been, but we've had about 6 or 7 or 8, maybe 8 6-fers now. And a lot of those 6-fers, not all of them, they've had balls left in their 2 overs.
Yes.
And so, again, it's very rare to get a 6-fer. I think we might have had 2 of them last year. We've had 1 of them this year already. Uma Tariq took 2 hat-tricks in an innings.
That is incredible.
That is ridiculous. And we didn't even realise, we're so focused on the 6-fer, it was the last ball of the innings, that it's actually a second hat-trick. We were still talking about his first hat-trick. He took wickets off balls 4, 5, 6 of the 8th and balls 4, 5, 6 of the 10th. But I think it'll be beaten by someone taking 7. I think it's pretty hard to do that and not have like a squeezed 2 or 3 or a wide or 2.
It will be a sad day in my home, that's for sure. It's not,
I think, true. I think, there'll be a former world record holder. I think it's probably easier to get we'll see a 7-fer before we see a 6 for 1 or a 6 for none.
I don't think that will happen. To be perfectly honest, I don't think that will happen. I don't think a 6 for 1 or a 6 for none will happen.
Yeah.
It is so hard to do that in a T10. 7-fer definitely on the cards. And look, we had a few, as you said, where it looked like it's about to happen.
So if you have enough of those, then eventually it's going to happen. Anyway, fighters don't get much swinging in the power play at all, do they? Gave us a lot of time to talk about the past. In the present, it's 11 for 2 off 3, and that run rate required, suddenly it's crept out to over 11 and over. I want to say a quick hello to Chris Smith. He said, the double hat-trick bowling with a 6 for 3. That was Bishnoi in that Gozo innings we were just talking about. He took 6 for 3. And then I think Stefan, wasn't he refereeing in that tournament? and he was about to call him for a fake no ball
Yeah,
or something.
he was ready
kept
for
his
it.
record.
He was ready for it. He said, somebody probably didn't. Like, he was checking fielders in the ring harder than he's ever checked them before.
All right, here's Said Ali Naki. Oh, this is one that keeps going. There's not getting enough bat and ball at the moment, are they? And really, Grusevak's having a bit of a rough time out there. And he came up with one of the highlights of his life with a one-handed catch bounced off the keeper in the first innings. But right now, 1 off 9. It's a difficult place to be.
We talked about the past. We just talked about the present. But in the future, did you know? And you're the stat king. So the upcoming ECI is our 100th event ever.
Yeah, I did know that actually.
How
This is
cool!
up, and it's out of here. Maximo. What a shot that is. As Said Ali Naki finally tastes a bit of pain. He's been swinging like a rusty gate, Grusevak. This time it pays off. Amazing how that can bring your figures a bit more back to the reasonable. Is he 7 off 10 now? Looks a lot better than 1 off 9. Yeah, I did hear that actually. So what a great achievement. 100 events.
Yeah, so you have 99 done.
And we're heading for 500,000 balls bowled as well.
That is insane.
There's some big numbers. Yeah, you got that in front of you right now. So, yeah, we've had over... I remember when we scored our 500,000th run. That was a while ago. So we've had about 612,000 runs. We've had over 500 teams, almost 7,000 players. And we've had about 34,000 wickets as well. So, yeah, the 100th ever ECN event coming up in 1 week's time, I suppose, with ECI Portugal.
What we'll also do this year is 1,000 match days played.
Yeah, unbelievable. And so, yeah, there's nothing quite like it. And I know a lot of people are enjoying the ECN, and there's a lot of positive comments at the moment. Thank you for those comments. And, yeah, we're liking the questions. Important questions as well before we go back to record chat. Gary Wheeler has a question. It's a hard-hitting one. It's this one. Back to normal, unfortunately, for Grusevak. Can't catch up with it. Rico, with beard or without? What do you prefer?
That is such a hard question. I think I'm pro beard. I actually really like Rico's beard. I think it makes him look very smart.
Normally, I like to take the counter position, but this time I can't. I agree. Beard.
Yeah, pro beard.
Sean Connery-like.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It
Yeah.
does have
I'm
it.
pro beard.
I think it makes him look very smart.
Now that's weird, kind of an over, because if I'm not mistaken, it's just, a 6, bunch of dots, and then, 1 and a leg by in there. But it's 8 off it, so despite the Maximo, not really getting back towards that rate. It's 19 for 2 after 4. And you have looked at the 2 wickets in the first over. But you've got to get up to that red line. But the red line's not crazy. I mean, it's just that 8.8 and over the run rate in the first innings. But yeah, Punjab CC, they've got some pretty good bowlers to throw at you, no doubt about that. Yeah, so I'm going to say with beard. And in the chat, please give us your feedback. Are you like a beard person? I know that you don't have one yourself, but are you pro beard? Let's just say with Stefan, because I know he's a bit too lazy to shave sometimes. So what?
Yes, so I'm against babyface Stefan.
Yeah.
But not like too wild. I'm like a 3 to 7 day beard.
What? Yeah.
Big fan.
What grit of sandpaper you
Exactly.
like to cuddle up to, I guess. This one pushed across, and I like this. It's almost like a reverse appeal from Parveen, who's saying, please don't call this a wide. He turns around really quickly. And yeah, I think that's fine. But then he had a quick, nervous look around to Paolo, but that's a good call.
I'm always a big fan of the fake appeal to make umpires forget about the wide.
Yeah, this is ups in the air. Now this really should be caught. Imran's coming around and he takes it. Well, that man's got buckets for hands, doesn't he? And he makes good ground there. Takes it as easy as you like. So Virat couldn't really get going either. Maybe his inability to score was overshadowed a little bit by Grusevak, but he does become the 3rd wicket to fall now. And the pressure builds up and it ends in a wicket. It's 19 for 3.
I had a little chat to to Imran in the break before in the second game, and he told me that they are holding the record for the highest T20 score here. 300 plus runs in a T20. He scored 111 out of them.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Well, I know that back in 2020 we were covering a Cyprus T20 where one player scored at 250.
Wow.
By himself.
Wow.
250 was Ataullah. And the team score was 311.
Has Ataullah played now T10 series as well?
I think he has on occasion, but yeah, has availability issues. But yeah, 250. They lost a lot of balls that day.
I'm sure they did.
So
I actually arrived on that day in Cyprus. I remember it. Everyone was going crazy.
yeah, so you know, it's always been a bit of crazy stuff. I think that's back in the Wild West days of 2020 as well, which you saw close up. Oh, this one follows him, and now, well, we're going to have a shot at the stumps. He's going to miss, and it's almost going to be 4 overthrows.
He absolutely pinged that in.
Yeah, he did. Here's the thing, though. I mean, you should be looking at your partner if you don't know where the ball is, but I think he's too busy just kind of recovering from the blow, and in that time, Dalvinder had come a long way down.
I mean, it's kind of lucky that the bowler kind of gets in his way.
Yeah.
It's like a good stop for him.
He kind of knows he has to throw around the batter slightly. I think that puts him off with the throw. So pushes it wide. Yeah, but the old test cricket about this. And shakes him up. Does he go full now, Parveen? Fuller. Worked away. And this will go to the boundary. So 4 runs to finish. Yeah, Grisvak needs some runs. He gets some there. A good comeback from the batter. At the end of 5 overs, it's 24 for 3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with me to Daub. My guest commentator, Rico's off today. He'll be back tomorrow. Are you pro Rico Beard or not? Let us know in the comments section. And Chris, says there's now been 8 sets of 6-wicket hauls. So he's gone to the website and he's looked up the Hall of Fame there.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's 8 times. We might have had 7, although sometimes it has been off the last ball. I remember some of those are that way, quite a few actually. James Stewart saying that I like this Meta Daub. She's a smart cookie, especially concerning her fellow commentator who shall not be named and who has just slipped down yet another rank. I think he's talking about Corey, down Corey's rankings. There are no real rankings.
What?
But
there are no rankings.
yeah, but Corey does like to
refer
to himself as number 3. So we do on occasion. I'll be hey, get in the back seat, number 3, those kind of things.
Well, where does Rhino rank?
Exactly. Rhino's a floater, you know.
Where does
Rhino's
Charlie
one of my
Hunt
favourites.
rank?
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is up. It's in the air, and it won't be fielded. Yeah, you can see that's Muzi down there, Muzamal Abbas, who just needed to get to the drop zone. When he got there, he wasn't really sure how to attack it because he knew this was going to be an awkward bounce. Then he tries to back off. By then it's too late. It's past him, and a welcome boundary for Fighters CC. Yeah, so we don't really have rankings. That's the point.
Oh,
And
my favorite commentator will always be my future cousin-in-law, Joe Vegasani.
Yeah, well, Joe does a great job. And again, everyone kind of has a bit of a different role. I mean, Joe's obviously got his business. You know, he's
Yes,
very
very busy.
knowledgeable. That's why, with his touring business. Charlie currently is studying broadcasting and business in the UK. Probably we'll hear a couple of new voices during the year as well. As this is slammed out of the ground. And this is the difference that a player can make. Dalvinder comes in and he changes the narrative pretty quickly. Just think of all those balls that got chewed up. Meanwhile, Dalvinder was on the bench, but now he's here. He goes Maximo and drags him up into the 30s.
Oh, yeah. He is definitely making a statement that you shouldn't be retiring any better. And it's maybe not scoring at the highest rate. So
yeah, it's a gamble to do that. Umar Mohammed with a comeback ball. Oh, now he tries a shot. He probably didn't need to.
Yeah, put that away. Just go classic.
Just probably, it certainly is premeditated. Oh. Have a look at this. Oh, that's hit him right in the chest. Well, he's tough as nails. Dalvinder, don't you worry about that. Umar Mohammed gets a little bit of revenge. And so, goes back to plan A, tries to muscle it down the ground. Stop is made, but not held cleanly by Muzamalaba, so it allows 2 and takes us to the end of the over. So, game on. Just let this get out of hand, though. They're trying to pull it back. It's 36 for 3 after 6. They just run a ball pace through the first 6 overs. So, yeah, we don't really have rankings. But what I will say
never.
is we're, just like in a lot of other departments, just like the operations department, everything, we're trying to build a team that enjoys working together. Obviously, there's such a big volume of cricket. You need more people.
Absolutely.
But they need to be passionate about European cricket. I think that is the thing which binds us together as a group, is that you need to be really caring about what we're doing. And I think all people use, they do. And, as far as Rhino, Andrew Ryan, it was great to have him in the ECL. As we see this first ball of the 7th, just worked away for 1. He is like a tennis player. If you really want to rank it, he hasn't played enough
to be
games. He's losing ranking points. Not by not being as good. It's just he's not playing enough tournaments. And that's because he's too important in the can I say it, the B word? The basketball world. It's a very big wheel in the basketball world. So the other thing about Rhino, who, of course, like I said, he did Group D in the ECL. He's done plenty of events, including the first ECS here in 2020.
He did.
Andrew Ryan.
He did.
Yeah, and so
Contact together with a cat. Remember him?
Do you know that he's into ice swimming? Did you know this?
You told me this, and I didn't want to believe you.
Yeah.
So I asked him straight up. I was like, I heard rumors.
Yeah.
And are you into ice swimming? He's like, yes, represented Australia apparently. Well,
I think his nickname is the Walrus. Anyway, this is up, and it's going to be towards the outfielder. Does well to make the stop. One way or another. Keeps in the field of play now. They'll get an overthrow because he airmails it in. Didn't know his own strength. The keeper shadows the batter back on the second run. There's a bit of chaos left in this game. Ice swimming. He said it's amazing. You have to kind of slow your heart rate down. So you normally, you're in a race, you're just flailing around, and obviously your heart rate rises, but it gets quite dangerous if you do that.
I think that would be my most hated sport. I don't like the cold. I don't like the wet. It's not mine.
This is hit pretty well, but Mohammed will take care of it. Make sure it's just a single. Yeah. So, what are some other sports? Maybe in the chat, what are some other sports that you think are
Didn't you go curling with him? Didn't you and Rhino go curling?
So I missed that series. That was one that I was on vacation. But I am a bit jealous of everyone. I've always wanted to try curling.
Let's do it this year. Let's go curling.
Okay. Well, we're not. Landskrona's not in the schedule, but maybe in.
I'm sure Stockholm has some curling to offer.
Well, this is an interesting one.
Oh!
And it's going to be held. Great catch. Really good catch. And that's Parveen down there at long on. He got good contact, but he just never got the elevation to get it over the fielder. So Ananali comes on, and he gets an important wicket because Dalvinder, he was working quickly, wasn't he? But he'll go for just 14. So the 4th wicket falls, and in the 7th over, it's 41 for 4.
It was a well-timed jump. No issues at all for Parveen. Tall man. Did not need to stretch too much.
Yeah, and you have to balance having soft hands. You're kind of taught to have soft hands catching a cricket ball, but you need to have hard hands as well when the ball's hit hard so it doesn't burst through. And so, it's 41 for 4. There's 19 balls remaining. They still need 48, so 15 and over required. Again, this is a guy that can hit the ball a long way. Baljinder Ram coming out at 6. Last ball, the 7th. He goes for it straight away and almost gets into the gap. He'll just get a single. So you can see that, just the selection of the batting order, I think, being a bit crucial for fighters.
How's Mandeep Singh still not?
Yeah, 42 for 4 after
there.
7. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up next. Gamblers, you mentioned that they are battling a flat tyre, but also battling in this tournament with a 1-4 record, taking on the Lisbon Super Giants. So a chance for the Super Giants to get on the board. But Gamblers, they'll feel that's the game that can turn things around for them. Gamblers winning this toss, electing to bat in that one. And they've certainly got some good players. Kuldeep Goliath listed at the top of the order. Ankush Kumar, I'd be surprised if he didn't open as well. I think he's been great.
I got told he isn't. I got told he's coming at 3.
Yeah, and they have.
Let's see.
They've oscillated. They've liked Amandeep Croker up there, so maybe that's what they'll go with. And for the Lisbon Super Giants, second time we'll see them today. Here's over number 8. They get moving pretty quickly, and it's not going to work out for them too well because this is a wicket to start. And it's going to be Baljinder Ram who goes. And the Parveen, he goes around the wicket to try and create this angle across the left-hander. And Baljinder, he takes the bait. He tries to swing to leg. And it doesn't work out. So it's going to be a 5th wicket. And Fighters, they were in a winning position at halftime. But right now, it's hard to see a way back for them. In the 8th over, it's 42 for 5.
Let's go, Mandeep. He has to be coming out now. He has to. Is it him? I cannot see under the helmet.
That does look like
It looks like
to
him,
me.
right? Yeah, come on. Captain's innings.
But it's gotten out of hand. I mean, look at
It
the overs so far. 5, 1, 5, 8, 5, 12, 6.
One good over.
Yeah, so 12 is...
Of their perspective.
Yeah, it's, I suppose, an average over, I think, if you look at this tournament as a whole. And everything else below par. I mean, Parveen's is a good player. Parveen's going to make his international debut in a week's time for Portugal. This is going to be gone. Well, you wouldn't have believed it. You'd put your house and probably your firstborn on Imran holding this.
We just
it's
talked
an
about
absolute dolly. Hey, man's got buckets for hands. He puts it down, and Mandeep gets super lucky first ball.
Yeah, that would have been 3 for 6, which would have been sensational stats for Parveen.
Now takes it on with a bit of length, but it'll just be a single. Again, that's fine. That'll take us, I think, to the point of no return. 18 and over required. And so...
Yeah, hard to come back from this. 5 wickets down as well.
Hello to Tim and James and everything else. I'm just going to take some time to go through the chat in a second, but it's been pretty busy here on the ground. This one is another leg side shot, which will probably just be a single. Yeah, and so...
James tried curling before.
Yeah, okay.
Was it good? Tell us. I really want to know. I wasn't there
like
either.
the sweeping.
I want to try.
I could get into the sweeping. You know, that fast, those fast twitch muscles. I don't know how you train for that, but I'd certainly like to be the chief sweeper. Anyway, here we go with another single. They've made this 88 look like 188, really, that they're chasing Fighters in this 10 overs. Look, credit to Punjab CC Amadora, though. I mean, they've needed the win. They went down in a narrow 1 to Warash in the first game of the day. So last ball of the 8th coming up. Again, he walks, but it's a fake charge. It's a fake shot. And so it's going to be the end of 8. And now they'd have to do something magical to get back in the game. Again, look at where Mandeep ends up. He ends up so far outside the leg stump, so he's just not able to access that. And yeah, that red line, it wasn't really starting too high, but they've never come to the party in the second half of this game, Fighters CC. And now they're going to need something magical in the 9th to stay alive.
James Stewart wants to see me and Steph together.
Oh, yeah.
Commentating. Oh, he has commentated before.
It's true.
More than
you
me.
both have. Yeah, maybe. I suppose. Who's driving the car, though, if you... Figuratively speaking, if you're both in the commentary box, you guys both have key roles to fill. And I don't quite understand what you do because you're doing so many things. So
yeah, it is going to be a difficult scenario, but I'm sure you can.
We could probably make it work one day. Maybe we can do.
It would be a great tournament.
We could do a 3-way in the box. Maybe I could interview both of you, and it could do a little bit of a. You know those old-fashioned game shows where they ask you questions about each other?
Oh, newlywed game?
Yeah.
Newlywed game.
I'd hate to break you up before you start, though. Maybe we'll lock it in first.
After the wedding. Honeymoon. Yeah. ECN honeymoon.
All right. 6 might make things a little bit interesting, but it's just hard to see where it's going to come from at the moment. I mean, looking at this innings, we've just had 3 boundaries and 2 maximos, and that's through 8.5 overs. It's just not enough. So, Nali, he's been solid as well at the end. He's not going to give you too many for free. Puts a bit of length on this one. But again, not in the middle of the bat. I think Fighters, it's hard because you send people out there, you don't expect that they're going to chew up balls. They're obviously there for a reason. But when it hasn't worked out, It's also hard to pull the trigger and tell them, because you're trying to give them an opportunity, show what they can do at the top. If you then retire them out, it's not great for their confidence. It kind of has the opposite effect of putting them up there in the first place. 50's come up late in the piece for Fighters. A loud swinger, pretty nice shot. That'll get away for 4. So yeah, we are seeing a lot of 4s. And this one accelerates off the surface. Yurisevat, he's kind of seen all of it, hasn't he? He came out at number 4, and he came out in the first over. He's been there all along. He's just had trouble getting things going. And yeah, if he's 24 of 23 now, so he's gotten back to a run of ball. But yeah, at the other end, he hasn't had anyone staying with him for any length of time. Last ball of this match for Ali. Pretty good one. He's got a good slow ball, doesn't he? End of the ninth, the score is 54 for 5.
So 6 sixes to win it.
Okay. Yeah, or 6 sixes, or 5 sixes and a 4 to tie, maybe. We did have a 36-run last over earlier on. That was in match 32.
Faf Storman just going berserk.
Had a no ball 6 in there, a 7 up. Yeah, James has gone for the return of the commentary car. Well, there'd probably be less spiders in the car than we currently have in the cube.
Well,
are you pretty happy to get out of here at the end of this game?
Yes, I'm is it called arachnophobic? I'm not very good with spiders. The size of the spiders here are all right, and like you've been
they're pretty
taking
tiny.
Spiders away
what you
from
don't see,
around me.
And this is what scares me when I'm alone, is I'm picking spiders off you when I see them, and you're picking spiders off me. But if I'm alone like I was for the first game and a half today, who's picking the spiders off me?
Well,
nobody.
My biggest fear, unless it's a bit freakish, but I really fear that they go into my crawl into my ears.
Yeah,
and luckily they are protected here.
Will you say that?
Oh, don't even.
But did you check your headphones before you put them on?
I didn't.
This is one that Rico mentions.
I'll be back in a second.
We've lost. This is a swing and a miss. But the thing is, Mita, they're not there. They might have already gone in your ears, and you don't know about it. They could be laying eggs and having babies right now. You're now just a host organism, as we did get another one. That was a big one. Yeah, commentary car, if you lock the door, probably spider-proof.
Yeah, now everything's itchy.
How are you doing there?
Not good. That was mean.
To be fair, I didn't either. I'm not actually joking, because that is something that we are meant to check, but we normally forget to if we're running late, getting back to the cube in time.
And I did, because there was delicious food on the table in the beautiful clubhouse.
Well, this is a bit of a hook that goes wrong. It's the top edge, and it's going to be gone. So, remember Mohammed, he's had such a good game. He's probably in the frame for the player of the match, I imagine, for the runs he contributed in the first half of this game. He's also bowled well. Chips in with the wicket now. 33 off 21 he scored in the first half. And unfortunately for Mundeep, just never happens for him in this match. Bowled well, but only contributes 5 with the bat. Batting too low, though, I think. He's a guy, get him up there. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Has to be top order.
It's 57 for 6 now. Well, the robot's saying that Mr. Maximo thinks and talks more cricket in a fortnight than other commentators talk in a year. I think that's probably true as well. What are we doing now? 34 matches a fortnight, or 68? Up, and well, that's a really good shot. Again, case of what might have been, really. This is smashed by Kumar. Yes, I don't know. I think it's sometimes internal politics. That people,
he wants to get promoted, that's for sure.
He's batted up as well, but I think that they think, okay, it's your turn to go up there. I mean,
I think they're giving everyone a little bit of a goal, but maybe
cost
not.
You matches though.
Not the match you want to do it, probably.
This is a thick one. It'll run away for 4, so that'll do it. So, look, in the end, just 20 or so runs in it, 23 runs to be exact. This can be Punjab CC, Amadora 88, defeating Fighters CC 65 in match 33. And yeah, just kind of mismanaged the chase. I suppose that's the way I'd put it. Take nothing away from the bowling unit of Punjab CC Amadora. I said that they're pretty well balanced. I think they did better for time as well. Ran into some issues with that earlier on today. But yeah, Fighters, they kind of set it up, but they can't knock it down in this match. And of course, don't forget, we've got 2 more matches coming your way before the end of week 1 here in the ECS Portugal. That was a funny one. It was kind of like the Three Musketeers, but it was the comedy car version. And then Simran, he's been pretty good behind the stumps for Punjab CC Amadora since he's been used in that position. He looks solid, and yeah, it was just a little regulation nick. So yeah, that was Sahota. He went for a 3-ball duck. But you look at the top, Barinder Virat 4 off 9. Grusevak does kind of claw his way back to 25 off 26, but yeah, they just weren't able to get it swinging. And suddenly, this is what happens if you're chasing about 9 and over or so. If you're not getting those runs suddenly, you're going up to a ball and it climbed pretty quickly, that required run rate.
Yeah, I think the difference here is definitely with Parveen Singh. He gets the Man of the Match award, and I think his bowling was sensational.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Umar Mohammed
It's slow, in my
might have
opinion.
had a shot at it, but yeah, it's a fair one, isn't it? I mean, Parveen, he contributed 5 off 9 in the first, and he bowled very well. I think he caught very well as well. So again, I don't think the players are too worried about it. But yeah, when it came down to it, they just couldn't really fire a shot in anger. When they did, there's often a wicket around the corner. Adnan Ali, I think he is a very, very good performer for Punjab CC Amadora, who at least walk away with some points here. They probably take that at 1 and 1. They'll be frustrated they couldn't get 10 more runs and shut the gate on Oerash and kind of consolidate their spot in the top 2. But still, they take something out of the day, and Fighters, we will see them a little bit later on in the day as well.
Yeah, what a game.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep on coming. So, yeah, but game 34 is around about 20 minutes away. So, Gamblers SC will take on the Lisbon Super Giants in that one. News from the toss. Gamblers winning the toss, electing to bat. So, Kuldeep Golia having a very good series, very talented player. And we talked about the fact that the Gamblers, they've had a few big scores. Sunil Kumar comes into their lineup. LSG, though, Chambers, I mean, he had a bit of a net, didn't he, in that last game, but wasn't able to really go at the rate required. But they'll start again at 0, and it's all about trying to restrict the Gamblers in the first half. Fighters will play Gamblers in the last game of the day, so we'll get to see Fighters again. But Fighters kind of ran out of petrol here, didn't they? Grusevak Singh with 25, but couldn't quite crack the 100 strike rate. 14 to Dalvinder, but even the ones that looked like they were going to be able to be aggressive and get those boundaries, they didn't stick around long, did they? They end up falling quite short in the chase. As far as the bowling went, 2 for 10. Ranasawa comes in with those 2 wickets first up, and the difference here also compared to the early game, Said Ali Naki kept it really quiet. Only went for 8 runs. One of those was a 6. So 2 for 9. Parveen gets the player of the match in the end. Umar Mohammed and Adnan Ali with a wicket each. Big thank you to you, Meeta. Thanks for your stint in the commentary box today. How did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it very much. I might come back later for a little bit, but Conrad Greenshields is going to come and join you.
Conrad's hosed himself down, and yeah, we're getting ready for some more Conrad time. He can talk about Oerash and their back-to-back wins this morning. I'm sure he can't wait to talk about it. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. And when we do, it will be the start of match 34 between Gamblers SC and LSG. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Meeta Dab. We'll see you just after this break for more European Cricket Network action. This is the FanCode, ECS Portugal.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Santarem Cricket Ground here in Portugal. And what a beautiful day it is for cricket. We're 3 games into our 5-game program. ECS Sunday on the European Cricket Network. So we are heading into the 4th game of the day, which is match 34. And this is a match between Gamblers, who make their first appearance of the day. They take on Lisbon Super Giants a little bit earlier. Nilkesh Patel had the 2 captains for the coin test. Let's see who wins it.
That is the tail. You want the
So the news from the toss is that Gamblers SC, they won the toss and their captain, Dishesh Kumar Balkrishna, has elected to bat first. So yeah, Gamblers, they're certainly a team that have not really had things go the way that they've wanted so far in this series. They find themselves the owners of a 1-4 record. And this is a team that won the last trophy we saw on ECN in Portugal. That was in the night series back in mid-2020. So having a look at the 2 teams, I think, yeah, Gamblers, they have to be favourites despite their poor performance so far in this series. And look, who's to say they can't make a run? Because they have had a bit of a rough draw so far. And if they could win their remaining games 6 and 4, that may be enough to sneak them into the 4. Regardless, I think they'll just be out here trying to play the best cricket they can. Looking at those batting lineups, yeah, it certainly looks like Gamblers with Golia, Coker and Kumar in the top 3. It'll be hard to stop. But Chambers, nice to see him back on the park. He's playing for Lisbon Super Giants. He's Porto-based player, but you can see there at the supercomputer, making it pretty clear that Gamblers are heavy favourites, 48-run favourites, in fact, in this one. And one of the big issues with the Super Giants is just not scoring enough runs in their 3 matches so far. They're only averaging 63 with the bat. That's not going to win you too many cricket matches. I want to say a big thank you to Meta Dab, who helped me throughout the last couple of games with the commentary. Rico's off today. He'll be back tomorrow. We'll be reunited on Thursday when we're both back. I'll take a little bit of a mini break from tomorrow, but I will be lurking. Tim Reedman is in the chat, reminding everyone, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Do those 3 things, because we are heading closer and closer to our 350,000th subscriber. We're up to about 343,000 as we ticked over another 1,000 overnight. Also, I want to say hello to Mosharaf and to James and to Chris and to Kroom and everybody else. And I want to say a big welcome to my special guest commentator. A bit more than a guest now because he did a full day with me yesterday. Let's see how he pulled up. Certainly looked decent on the field this morning. Conrad Greenshields, the Irish skipper and the Portuguese skipper. Welcome to the commentary box for the first time today.
Thank you, Vinny. It's good to be here. Nice and fresh, ready for the talking.
Yeah, well, you certainly deserved the game off. We'll talk about your performance maybe a little bit in a second. But right now, Gamblers, I mean, they're a good team. They're 1-4, though, so I think they're out to make a statement. Kuldeep Golia and Amdeep Kokar are the openers as listed, and it's going to be Jaswant Singh to bowl for LSG. It sounds like something that they'd sneak into a Chinese meal that's not very good for you, but it is the Lisbon Super Giants. Here we go with the start of match 34. Down the leg side and helped on its way by Golia. It gets a bit of a gift first up. Well, it might have been the sort of ball that would have got Conrad Greenshields out, but Golia knows how to deal with it, and it's 4 runs to start.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Vinny. Yeah, a little bit too early through that shot, but Kuldeep showing me how it needs to be done.
It's a funny game, isn't it? And, yeah, again, it was just... Didn't mean to focus on that too quickly, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. I mean, on another day, you might miss that completely, and it goes for a wide. It just happened to clonk off the gloves, it seemed like, and hold up for a catch. But despite that, obviously your teammates pulled you through. Yeah. And a couple of handy 30s for you as well. And yeah, whereas 2 for 2 today. 2 important wins for you in the context of the tournament, hey?
Yeah, we knew that the first game against Punjab was the big game, not taking anything away from the Giants, but to beat Punjab just made that table a little bit more tighter, and we know that it's going to come down to net run rate. So
yeah, it could do, hey? I like the left armour here, Jaswant Singh, but that's a bit too short, and that's going to disappear for 4 as well. So, yeah, LSG, I mean, they just need to try and compete here. It's one thing if you get done by good shots, but, I mean, I think the bowler plays into Kuldeep Goli's hands there. It offers him a bit of a half-tracker.
Yeah, Kuldeep's very strong on the short ball. He hits some big bombs. Very competent batter, can be extremely destructive. It's one player we always plan our game around. Get him early and then put pressure on the middle order.
Yeah, so just looking at the table, we can look at it in a couple of minutes' time. But I can see, Awarish, with the magnitude of that win, you've now gone up to second place. This is up in the air, sliced
Crucial.
away, but it's mistimed, misjudged in the cover region. Yeah, that's Jignesh Kumar Maheta. He can't find the drop zone. He seems to rush in. I see fielders doing this quite a lot. They're keen to get in, but once you do that, if you do have to back, it's very hard to change direction.
Yeah, I was guilty of that. I actually backed away, not expecting it. But, you know, the skyline, especially with the grey clouds, and, you know, that sun, it's really bright. It's quite difficult to pick it up straight off the bat.
Yeah, true.
And then you've got to make up for time.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's pretty well bowled. Matt Kokar deals with it, and it gets jumped over by the first fielder, fielded by the second. Yeah, I think the thing is so much of the backdrop is sky here, just because of where this ground's located and the fact that normally you are fielding a bit below the level of the pitch because the whole field is downhill from the pitch. This is whacked leg side. This is into the gap as well. It'll be another 4 to finish the over. So 3 boundaries in the over. And at the end of the first one, it is going to be 14 without loss. So yeah, because so much of the field is sky, I think that normally you have a bit more background to pick up the ball on the way up. So the fact that it's already in the sky, yeah, you don't have reference points. That's a really good way to put it. We have the ECI Portugal coming up. Conrad Greenshields will lead Portugal in that series. I'm going to look at the Gibraltar squad. And I'm going to say Louis Bruce, very good young player. It's a good test for him. We've got Kenroy Nestor as well. Andrew Reyes, again, Cameron Stagner. We've seen a fair bit of them on ECN this year. Sammy Boda, good young player. Julian Freone as well. Saw him in the ECS. Quite a few of the Lathbury Lightning players that played in Group C are represented. And yeah, I think the challenge will be for the Gibraltar team and the Netherlands team that haven't really played on this field to deal with things like the backdrop, like the outfield, which I'm loving it. It's super hard, super fast, but there's the odd unpredictable bounce in it.
It's kind of an equalizer, so...
Yeah. That's a good point. First ball is knocked away. Second over underway, and it's Ankit Singh bowling. Yeah, it is an equalizer. Equalizer in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So for the fielding, I mean, you've got to be really on point. Your attention has to be fixated on that ball constantly. Like I keep saying to our guys, it's 60 balls, switch on. Yeah. Because, you know, you've got to watch the side spin. You've got to watch the sky. It's difficult. You know, in the morning it skids through, so you got to be a little bit quicker when you're chasing the ball down. And, yeah, it makes for good cricket.
Well, the thing is, when you're in the field, I mean, it's a bit different. Keeping, you always think every ball's coming to you. You have to kind of have that attitude in the field, but it's a bit harder to do that when it's not reinforced. So you will have periods, minutes at a time.
Drifting.
Sometimes longer, yeah, where mentally you just kind of check down a little bit.
Yeah.
And so when it does come, your body has kind of a natural fight or flight response. I also think that concentration is a skill that we don't talk about a lot in this form of the game, but it is important, like you said, switching on at the right times. So the players will generally tell you that they will switch on at a certain point. So for me, it was about 4 steps out from the bowler bowling the ball, and that was a routine that I would keep up every ball. As this is a bit of an underneath edge, but it should just be a single. And so then instead, you're not having to concentrate, say, for 45 minutes straight.
Yep.
You're really just trying to concentrate for the 10 seconds or so the ball's in play, and let's say 60 times at 600 seconds. Or suddenly, you're only having to concentrate for 10 minutes instead of 45 minutes. So you're just more likely to be able to do it. But that's a skill to be able to switch on and switch off. This is a nice shot. Yeah, a little bit short. That one's going to disappear. Well, we lost a few balls over there earlier. You were responsible for one of them. Anyway, Maximal. Kokar goes large. Once again, a little bit too short from the Super Giants bowlers.
Yeah, good batsman, Kokar, and it's good to see him up at the top. Him and Kuldeep can be, you know, deadly. So ominous signs for the Giants, but, you know, they're plugging away. And, again, like we had yesterday, the teams are learning. So it's good in a sense.
This one ties him up slightly. Yeah, gamblers, they've had a funny old time with the bat, haven't they? And yeah, who could forget that game where they had 101 for none in 5 overs. They were chasing a huge target of 169 against the Punjab Lions, but it was Kuldeep Golia and Ankush Kumar who put on a magical start, but then couldn't keep it up. Anyway, this is up and it's high. It's a big moment in the game and it's caught. Yeah, nicely done. I mean, the pressure was on, wasn't it? And yeah, the catch had to be taken and it was. So that's Ronak Patel, I think, that takes it on the edge of the circle. So the wicket was important and they get it in the end. It's the end of Kuldeep Golia for 14. 22 for 1.
Yeah, good catch, good confident backtracking, and kept his ball on, his eyes on the ball the whole way, and grabbed Kuldeep. That's a big scalp too, So in the context of the game, if they can, plug away and get a few more and start testing that middle order, they might not be chasing something around 140.
And things can change quickly. I mean, that game we just talked about mentioned that they were 101 at the halfway point. That was back in match 17, and ended up making 153.
Yeah.
Anyway, we had a little bit of a look at the table. We might have another look again at the end of this over, because I think, we can see a little bit of it there. But we'll come back to that in a second when we can spend some time on it. This game's moving quickly. Jaswant comes back in the 3rd over.
Yeah, nice shape. Always like a good left armour. They've got that natural angle in. It's just struggling to find his line here, but surprisingly didn't see him in our game. It looks quite handy.
Yeah, I think so. His left-handedness is always a bit awkward to deal with.
Yeah, good length.
I think people were mentioning the white sleeves of Brisbane Supergiants. Talk me through that.
Can I be honest?
Go on.
It's a jawbreaker. I don't understand it. It's so hard to pick the ball out of the hand. Unfortunately, that's what arrived for them, and it'd be
maybe it's not white, maybe it's off-white. Anyway, this is almost a chance. Well, it might have been, actually.
Has he claimed it?
Well, probably not, but if he has, he's impressed me. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure if he gets this on the full. Let's have a look at it on this angle. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
More likely than not. Yeah, I think we should go full Mad Max and just cut the sleeves off at the shoulder.
That's what we were saying. We were like, just turn them into vests. We'll be okay with that.
Get the guns out.
It looked gun too.
Yeah. I got to say, that's a very Australian football look with the singlet look.
Yeah. Why not in cricket though?
Why not? I know that Victoria...
Would stop our farmers' tans that we get.
Victoria, in the Australian domestic one-day competition in the mid-90s, they trialled fielding in shorts. Did you know that?
Oh, no.
On this field, a good level.
You couldn't pay me enough.
They were fielding in shorts. I think the keeper still went with the long trousers. Kumar will get off the mark with that single. Yeah, so I don't know. So I mean, if you were playing at a beautiful, lush...
Oh, maybe then,
you know the MCG even, or the Adelaide Oval, these kinds of grounds they were playing on. But it only lasts a season, and I don't know whether the players had chicken legs or whatever.
It would be a lot cooler.
I thought that would bring in a different demographic. It seemed to have the opposite effect.
Shot.
There goes leg side. Does he have enough, though? Maybe not. And he hasn't. What a good catch that is. That's Ankit Singh that takes the catch. So Kokar never got motoring here. He goes for 7, has to get moving. And Lisbon Supergiants. I mean, this is one thing they did even against you guys in their game. They did take wickets and they got good players out. So I just think it's a matter of they're just not sustaining those moments longer. But that's both openers back in the shed now, 25 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their game against us, I think they got us for 5. We were 170 for 5. So, they've still gone through our top order, and, they're not a bad side. Maybe a couple of drops, the same as we saw yesterday with the Tigers. If you start taking your catches, the game changes. And, they've got through the top 2 here, and pressure on the skipper walking in.
Yeah, that's right. And, the problem was that 170 kind of doesn't tell the whole story that you scored against them, because you were 80 off 6. There were 90 off the last 4 overs.
Yep.
In fact, there were 77 off the last 3 overs. That's like a power play length of time.
Yep.
And there were 36 off the last. So let's just say we're pretty happy that the inning stopped when it did, because it was going a bit crazy. Mabeen Tariq, I think, batted really well this morning. But, Faf Stoneman with that That lightning half century. He was brilliant, wasn't he? Just 14 balls. It's one of the quickest half centuries we've seen this year.
Yeah, Faf, you know, he's got amazing ability. Sometimes, you know, he just needs to, especially in the beginning of the innings, back himself because the talent is there. But again, you know, I think that's twice in this tournament he's proved that he can, you know, take it on and quick 550s.
Yeah, 25 for 2 after 3. So yeah, Warash, with your 2 wins, you're up to second. And a good net run rate booster. Now you've got the best net run rate of anybody in the competition. Obviously, Marlow are kind of hanging in the wins. Punjab, CC Amadora, they're top of the table, but they've only got one more match to play. I might look up who that is as well. So yeah, the competition's hotting up. No doubt about that.
I think it might be the Giants.
Yeah, they play the Lisbon Supergiants. So you'd imagine that they would be feeling pretty comfortable about that game. But having said that, I mean, this guy impressed me. This is Rutul Chowdhury.
Bowled really well.
And he gets it through, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got that natural in movement as well. He's sharp. And he starts with a big, filthy full toss. Just knocked away for one. Yeah. Bit of a warm-up ball there. And now they're going to get 2 because the bowler doesn't handle it. That was pretty high. And that's going to be a no ball.
Got to be called.
Yeah. That seemed high.
It's in the belly.
Yep. And so no ball called. Just wanted a bit of confirmation. Bucks is at square leg. I think he suspected it was, but with the right hander, you can't really see the contact point because the batter's back is in the way. So it's going to be a free hit coming up. There's Kumar trying to cash in, but a good comeback from Rutul. As it'll just be a single. Yeah, but he certainly gets it through. And I'd say just a single. What I mean is 2. I just leaked a couple in the field. I think, like we talked about yesterday when we were on commentary together as well, the importance of playing teams that are better than you so that you get better. I think that they've been really good in patches, but yeah, the consistency is the thing. But you can see the elements are there to be a very good cricket team.
Yeah, I think for them it's important to play a tournament like this and then just use every team that they play against. That's why ball's going down, must be.
Rutul did have some problems following the ball after his delivery where he would run straight down the middle of the pitch or worse. Let's see what he does this time. Yeah.
Some nice late shape there.
Yeah, again, probably shouldn't be exactly there, but believe it or not, that's an improvement on this morning. But yeah, I just think it's great to see some new faces out there. In fact, we saw some statistics earlier, which are pretty mind-boggling because right now you're watching the 99th tournament that ECN has ever broadcast, which makes the 100th tournament the ECIs that we were just talking about then. The ECI next weekend will be the 100th tournament ever. And in that time, we've had well over 3,000 matches. We've been to 20 countries. This year we'll bring up 1,000 days of cricket, which is quite incredible. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer to 500,000 balls bowled. We've had over 600,000 runs scored.
Wow.
Over 500 teams have taken part. And
Special.
34,000 wickets will probably come during this series. So
Okay.
it's a lot.
So for the 100th, are we doing something special for that?
Well, Portugal raising the trophy would be pretty special.
Oh. I mean, that's a given, right?
Well, this is going to be knocked away. Krishna gets off the mark with 4. So Chowdhury wasn't quite on the ball in that over compared to the way we saw him come out firing earlier. That's the old second game blues maybe for the fast bowler. But it will be the end of the 4th. In fact, it won't be yet because there's still a ball to go. 35-2 at the moment. Yeah, 100th tournament. Yeah, we should probably throw a few balloons around or something like that. Just another day at the office for us, though.
Yeah. I mean, quite an honour to host the 100th, so that's quite special, especially for the SCG. So
yeah, can't think of a better place to do it as well because you guys have been amazing hosts. Medera was on with me a little bit earlier. We were talking about that. This is hit down to long off for 1, so this will be the end of the 4th, and at the end of 4, it is 36 for 2. So they've done pretty well to hold them here.
Yeah.
I guess the issue also is where the runs will come from, but that's a problem for in a few overs' time. Right now, I think they're just trying to keep gamblers to something reasonable.
Yeah, I think they've got Anthony as a an import, so he's very capable. We love getting stuck into
So
him.
Anthony's from Porto, right?
Yeah.
So who does he ordinarily play his?
For Porto.
He plays for Porto, right?
Plays
I
for
thought so.
Porto.
And Porto, I suppose we always love seeing them in the European Cricket Network events, but I mean, the issue here is it's the travel, right? So how much does it drive to Porto? We're talking hours.
Three
hours.
and a half hours.
Yeah, so you can see the
If you're
difficulty.
driving speed limit, which you should be.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
What is the speed camera situation here? I was going to ask you. Just
Oh.
asking for a friend because I did drive to Lisbon and back last night. This is going to be cut away and be a single.
Your friend did, or you did?
Just asking for a friend.
Okay.
I did see there are a couple of listed speed cameras.
Yeah, they are listed, and they have to by law here, let you know. But, just drive the speed limits, and 3.5 hours you're in Porto.
Anything that raises awareness
Correct.
of
Yeah.
speed is good.
Safety first.
Glad to hear that. Turns this into a full toss and almost finds trouble. Kumar doesn't quite time it up. They'll get a single.
Yeah, so I think, for Porto, it would be great to have them here. They are part of the North Comp. They beat us in the semi-finals 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's a handy side. So Andy plays for them.
And we've seen John Zinkus playing in this tournament right now. He
Zinkus.
ordinary plays for Porto.
Porto as well. So, they've got talent up there. It's just a bit of a mission to, jump in the car for the whole day. A lot of people still have work.
Yeah, of course.
But good side, and so Anthony's got some skills.
It's a long way across here. He'll sneak through for a leg by, or maybe more than that. I think that's 4.
Foot fielding.
And yeah, they're going to have a chat about it. I got a suspicion that he touches the rope as he's kicking it, but I might be crazy, but I saw the rope move. Let's have a look. I mean, maybe outside the line. We'll leave that for a minute. This one, yep. Again, my eyes are working today because, he's definitely
Behind the line?
Yeah, he's on the rope, I think. And, well, I think, hopefully, they've seen that. And so, I mean, they can still change that because it was 2, it didn't change the strike. Anyway, meanwhile, we had a chance, and it's taken. So Kumar holds out for 6.
Yeah, great catch. Big wicket again. So they've got, their 3 top batters, and into the middle order. That's a good catch. He claimed it, he called it, and wanted it straight off the bat. So, pressure on gamblers. I mean, I'm not so sure how they're sitting in the log, but a must-win game, obviously. And that's very comfortable, well taken. So gamblers in a little bit of strife. They'll still feel confident with their bowling attack, but 41 for 3 after 5. I mean, the Giants would take that any day.
Yeah, they will. Gotta love the old school hat as well from Sri Palmata, who's coming out there. 41 for 3 after 5. They might have a slide today while they sort out exactly how they're scoring that. But, it's been scored as 2. I think it was pretty clear that he stepped on the rope as he kicked the ball. And again, you can kind of go back and change things because it hasn't changed who's on strike. Anyway, it's like changing a 4 to a 6 after the fact. Anyway, get moving in the 6th over. And it's going to start with 1.
Yeah, so important partnership this year. G2 and Sripal, both capable. I love the floppy. It looks it looks quite sick. But for the gamblers, they'll be wanting to look at 120 plus. It also helps with their run rates and try and restrict the Giants down. As you see this ball. Oh,
he
the
literally
bat
throws
has
the bat.
gone.
Yeah.
And the drop is down.
And they won't even run because he's too busy getting his bat. Well, how's this for some cricket?
Oh, let's see this. Completely lost the bat. It's a good swing, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think maybe the fielder was a bit worried about the bat sconning him in the pip.
That is one way. That's actually
It's
incredible.
flown.
It's incredible bat speed out of the hands, isn't it? And have a look at this. I mean, look at Bucks. Is Bucks watching? Is he watching the bat? Is he watching the ball? What's he watching?
Manages to keep the bat in the hands there this time. A single down to point. Good running.
Yeah. So, you're kind of like the old school Terry Toweling hat. Have you ever worn any, I won't say silly hats, any unusual headwear on the field?
Last year, actually, I wore a hat. I played a social game in Australia, and I don't know if anyone or you know what the licorice all sorts are.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's bowled him.
bowled.
Might have just snuck off the pad and knocked into middle stump. And so Mal Krishna is going to have to go. And so Gamblers lose their skipper 43 for 4. Look a bit exposed here at the moment against LSG. Have come out firing.
Yeah, that's just shaped beautifully, and G2 playing obviously down the wrong line, trying to clip that over square. Head falling over and top of leg and middle. Great bowling. So Gamblers under a little bit of pressure here, you know. Never know. They're 4 down. Panic might set in. Strict them to, what did you say the average was? 63?
63.
Yeah.
63.
Back themselves to get that.
Yes. Yeah, well,
Bit
be an
early to
interesting
say
one.
that, though.
It'd be an
but
interesting one. I mean, still on 76 pace.
Yeah.
You got Ranjit Narayan. You know him very well, of course, and you know he's very capable with the bat and has done some good things in the series. So, yeah, credit to Ankit Singh though. That one just snuck onto the stumps, didn't it? So you need to have that bit of luck as well. But still a fair bit of work to do for Gamblers. Yeah, that 70 or 80 type score will be interesting. I suppose the 63, most of those have been before Chambers was into the lineup, and he adds a bit of stability to them at the top of the order. He certainly wouldn't let you guys get him out. I noticed that in the 10 overs. He batted through.
When Ant and I play, the banter is always quite strong.
I'm sure it's good.
Good
of course,
boy,
national
but
teammates.
Yeah.
You probably remember, we were talking about it yesterday, my favourite Anthony Chambers moment is taking the match-winning catch against Spain.
Espanol, yeah.
And to
Good
take,
catch.
because it was 6 to win or 6 to tie?
win.
6 to win.
Yeah.
And he took a catch out on the leg side fence, and it made Corey extra grumpy. He went on the angry kind of little troll walk.
Spat the dummy,
Yeah,
didn't he?
yeah.
Right.
Dummy went. Angry handshakes all around.
To be fair, he still shook hands, so fair play. Yeah, Corey's a competitor, so especially with the Portuguese and our connection with each other, he helped out in the ECC with us when we went through a bit of trouble with the coach. And yeah, it's friendly banter. And the same goes with Anthony. When he's there, we let him know that he's a little bit under the weather and can't really play cricket.
Yeah, that's just natural, isn't it, as we get to the end of the over. Now, just letting you know that they have adjusted that to 4 leg byes in the 4th over. So, the 5th over, I should say. So, that should be correct now. We're 47 for 4. So, it was 43 after 5 overs. And with only those 4 off that over, 47 for 4. I mean, they're doing a really good holding job here, aren't they, LSG?
Very good. I mean, if you told them that they were going to have Gamblers 47 for 4 after 6, they would have walked onto the field smiling.
All right. Sripal Mata. If he was playing Wii cricket, he's probably broken his TV the way that he started his innings when the cricket controller left his hand. But right now, he's still out there. And what can they get to him? Let's just say 2 a ball, WW score from here, mid-90s. I mean, that seems decent against LSG. But LSG, we often talk about that the bowling sometimes comes before the batting at this level. And even this, Narayan could have shaped to pull that, but he just takes a slightly safer option and takes one.
Well, it looks like a little bit of panic might have settled in. You know, this is not something the Gamblers would have planned for or foreseen, especially being, you know, winning the toss and going into bat. They would have been targeting around 140 because net run rate, like we said, okay, they've lost 1, but things can change at the top.
He laces this one. That is power off the back foot from Mata, who keeps the bat in the hands. He knows how to use it. Maximo brings up the Gamblers 50. And they need plenty more of this. This is just a length ball that he muscled away over the offside.
Yeah, good shot. Waited for it nicely and then just slapped it over extra cover. I think the way the Gamblers have got to play this is just go for it. You know, they've got nothing to lose, pretty much. They've got to push themselves. They need the wins, and anything above 100, they'll back themselves to defend.
He goes leg side, goes with the angle, he hoiks it. So this is the hope that someone will come out and have an absolute heater. And right now, Mata's doing a good job. He goes 6 and 4. So he's raced to 12 in pretty quick time. Is this the over that gets things cracking for Gamblers SC?
Yeah, good stable base. Playing every ball on merit. I think that's something that the cricketers tend to forget. Is merit is still there. So he's watched the ball carefully and just picking his shots nicely and connecting.
Zoom in that hat. Looked like the England logo. It almost looked like the
No,
three
surely
lines
not.
there. Oh, just a polite inquiry. Anyway, Bomick is in a tough place at the moment. This one, he's going to find the fielder. I think Bomick's pretty happy to see Mata at the other end at the moment. And so, yeah, up to 60. Kind of getting there. But I feel like this could be one of those kind of ugly 80s. And they can still win your cricket matches. You've got to get there. But, yeah, you're going to have to bowl and field pretty well to defend a score like that. Last ball, the 7th coming up. Ranjit happy just to pat it back, and that's the end of 7. The score is 60 for 4. So we're about to look at some of the upcoming events we've got. We think we talked about the fact this is event number 99 on the European Cricket Network, which is quite remarkable in essentially about 3 years or so. But 3.5, I suppose. Then we go to Cyprus, go to Milan, we go to Gibraltar. If we could get you on the tour, and I know you're pretty busy here in Portugal, where's a country you'd like to go in Europe? Not necessarily to play, because I know you mentioned Switzerland. Is there anywhere you'd like to visit? Maybe a bit more for touristy reasons?
I'd still love to do Switzerland as a tourist.
Yeah.
A little bit of break from cricket's never a bad thing.
Bring money.
Is that for nights out with you, Vin?
I had a €44 bowl of soup there once.
What?
In Geneva. Oh, the soup was good.
Oh, really? Not
I also,
that good.
I also had a €15 bottle of water.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway.
So dehydrate and don't eat. It's
High
the way
wages,
to go there.
high wages, high cost of living. But they know how to live in Switzerland. It's a wonderful country.
Yeah. Yeah. Italy.
That's a good one. Italy's a good one.
Rome.
I think we're going to have to kidnap you and get you on the tour.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have a chat.
Just tell me when you're ready to end your
No
cricket
cricket,
career.
just talking. Oh, well, that'll be a few years. We know.
Anyway. Well, you'll get around maybe in some ECI cricket this year.
Yep.
Anyway, here we go with over number 8. So they go to spin now, and Shivanka Sharma comes out, and we're going to have a run out. Yeah, so it's just a classic case of Ranjit and the non-strikers then going with the hit. He likes the hit, so he goes. I don't think he ever really has a look at what the striker's doing. And by the time he realises it's too late, and that's pretty smart work to come in. That's Jaswant, who has the easiest direct hit of all time. And that will be a wicket to start the 8th over, 60 for 5.
Yeah, that goes down to what we were talking about yesterday, is having trust in your partner on the other end.
Yeah.
To be fair, Shripple does come down a little bit, so
a little bit, but yeah, your
obligation.
Your obligation is to, when the ball's hit in front of the wicket or back towards the bowler, your obligation as a non-striker is just watch the guy who hit the ball and mimic what he does.
Correct.
So if he runs, you run. If he stops, you stop. If he turns around, you turn around. And has also pretty quick thinking not to panic from Jaswant, who runs in for a touchdown. And now Sripal considers ramping it into his own hat and goes to the deep fine leg. What do you think about that option?
With fine leg down and that pace, you're not really going to beat him. If it was a bit quicker, maybe. But, yeah, it's just an easy single. Too risky for a single, too.
Yeah. Maybe.
And to be fair, they have to start going. I mean, you've got 16 balls left, and you've got to try and double that at least, and that gets you to 93. And, gamblers will be a bit wary of that, knowing that Ant can fire.
Yeah.
And maybe 1 or 2 other bats come off. It's not a given.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They've got to get their order right as well. That's the thing. Here is Sharma. Good matchup against the left-hander. This one kind of cramps him for room. And in the end, it sneaks down the leg side for a couple. So, yeah, you'd think he'd enjoy bowling to the left-hander. Most off-spinners do. The idea of turning away from the bat. Also just sometimes the batters in this form of the game, I think, play for some turn that's not there. Just kind of slides in and blows their pad off. But Sripal Mata has been pretty good out there. Now they're going to take on a 2. It's probably not there, but throw comes in. It's not a good one. It's good proactive running, calculated risk to get Mata back on strike, and it works.
Yeah, we've always said run the first one hard, and if there's a fumble, even if it's a little one, back yourselves to get back from the second. It changes the momentum too. So good running.
So he's got the strike back. What can he do with it? Well, he's going to pick out that fielder, and it's Jaswant Singh again. This guy's everywhere. Next moment, he might have a Premier League goalkeeping contract because that was a really good save. And not just a save, he holds on to the catch. So that could be a really important moment because Mata was the one guy that seemed up and going. And so now he has to go 64 for 7.
Yeah, good catch. Where was he in the first game? What a substitute. So brought a bit of left arm swing into the power play, which restricted the gamblers, and then has taken a run out, taken a catch.
Yeah, it's been a big
performance.
I mean, yeah, not sure exactly what his availability was, but obviously we didn't see him in the early game for LSG, but he's been brilliant, and he just seems really good under pressure. But having said that, decent innings from Sripal Mata, goes for 15 off 11. He's the top scorer in this innings, but that in itself is a bit concerning. 2 to come as another one down the leg side, and this one's going to be costly. Navina can't get there, so 5 bonus runs. 5 carreras, and yeah, this is just slightly poorly directed. Looked like the quicker ball pushed through the keeper. Anup couldn't quite make the ground down the leg side.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment too much on the keeping. I've done that, so difficult job. But the line of the bowler, I mean, he's a pretty handy bowler. He bowled against myself, and you know, I'll be the first one to admit, talked me out of the game. So good cricketer.
It's not for everyone. I think he did a good job. To be fair, because it was Monday and I was taking care of a few things in my travel plans, I didn't actually see too much of your keeping, and I got told not to watch it as well.
No,
so,
it's pretty bad.
So I'm stuck to that.
It's not one of my finest.
This is in the air now, hanging in there a long time. Can they hold it? They won't. Ankit, he has momentary post-trauma depression, and so doesn't throw it in straight away. Prakash is out there, and also there's a missed opportunity, and yeah, this kind of illustrates the patchiness. There was a 1 short during the over, by the way, just previous to the wicket. So it wasn't 2, it was 1 that led up to that. So that's why the score is 71 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, it kind of shows you that the gamblers are very reliant on their top 3. Nitin is a very good bat, so a bit strange that he's a little bit lower down the order. Maybe that is in case this happens. JP is very capable too, so still possible to crack the 95-100 barrier.
Yeah, it's a bit of an insurance policy. We have seen sometimes things going off the rails at this stage as well. But I do like that they've got Rutul Bhatt Chowdhury to come back in over number 9. And I also think he'll enjoy bowling to the left-handed Kamboj because I think he gets that natural angle across, and he's got a little bit of the, I don't know how to describe it, he's got that kind of Bumrah-like.
It's a white sleeve.
Release point, yeah. And he's got the white sleeves. Yeah. So he's too big to fail. Here we go in over number 9. Kamboj says, I don't really care about any of those things. I'm just going to hack it to the leg side. He gets some bat on it, and he gets 1.
Good fielding. Handy result that. So, you know, the Giants will take anything from 2s to 1s from here on. And like I said, they've got the Anthony factor. We had a bit of a chat in between the innings and the game. And, yeah, he's getting used to the pitch and never ride him off.
Rutul to the right-hander now. And yeah, makes the adjustment. Probably go for 2 there. So there's a bit of work to do for Shivanka Sharma, and that's good running.
Still okay. If you're the Giants, you're happy with that too. The fielders could be a bit quicker and a bit more livelier. But as long as you stop the boundary flow, then, you know, you're going to take that any day, to be fair.
Yeah.
Handy bowler. He bowled really well. Got Brendan with a good nut.
Yeah, he did. That was a good one. Slippery Yorker. This one has Prakash just fending away. And yeah, so one way or another, they get through for the single.
Yeah, good running. But again, you know, maybe a little bit of lack of intent. Short, you got to go for that. There's a fine leg and, you know, more in front of square legs. So just use the pace and flick it over and try and get some boundaries. Yeah, Nitin will go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can already see his intent is there. And he's knocked over. He took the gamble, tried to go leg side. That is one of the most powerful air punches you'll ever see. Chowdhury does get fired up, and why not? He knocks over the furniture. And they've been really good. These have been super giants. They want to be the super giant killers, don't they? And right now, they're in a good position. A little bit like Fighters last game. They've kind of done the hard work.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can back it up with the bat. But right now in the ninth, it's 75 for 7.
Yeah, good bowling. You miss, I hit, and Nitin on his way. Yeah, the Gamblers are going to be a little bit despondent about this performance, but it's not over.
I suppose, you know, obviously you watched a lot of the ECL as I did, and you were playing in it, and haven't played the ECC. That's the kind of shot that, you know, a player that's a bit more technical tries to hit that straight, you know, and just has a slightly more margin of error rather than just going leg side at all costs. So yeah, Camboge going for the extra power, but you don't necessarily need that much power to clear the boundaries here at the Santarem cricket ground. Anyway, this is going to be Shader Rahman, who's coming out at number 9. That's a bit of a brain teaser in the chat. And of course the IPL's underway as well. I know a lot of our viewers are following that. I'll come to some of those chat questions in a moment. After this wide, where they'll sneak an extra run. So Prakash will grab the strike back. Games Downloader firstly was asking me, what do I know about Bangladesh cricket? Well, you know, I'm a big fan of Bangladesh. And in my lifetime, they've gone from a team that were easy beats. Yeah. They're to a genuine force. And my favourite cricketer from Bangladesh is Mushfiqur Rahman.
Okay.
Mushfiqur Rahim, I should say, being a keeper. And so...
Mine's Nipu.
Okay, Nipu. Isn't it technically from Nepal?
No.
From Bangladesh, right?
Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Played Bangladesh under 19s.
Someone gave me some fake news on him once.
Oh,
but yeah, that's true. Yeah, he did play I did know that. He played Bangladesh under 19s. So, the other thing was Mark Wood took 5 for 14 in the IPL. It's the joint 8th best bowling figures. But which all-round figures did he beat? Well, that's a bit of a brain teaser. So you ask me for someone that's not in the top 8 anymore. English all-rounders to play in the IPL.
It is English. Or is
he said, but which English all-rounders figures did he beat?
Stokes?
That'd be an obvious one. Maybe Luke Wright. Yeah, maybe let us know. I'm going to go right back in the early days. Paul Collingwood probably was hanging around, but I remember taking a 5 for.
No.
9 overs down. The score is 78 for 7.
Good question, though.
Good question. I don't think I'll be able to come up with it. Maybe if I knew it, it's a very random question. He's 8th best, but who's he slightly best? Who's he slightly better than? 2 for 14 for Shivankar Sharma and 2 for 10 Ankit Singh. They're double wicket takers. Also Just Fun and Chowdhury chipping in. Yeah, what I like here, no one's really been blown away with the ball, have they, in this innings?
Yep.
So you got to bowl as a team. I think it's something that you guys did really well earlier in your defence as well. That they even bowlers that maybe did get hit for a boundary or two, they came back well. You trusted them to bowl their second over. Here we go with Bomick. He was the most expensive so far, and he has to deal with the 10th over. Probably take on the 2 here because I can't see him picking up cleanly. He doesn't. So they scramble to 80. Parkash trying to maybe nudge them up towards the 90 mark.
Yeah, that's a win for the Giants. Like I said, stop the boundaries and you're okay. I mean, even if this goes for 10, the Giants are walking off here with smiles on their faces. The momentum is in their favour. The Gamblers will be a little bit down. Not saying that they can't defend it. They've got a great bowling attack.
It keeps the game alive.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You should be missing
missed.
from there. He does miss. It's going to be a very unusual dot ball.
Could have run.
Parkash survives.
Could have run and taken the bails off by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah.
Jai was long gone.
That's
Get there.
He panicked. That was a genuine panic throw from Anup. He didn't have to release it. He needs some more running lessons from Jaswant. Remember, he was able to come in and take a run out from mid-wicket by taking the bails. Now it makes the block. So I suppose it doesn't cost him a run, so it doesn't really cost him anything except social capital. But... yeah, 80 with 3 balls to go. Tarek's just tuned in. He's probably thinking it's last game of the day, random question time. But good news is this year at ECS, we play Sundays and we play an extra game in a day. So 5 matches a day. But it's always random question time if you want to throw some random questions in, Tarek.
Sure.
All right, this is another big swing and a miss. And they've had about enough, so they're running. At least he's consistent. Anup behind the stumps, misses in the exact same spot as last time. This time they get a bye.
Consistency is key, so, can't fault him there. Yeah, I mean, the Giants would be ecstatic with this. You know, this is probably one of their best performances with the ball, if I'm not mistaken. I've not seen them restrict a team under 100 yet, and if they have, it's been chasing low totals. So they'll take this any day.
Yeah, they will. They may think of 2 here, but they're going to think against it. I mean, they might have made it in the end. Yeah, let me take you back then for in the very recent archives of the Lisbon Supergiants. They have kept teams to, well, I mean, they've gone down a couple of times in chases.
Yeah.
So, to be honest, it's very hard to get a read on their numbers.
It's by far their best performance.
Yeah, but by far it is, yeah. This will be the last
Gotta
ball,
go
so
keeper.
yeah, why not
Keeper.
go for it? I think they'll do it. Well, if that didn't hit the stumps, I think it might have gone for 5, but he did hit the stumps, and that's a brilliant way to finish. And it kind of sums it up, doesn't it? So just 1 and a run out. So 83 for 8, especially with Chambers in there providing a bit of stability. I mean, it's still, for me, probably a toss-up. But yeah, Gamblers, this is one they would have put in the book. But right now, certainly got a contest on their hands. 83 in the first half of game 34.
Yeah, well, you know, the little discussion I had with Anthony prior to this game is, you know, for him, if I was him, I'd be taking as many of the 60 balls as possible. He's a good enough bat to last that. He plays the longer format. He's technical. And chasing 80 if you're facing 60, well, okay, let's be realistic. 40 balls, you know, 200 strike rate, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, yeah, if he bats the 10, I can see them getting there. But I think it's also about how maybe some more of the inexperienced top order will handle this and how they approach it. Again, you don't want to bat yourself into a hole either, but you don't want to be too aggressive. You need to find that balance. And we look back and what's a memorable 10 overs for the Lisbon Supergiants. They were asked to field first by Gamblers SC captain Chitu Balkrishna, and they did a very good job. Now, this is the one, originally it was scored as 2, but I think you could definitely see that he steps on the rope as he kicks the ball.
Flying there, that must have put the fielder off. No
Yeah, well,
doubt.
it seemed to work for Mata. Once he did find his bat, I think he had to catch a taxi to go get it. It went that far. He then put on a bit of a show, didn't he? And he was one guy that contributed with the bat. In fact, he was their top scorer, 15. He scored 14 from Goliath. The next top scorers, their best scorer was Extras with 20. So, yeah, Gamblers just really not having a great time. That kind of summed it up. They weren't even in the same library, never mind on the same page. As Narayan was run out, Mata continued to swing away, but then that was a brilliant catch. And Jaswan, he's been a bit of a game changer for LSG in this contest, hasn't he?
Yeah, phenomenal inclusion. He's kind of changed the vibe on the field, his intensity, his catching, his bowling, his run out. So he reads the game well. And yeah, I think the Giants are walking off the happier team. Puts a bit of pressure on the Gamblers. Their heads will be down. How they come onto the field now will show us what they're made of. And I think the Giants, you know, they'll back themselves. You have to. So you have to go, you know, if they're smart, bat around Anthony and let the rest happen.
Yeah, I think, yeah, just be industrious without being crazy. That's probably what I would say. 83 for 8 off the 10 overs. Just quickly, the answer to that trivia question was Dimitri Mascarenas. Well, someone that I know, actually. So I probably should have gotten that one. Thanks for that bit of trivia. Looking at the scorecard, 8 wickets fall. You see Extras, the leading scorer, with 20. That kind of sums it up. And even the 6-leg buys shows you they just weren't hitting enough balls with the bat, were they? You know, credit to Lisbon Supergiants, though. Triple Mata and Golia, the only 2 to get to double figures. And it's going to be a real good old-fashioned dogfight, I think, in the second half of this one. As you look at the bowlers, and yeah, once again, a good team effort. No one went for more than 17. In fact, 3 bowlers had that exact runs against in their 2 overs. 2 wickets for Ankit Singh and Shivanka Sharma, and 1 for Jaswant Singh and Rutul Chowdhury. Suman Bhowmick as well. He came back really well in the last over because his first over went for 13. He bowled the 10th and only went for 5. So they turned off the boundaries. In fact, they didn't hit a boundary in the last 3 overs, and that's very different to LSG and their performance in the first game they played today against your guys, Awarish. But it says a lot about a team when they bounce back, especially after a slightly under par performance. So Game on the line. Gamblers only one win in the series, and then the Super Giants looking for their first ever win on ECN. Join us after the break. We'll be back with the chase, and it will be Lisbon Super Giants requiring 84 for victory. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Conrad Greenshield. See you for the second half of match 34 just after the break. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the FanCode European Cricket Series, the biggest cricket series in the world. It runs from January to December this year. Ready to start back on the 30th of January in Malta. This is our second series of the year. Took a bit of a hiatus for the European Cricket League, of course, but now we're back and we're in Portugal. And we're coming to the end of the first week of our Portugal adventure into the second half of this ECS, which is a 12-day event. The 13th and 14th days in Portugal will be the ECI. So looking forward to that as well. Right now, really interesting game in progress between Gamblers SC taking on Lisbon Super Giants. And both these teams have struggled so far on this particular series. Gamblers, they won the toss, selected to bat, but they've only put 83 runs on the board. We certainly have seen these kind of totals win matches, but they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin. It's going to be Cambodge to get us started, and he gets it completely wrong. This will be a wide, I think. And look, the reason I think this is a wide is it bounces after the stumps, unless it was above the show. Oh yeah, it's a wide. It's a no ball for height. So pardon me. It's going to be a no ball. Yeah, Vinny Sanderhim is to Maximo. Joining me back in the commentary box is a man that would never bowl a ball that wide. Conrad Greenchills, but I'll hold you off, Conrad. You've got a free hit coming up. There's a real opportunity. This is Suraj Sukumaran, who's coming out to open the batting. He's out there with Anthony Chambers, and they're pretty interesting. First half, obviously Gamblers underperforming at the bat, but who do you think's actually ahead at the innings break?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, Gamblers still, judging on the performance with the Giants with us this morning, they've not got that much firepower.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Could be.
Yeah, well, Chambers didn't face the first ball. That interested me, actually. I would have thought maybe he'd be a bit more technically equipped to deal with what Cambodge is dealing. As it is, he does survive, and there's the first runs of the innings. Yeah, so they're funny totals like this. If you fall behind, it's amazing how quickly the run rate can still get out of hand if you're too conservative. So Chambers, you mentioned that he's probably a slightly longer form player, but I think that could kind of work in their favour on this occasion because he should be at least able to tick it, and hopefully at the other end, maybe some of the other batters take a few risks. Having said that, he gets done by Cambodge. He's a pretty clever bowler. What do you think about the angles that Cambodge is creating here, going left arm around the wicket?
Yeah, I mean, last season when he came over the wicket, he was a lot trickier, to be fair. I mean, he had that, he shaped it in and would nip it away. He also has the one that goes away, so he was a lot harder. The angle in.
But he's got it completely wrong. This one will be a no ball for hitting the edge of the pitch. And so we have another free hit coming up. This time Chambers on strike. I think this is probably a good opportunity for him to throw caution to the wind. And yeah, play still a technically correct shot, but he can extend it, maybe elevate it, and go straight or over cover, depending on the line of the ball. But yeah, Cambodge just hasn't quite been putting it where he wanted it so far. So another free hit, second of the over. Slow ball. Chambers does the opposite. Tries to hoik it away like a number 9.
Mm-hmm.
But and what would you have said if you were keeping and Chambers had played that shot off the free hit?
I would have said he wants to get back in the showers early.
That was the one time it wasn't going to be. I love the camaraderie between the teams as well in Portugal, though I know that there's some healthy rivalries on the field, but ultimately everyone's bonded by the love of the sport. This one's probably sneaking down the leg side. And Chambers will get through, but it will be a leg by, so he's not off the mark just yet. So yeah, Cambodge, despite missing the pitch a couple of times, hasn't really been punished in this over.
No, it looks like Ant's head's falling over a little bit there. He needs to face the majority of the balls here, and then everyone bat around. They can have license to go, and he controls the innings. But yeah, Nitin's struggling to find his line, but getting back to what he's usually good at. I think
also Chambers hasn't played a lot of cricket. And so, now last ball of the over, Sigmarin looks for a run. It's not there, so pretty tight first over in the end for Cambodge, even though it was a slightly long one. It's 4 without loss after 1. And now we are in the Grady 80s here with that total of 83. And who knows? This is a golden ball opportunity. And what a way to get your first win in ECN cricket if you're the Super Giants, because yeah, we have seen it before. Star CC from Luxembourg lost every game in their ECL campaign until they won a golden ball against the Helsinki Titans in 2022. 61 matches since we've had one. And that is only 12 days ago. So
12 days ago.
12 days ago.
61 matches ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy
It's
times.
a lot of cricket.
There's a lot of cricket. You can see we rack the numbers up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Shader Rahman is going to bowl over number 2. Haven't seen the score click over yet, but I'm sure that was the end of the first over.
Yeah, so Anthony here just needs to be smart. I mean, he's a good technical player, especially in the power play. I was saying to him, if you just, keep your shape, punch the ball and let it get over that dome and let it run away and put the pressures under, the fielders under pressure. So we'll see how he goes here. Shaidu has been, he's a good bowler, good young bowler, good strong action. He's been a little bit wayward this tournament.
Yeah.
But
So it was a slight connection issue. That's why the score didn't update. So I know it's frustrating when we sometimes have these technical delays, but it's important that all the information is going where it needs to, when it needs to. And so that's why, rather than go blind without the score being known and stuff, I think it's important, a game of this length, that the players know exactly the situation. So that last ball was a dot. It's 4 without loss after 1. And so I want to say a quick hello to Sam Downs, who's joined us in the chat. Nice to see you, Sam. Let us know what you've been up to. Also hello to John Gray. Anyone that wants to say hello, great time to jump in. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Also, if you've got any questions for Portugal national team captain and therefore international captain Conrad Greenshields, I bet that's something you never thought you'd hear.
yeah, I
You're
mean,
about 30 years of age.
Yeah, correct. 30 years of age. I was in Thailand and
Well, for legal reasons, I'm going to have to ask you not to finish that sentence. But
no, it was for good reasons.
Okay.
But 7 years later, and it's, to be honest, it's a dream come true. It's an honor, and I take it, to heart and work hard, and the team is on the same page, and we're working towards something, so it's good.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully we're just sorting out this little technical snafu. But it's not quite game 5 yet, but any random questions are appreciated. We've had a few good ones. A bit of talk about Dimitri Mascarenhas playing his cricket for Hampshire. Of course, I actually played a lot of indoor cricket with his brother. His name was Mintz. And, Dimmer, it's only a kind of slender guy. His brother Mintz, he reminded me of, there was a guy on Gladiators in Australia called Vulcan. And he was, I have to describe it, built. He looked like the kind of bouncer that other bouncers would be scared of.
Oh, really?
And, and also he occasionally would like to mancat people.
Oh, no.
And no one ever said, people just walked off.
Never said a thing.
Yep. They just,
The bat's harder than muscle, though.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about this muscle. Anyway, now that's the scorers table at the moment. I think they're probably just trying to find the Wi-Fi password. But I'm sure we'll get started again pretty shortly. In fact, we're good to go. So hello to Mintz if he's watching. And Shannon Mascarenhas as well is involved in European cricket towards the beginning as well. So, very good family of cricketers. Well, that looks like out to me, although Paolo disagrees. I suppose the issue here, he is coming quite wide of the crease, and so it's heading towards the leg side. But where does this hit him? Yeah, maybe just going down. That's probably umpire's call.
Yep.
I think it's a brilliant decision, really. I mean, I got a bit emotional with it when I first saw it because I just saw the way he fell across, and I think that probably disguised the fact that it probably hit him more in line with leg stump than middle and leg. And tight one. You can certainly understand if he gave it, but I think ultimately a very good decision. So, Kamaran works the next ball away, and that's going to go for 4. So a badly needed boundary. We talked about the danger of falling behind in the chase, and so that's just a bit of a steady up for Lisbon Super Giants.
Yeah, in effect, 8 and over, if you get 1-2 boundaries and just rotate those singles, get above the rate, and then just slowly you can bring it down to a runner ball, and then it's manageable from them. Yeah,
that's right. Chambers 0-5, probably not the start he was planning at the other end, but yes, Sukumaran does get the boundary, goes with the angle. This one just comes in and
got to run.
Yeah, Chambers eventually does. And he says sorry. I got a feeling he had no idea where that had gone. Anthony Chambers. Let's have a look. Ball comes in, seams in a bit.
I've seen it. Worried
He's
about the keeper.
Worried about the keeper getting it, but yeah, wasn't that close in the end to Kuldeep Golia. He's a pretty big threat behind the stumps though, Kuldeep. He's a very, very good
keeper.
player. Pitched up, takes on the drive. Again, they go on the hit, throw whistles in, but they'll get a single. So yeah, dot balls are what kills you at this stage. At least they're starting to tick a few runs over. And then, you can also hopefully rely on a few extras from gamblers. And we've already seen that Cambodge had a few problems hitting the pitch a couple of times.
Yeah, and then, start working as soon as that field spreads, you can still do 6 and over by singles.
Yeah.
Odd boundary, and that's a shot.
Yeah, it is a good shot, isn't it? And Sukumaran, I like the way he tries to hit this a bit straighter. I think a couple of times he's tried to get a bit too funky, like he's kind of store brand VVS Laxman. But this time, I like the fact that he shows the full face and he gets the value.
Yeah, great shot. High elbow, just hit through the line. And like we said, as soon as it goes over that dome, it's just going to run away, especially with the infield.
Nick's a bit concerned about the stumps at the bowler's end being a bit crooked. But don't worry, they'll get knocked over soon and they'll have to fix them up again. The umpires have to set up the stumps so many times in a day. I want to say hello to Keith as well, who I think's watching from Chicago. Have I got that right, Keith? Nice to have you with us again. He just turned onto the cricket a couple of days ago. Didn't know anything about it. Said he's addicted. So there's worse things to be addicted to,
Getting
Keith.
some nice American audience there. I like it.
Chicago pizza versus New York pizza.
Oh,
Which is better? And
Never had either.
Tell me the differences because I forgot.
One's bigger.
Yeah. One of the things I want to do in my bucket list, and I don't know when I'll do it at the moment, as we get to the end of the second over at 16 without loss, is do an eating tour of the US.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Where would you start?
Probably, or either southwest or southeast and just go across the south. And I might have to bring a few firearms to protect myself. Anyway, this is the situation at the moment. Punjab CC Amadora top of the table. They have played 9 of their 10 games. Gamblers, I mean, I did say if they could go on a real barnstorm and win all 5 of their remaining games, they got a slightly easier draw in the second half. They may be able to sneak in. I think right now they're just trying to get as many wins as they can and see where the chips fall. Yeah, I'd love to do that. That show Man versus Food.
Oh, good show.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you look at the way his body has developed over the course of that show, probably not a great long-term idea.
For a 6-month break. It's good fielding there. By
Yeah, exactly. I just hope. Yeah, I mean, 6-month break or so, or even just to drive town to town. And there's so many of these places that have the delicacy or
Texas.
I remember there was one episode when he was in Texas and the steak was so big it didn't fit on the plate.
It
was hanging over the edge.
I can eat steak all day.
Sorry if the cows from Cow Corner are listening, by the way. I know that they're tuning into the broadcast. Anyway, this one is just pushed a little bit too wide from Cambodge. And, I think this power play is serviceable at the moment.
Yeah, they're going at 8 and over after the second, so on the rate.
Cambodge will just be a bit upset he's let himself down a couple of times spraying it, but he hasn't been punished, has he?
No. Got to be running there.
Yeah, and you could tell that he's just rushed a little bit by the bowling of Cambodge. He's all arms and legs. Yeah, but I think Chambers is experienced enough to know, on contact, he can probably go there. I think because he had a close call in the first over, he's a bit gun-shy.
Yeah, I think if you put the fielders under pressure, if it's a great pickup and a direct hit, then so be it. It's good cricket. But, you've got to try and test them, especially knowing the fielder's left-handed, right-handed. If it's gone to their left, you're backing yourself to get there.
So he works it away. Yeah, bat on ball's the key as well. I mean, if you eat a dot when you should have got a 1, it's frustrating because then you feel under more pressure to score and probably score more than a 1 next ball rather than just make it someone else's problem. Still think that 1 boundary and over just keeps them on track. I mean, the rate required is not out of hand. It's about 9 and over required at this stage.
Yeah, and 1 off 6, he's just getting used to the pitch. It is new. Nitin's coming back really strongly, so it sets up for a good game. Golden ball tingle, and that's terrible ball to be fair.
Yeah, Kambosh applauds the keeper, and so he should, because that's about 3 slips wide of Golia, who's a talented gloveman. He needed to be, because that's hits the edge of the pitch, and then he just grabs it one-handed. That's quite the snare, but it will be a no ball. I think, well, it's been given a wide. I mean, I thought that was probably off the edge of the pitch because of how it reacted. Anyway, now pull shot comes, and well, it doesn't really matter in the end because he gets the boundary anyway. So Chambers gets one a little bit short, as Kambosh a little bit all over the place at the moment. But yeah, this is a confidence builder, and I like that Chambers hits that down. I think he still gets the value without taking the risk.
Yeah, it's something that you can do here. I mean, 3 4s is the equivalent of 2 6s with, you know, less risk. So if you, even if you get 6 4s, you know, we don't count 6 4s as much as we do.
Yeah, 4 6s.
4 6s.
Doesn't quite have the
Do you know what
razzle
I mean?
dazzle, but
exactly. But
they
it's
all
still
count.
the same, right? So yeah, good
that's
shot.
why certain statistics like boundary percentage and stuff, I don't really like those because what's in between? Like even when you're counting dots for bowlers, I'm like, okay, that's fine, but how many did they go for? Good comeback though from Kambosh. That was the good, the bad, and the ugly from Nitin, wasn't it? And it does take us to the end of the 3rd over. It's 23 without loss. So they more or less get the 8 and over that they need off the power play. So they're not a million miles behind, just a little bit behind. So yeah, like dot balls as a statistic, yes. As a bowler, that's good to know, but what does it mean? I mean, really the run rate off your 2 overs, because it's no point bowling dot balls if there's 6s every second ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that boundary percentage of runs in boundaries, yeah, they're kind of interesting, but as a metric, not sure how useful that is. It's all part of the soup. I suppose we talked about that 2019 World Cup final.
Yep.
That's the one time that boundary or amount of boundaries mattered. But even then, I don't like that because, okay, scoring more boundaries, but in between those, then
Yeah, the small things count, right?
the other team did better. This will be 1. As Kamara gets out the road. So yeah, Chambers, that boundary, I'll just steady him a little bit. I think he can just play fairly orthodox cricket here. You've got Verma coming in, Nishat Verma. So Gamblers have got some good bowling options they're going to throw them at LSG. They're searching for their first win on the European Cricket Network. Pitched up, that's a proper shot. And this is the thing, you get value, don't you? That's gone miles past the boundary. Chambers, very nice looking straight drive. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, beautiful shot. That's exactly what we were speaking about, you know. Technical cricket shots can still score runs. And nice strong base and hits through the line of the ball. And, you know, Giants are looking good here.
Yeah, I mean, look, of all the fields in Europe, and I've been to a few of them, this is one where, you know, shots along the ground are going to bring you more value than in other places where the boundaries are a bit more easy to protect. So outfielders here, they have less range side to side just of how fast the ball's on them, and then also trying to deal with some of the unpredictable bouts. Now, I like this as well, and this illustrates my point perfectly. That's probably 5 or 6 metres wide of Kambosh, but he had no chance. So back-to-back boundaries as Chambers gets moving.
Yeah, very good. Waited for it. And, you know, that's something we've spoken about in our side. You can still use that third-man point area. You know, as soon as it beats that inner ring, it's tough to stop it. It just keeps building up speed.
Well, Chris has given me some, and Keith will give me that pizza update. Well, it's not food chat yet, but yeah, apparently Chicago is deep dish pizza and New York is a bit more thin.
I like deep dish, though.
I like deep dish, and I cannot lie. Anyway, here is the next one. Slightly uppish, but nice looking shot from Chambers, who'll get a single. Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough for the over there.
Yeah, I want more bread.
More bread?
How about
more substance?
How about, you know, some pizzas? I haven't in a while because I've been pretty good this year till I got to Portugal about what I'm putting in my body. But yeah, what about some of the weird crusts you can get on pizzas these days?
Quite a fan of the sausage in the ring.
It's like a
cheesy
cheeseburger. There's a cheeseburger one. There's some that just basically look like a heart attack in a box.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe let's know some of the most bizarre crusts.
Pineapple? No pineapple.
No.
Thank you.
And I like pineapple as in isolation.
Yeah. Not
but
on
I
a
just
pizza,
feel
though.
that it overpowers the other ingredients.
Takes over.
I'm more of a salty person.
Yeah.
No surprises there. Anyway, this is going to be worked well back foot. A lot of work for the fielder.
Fielding, got to run 2 here.
And you can turn ones into twos here
Yep.
because you can just bank on a few fumbles. I think it's something you guys did very well. You run in between the wickets. As we get to the end of the 4th over, and I believe that you'll find that is 36 without loss. There you go, 36 without loss after 4. So, yeah, for me, I like my pizza pretty spicy as well. Probably haven't been eating that much pizza lately. Of course, one of the places I'm going soon is Milan, so there's a fair chance that I'll be knocking
Is
over
it
a
good
few of
or
them.
is it overrated?
Italy in general, or Milan?
The pizza in general in Italy. Be honest, where's the best pizza you've had?
I'd say it depends where you go. So I go pretty heavy on the pasta in Italy, and I've got a
Pasta
few
is good.
guides there that tell me where to go. So I've got some of my real favourite restaurants in Europe are in Italy. There's one in Rome I'll always go to. And yeah, so it is very good. But I think it also, like everywhere, some are more authentic than others. But I love the culture in Italy surrounding food. And we live in an age now in other places where people want to customize everything,
Yeah.
you know, as we see some spin.
Sunny,
Yeah, Senil Kumar.
good man.
He gets worked for one first ball. So, I mean, I've seen people go in and ask for almond milk in a coffee and been asked to leave cafes. So you
I wouldn't
don't
be
mess with
Really?
you don't mess with the locals. Don't get too precious. Chambers goes back and he hits this pretty well. And that's going to be 4. And you can see this one's pushed through by Kumar, but Chambers made early position and he just used that pace to his advantage. Gets 4 runs.
Yeah, big over here for Ant. I think he'll back himself to, kick that run rate up and then, like I said, get it to a runner ball and they can just tick it from there.
Speaking of weird food items, sometimes for a limited time only, as we see Sunil coming again.
Oh, bold.
And yeah, pretty full. Just worked away this time for a single. There's a certain chicken place. I won't mention the name, but I'll say that a colonel did start it. And they were promoting a burger that was bunless. And so you'd say, okay, that's going to be pretty healthy, right? Because they're saying like low carbs and all that. But, well, this is highish, They're going to have a look at this. It's also going to disappear to the boundary. So, yeah, just kind of going off the rails a little bit, aren't they, gamblers in this? Here it comes. Yeah, that's borderline. I feel. Where's he actually hit it?
Tough to
You
give
see
that.
it coming in. It's coming down a little bit. Probably. I don't know. They could call this either
I've seen
way.
them called.
Yeah, and I think that they generally will be consistent. That's the best shot, I think, at where it's going. And they've decided to call it. And I think when it comes down to it, if there's doubt, they get called. So that's one where
Consistency, that's
we
all
were
you
umming
want.
and ahhing about it. So if you find yourself umming and ahhing, then you call it. That's how they've done it. And so the free hit comes out and it disappears. Maximo.
What a
and
shot.
right now, this innings has sprung to life. Sukumaran goes large. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for LSG.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Had the free hit, took full advantage, and that's probably one of his best shots he's ever played, surely.
That's the power of the immunity cloak.
Beautiful.
And there's no chance he was going to be out except for run out off that delivery. So instead of bread on a burger, the bun was basically 2 bits of fried chicken
Oh, no.
with something else in the middle. I
Must
can't
have
remember.
been delicious. Did you have it?
Did try it. Anyway, he's knocked over. So now he's lost the immunity cloak. And there's a chink in the armour. And Sukumaran tries to get creative and he gets knocked over. But still, a really good start. I think they'll certainly take that, especially because he was a little bit quiet early. And, yeah, just gets too far across. Hits the top of middle and leg. And badly needed wicket for the Gamblers as LSG lose their first. It's 53 for 1.
Yeah, right idea. The field was set for that shot, so, good intent. And, the Giants will be happy. 53 after 4.5. They're well ahead of the rate, and still there. Again, I think he should be taking most of the balls. And if he does, you got to back the Giants. If he bats 10, you're backing the Giants, surely no.
Yeah, you'd think so. They'd have to play very badly to lose from here.
Yeah.
But pressure's a funny thing, and new batters coming in. I think anytime, even if it's more than run a ball, I know it looks easy on TV, just get 8 or 9 and over. But when you're in there and you're under that pressure situation, especially if you eat a dot or two, then that pressure builds really quickly.
Yeah, and you know, for the new batter, you know, you've got the in batter at the non-striker, so he's thinking, got to get him on strike, and you know, normally or sometimes you won't play the correct shots because of that doubt in your head. So, but you know, got to have faith. Number 3, always a good number. It's my favourite number, so I'm backing the number 3.
That's where you bat. Your favourite number to bat, or your favourite number full stop?
No, favourite number to bat.
Yeah, because you are a number 8.
Number 8
typically
is the
on the back of your bat.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sunil Kumar gets the breakthrough. Oh, close.
Good keeping.
Yeah, I think he keeps the foot back. Just feeling for that. Playing for some non-existent turn, I think.
Good shape from Sunny.
Yeah, I think he always keeps something back behind, or not too much in it, but I think just a toenail behind the line, so Jaswant will survive.
Yeah, good keeping from Kuldeep. I think you can always judge from a keeper's reaction too. You know, he wasn't that confident.
Yeah, if you can see some of the back of that line, then you know you've got your man. But yeah, you can see that. That's the end of the over as well. So it's going to be 53 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, so game in the balance. Anthony on strike now. It looks like there's a change of bowling. It looks like it's going to be Ranjit, if I'm not mistaken. So a bit of an offie. Bowled well. Got me plum in our game. Missed the straight one.
Can happen.
Yeah, so he's handy. I think Anth's just got to take the reins here.
And he doesn't have to go looking for trouble. I think that he just kind of sweated on a bad ball or two. And also, they hit the ball fairly correctly. It's those balls that aren't particularly bad balls, but they're testing deliveries. They're kind of on a lanch. They're on the stumps or just outside the off stump. But he's good enough to handle that, isn't he? But yeah, nice to see Anthony here in Santarem. Of course, I did see him at the ECC last year. We talked about the fact he's been playing a fair bit of national team cricket. Anyway, it is going to be Ranjit to bowl over number 6. So yeah, 53 in the first half, just needing 31 off the second. All right, pushes it through. First one gets knocked away for a single. I mean, this will be a big win for the Lisbon Super Giants. Don't forget, this is their first ever series on ECN. I know they come from a division below as well.
Yeah.
And gamblers, let's not forget, they won the trophy in the night series last year. So they're an ECN champion team. I think this will give them a lot of confidence.
I think it's good for the game of cricket in Portugal. You know, if a team that, let's be honest, Super Giants, they're building, they're getting, you know, the side together, trying to find their way. Didn't have a great start to the tournament and have been learning every game. I mean, even in our game, they still did some really good things. And yeah, you've got to back them. You love an underdog, so. Yeah, I think if they're smart about this and just keep rotating the strike, there's going to be a bad ball. What do they need now? Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, run a ball pretty much at the
31.
moment.
So, yeah, exactly. So, they've Anthony, for me, is still the key. I think if he just bats the 10, then it's easy. He doesn't have to take that many risks. You just tell the rest of the batters, have a go till you get to 5 down and then see where you are and then rebuild.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hello to everyone in the chat as well. I want to apologise for the slight connection issues, which has caused the game to be halted momentarily. Yeah, 17 runs came off that 5th over. So a bit of a rough one for Sunil Kumar. And you can see that's right now, they're certainly in the box seat. And yeah, loving the random questions as well. I have Conrad with me, hopefully for the rest of the day. You think you can stay for the last game as well?
I'll push through.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Then I believe that we'll turn to food chat and we can maybe talk about the Braai, which has been organised for Sunday night tonight.
It's going to be amazing.
We'll have to call Rico and get him back here.
Oh, Rico?
He's going to have fun. You know you're going to have to do it again when Rico comes. It's the end of week 1. It's the end of week 1.
But that's a great treat to top off your 2 days off, is come for a Braai. We've got some red wine there.
Yeah, that should be a nice way to spend the evening. And so I'm sure Rico's enjoying his day off, maybe enjoying the sunshine.
Good day for it.
Yep. All right. We do get a start again, and this is a little bit of luck for Jaswant. Just gets a little bit of bat on it. Evades the keeper, evades the fielder. Doing some chasing, 4 more closer to the target as Lisbon Supergiants, surely they're going to get the points here.
Well played. Use the pace. As soon as it beats that inner ring, it's gone. So 4 off the first ball, the pressure's off, or the second ball, sorry. So the pressure's off. They've got 5. Just another 3, maybe the odd boundary, and they're still ahead.
Yeah, so if Lisbon Supergiants were to win this, they'd have a 1-3 record, and Gamblers will have a 1-5 record.
Brutal.
So, yeah, it shows you how quick things can turn around.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like it. It's any team that's progressing and is new to the league and they're doing well, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think you mentioned yesterday that in a fairly short period of time, Portugal's gone from 5 teams to 18 teams. Is that about right?
Yeah.
And that's quite phenomenal growth. And it's not just Portugal, it's across the board as well. Obviously, with a lot more cricket being shown and known, and a few people come out of the woodwork, plus, of course, new people to the country that have a cricket background. A lot of people working hard as well to get kind of born and bred Portuguese into the game as well, not just in Portugal, but native people across Europe. But the fact that the player numbers are growing, the game's growing, can only be a good thing.
Yeah, it's perfect. Like I said, progression is key, and the stronger we can get, the better.
He's really putting the pace on, and it's kind of helping. Just when I think I'd probably toss 1 or 2 up and see if he takes the bait. But yeah, the moment wickets, is there any way back into this? We'll say if they can grab a few wickets, you could have some nervous LSG middle and lower order batters. Ranjit's gone for 8 in this over. Chambers looks at home, just strokes it away to the sweeper for a single. Takes us to the end of the over. The score is 62 for 1. Just quickly, if we're on the food chat, Chris Smith's talking about his mixed grill.
Ooh.
And yeah, we're talking a bit about food, so I don't mind going there. He said if he's having a more mixed grill, if he's making a small one, it's an 8-ounce rump steak with 4-ounce lamb rump, 4-ounce gammon, 4-ounce chicken breast, 2 grilled tomatoes cut in half, steak cut, chunky chips, salad, peas, carrots, and broccoli.
Oh no!
What do you think about that?
Salivating.
You're an athlete, and don't forget you've got internationals coming up.
That doesn't
You've got
matter.
an important series.
I would smash that in
I will
seconds.
do the right thing. I will eat all your food. And so, yeah, leave it to me. I'll eat enough for the both of us.
I'd be a rabid dog if you came near that. That sounds delicious.
Yeah. I must admit, I went on Alex Macy's advice. We went to a place called Josephine's in Lisbon last night. And yeah, we had a very nice dinner with some of the crew. Anyway, here's Jai Prakash. He starts with the ball. It's a bit too close to cut for Chambers. Misses out. There's a dot ball. So, yeah, the key here is to push the game as long as you can. And the longer you can do that, the more nervous the batter's going to get. And I think any time the runs required is more than the balls, then you've got a shot. Now, that's not the situation right now, but, another 2 dot balls, that's where you'll be. And so, yeah, maybe we're going to have a bit of a tense one to come.
Yeah, big competition here. JP is in the setup for the national side, so is Ant. So, they'll be going hard at each other. I think just shot selection here.
Yeah.
Like I said, let the other end go. Ant just stays there, and if he needs to, he can go at a later stage.
I think the only way you can get in trouble is dot balls. So it's not that I'm not looking to score boundaries if I'm batting right now, but I'm certainly just looking to score off every ball. I'm not going to go crazy swing and missing. I'm not going to do anything too adventurous. I think I'm just going to keep it ticking, and that boundary ball will come along at some point. Yeah, that's kind of how he plays it, and that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's a fairly low-risk shot. He hits it down, he finds the gap, and we've talked about how many 4s we've seen on this field. Well, that's a very useful one as Lisbon Supergiants edge a little bit closer to that target.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Use the pace, short and wide, not the greatest deliveries, but you still got to put it away, and he pierces the gap, and it's 4 in the bag, and I think they've gone at their 6 and over already, so anything above this is a bonus.
Yeah, Thunder, watching from Bangladesh in the chat, saying, yeah, come on, LSG, 1 win gives you confidence, so do it. Well, they're getting there, aren't they? 17 off 21. Have to be a collapse, I think, if they were going to fall off the bridge in this one. This is pitched up. It's the same kind of line, but I think, yeah, the difference is the length that drew the batter to the ball and couldn't quite connect with the drive.
Yeah, foot just coming straight down the line of the wickets and not to the pitch, so Yeah, they're still backing themselves. One more boundary in this over, and their heads have dropped on the field too. They're very quiet, so Giants on top.
Better looking drive straight to the field as they don't get it run. So there's one of those dots trying to claw it back. I mean, it's not a bad over at all from Prakash, but now you're in a situation where the required rate's about 5 and over, 5 or 6 and over. So even such a good over like this, if he goes for 5, it's kind of par for the course for what they need. So it shows you the magnitude of the task. Although we have seen teams lose from here before.
Has Ankush bowled yet? Does you see this ball? Well bowled, a bit too quick for him.
No, we haven't seen Ankush bowling.
So holding him for the back there, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a bowl 8 and 10. I mean, it's a big gamble to leave this late, but let's see who we get. But first, as we get to 67 for 1 after 7, let's have a look at what's coming up in the last game of the day. Technically, I suppose, the last game of week 1, although we're straight into week 2 tomorrow. Gamblers versus Fighters. So Fighters winning the toss, electing to bowl. Fighters had the golden opportunity to knock off Punjab CC in the previous game, weren't quite able to chase down a double-digit score. So, yeah, Gamblers being inserted again. Maybe they saw what Lisbon Supergiants were able to do to Gamblers in the first half, but that means Fighters need to chase, and they didn't do that very well before. So that's coming up in around about half an hour. It's 5:30 Central European time, and that will be
Ankush.
game 35. Yep, and so you're right. Good call. AK, Ankush Kumar. Over number 8. They need a big over from him.
Bad ball.
Not the best start, and it's going to run away to the boundary. It was short. It was just kind of at the hip, wasn't it? And Chambers had the hands quick enough to turn it around the corner.
Yeah, money for Jam. That's just too short, too wide. His short fine is very square, so any kind of bat on that, he's showing me how to pull a shot again.
Hey, we've all been there. I mean, I think I once got out in grade cricket to a ball that was on its way down. It was so short, and I started thinking about how far I was going to hit it. I wasn't just satisfied with a 6. I was aiming it into the car park, straight up in the air.
I felt like I rotated twice.
You have a long time to think about it. They pitched up, hit straight back past the bowler and the umpire.
See, the intent in the running, you've got to be pushing, on that fumble and back on strike.
And even if you don't get the 2, the fact that you are
them.
pushing, it creates this perceived pressure, I think, on the fielder. And they feel like it's not enough to stop it, but they have to actually pick it up cleanly. So, just 12 required. Pitched up, and that's smart batting, I think. They would rather these 2 get them home and not have any late drama. So, yeah, if you can get one a ball here, you do it with plenty of time to spare.
So if you're Jitu, surely you're bringing the field up now. You're saying, okay, go over, take a few risks, try and get try and buy a wicket somewhere. You got to try and stem the flow. Singles are too easy now.
Goes after this, and he gets a fair piece of it. Maximo! Well, Chambers certainly enjoyed getting his eye in for 10 overs earlier on, and now he's ready to launch. And this is, again, it's just a classical drive. He has a bit of length to play with, and he elevates it, and he gets plenty of it. 6 runs, and gets them within one swing of the bat of a memorable win. Lisbon Supergiants.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, exactly. That's ECN for you. It's highly unpredictable.
Yeah, easy single.
Yes.
Bring the field up.
I like the shot selection from Lisbon Supergiants in this chase. They haven't gone after everything.
Yeah.
And they've kind of just banked that they'll get that one or two balls and over that they can hit to the boundary. They don't really need to go looking for it.
No, they've batted really smartly. They've controlled the run rate. They've been going at 8. They've accelerated at the right time, and well deserved. If nothing, is that bold?
I think it's bowled him. Yeah. Well, sometimes you get carried away with the finish line in sight. Jaswant tries to swing across this. Looks like the rolling cutter there. Actually comes in a long way, doesn't it? And we'll probably see it here. Just hits the top of off stump. And so, yeah, Jaswant plays an important role in that chase. 11 he was able to contribute. He provided good support to Chambers while he was there, but he falls within reach of the target. At the moment, it is 80 for 2. And it's also the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, good bowling. You miss, I hit. That's a momentum changer. How many balls have we got left in this over?
Yeah, well, that's it. So
that's it. So Anton strike.
They just found a way to get ahead of the rate. And I also think they might miss a bit of a trick bowling him so late.
Yeah.
Because now he's going to bowl 8 and 10. doesn't look like we're going to get a 10th over the way things are going. So maybe just a bit of a tactics thing there.
Yeah, so bringing the field in, everyone's come in. You have to. I mean, it's...
And you got the thing is...
Build some dot balls here.
You can make an argument that you can concede a 1 to Chambers and maybe dot up Rutul, Chowdhury, but conceding a 1 is a quarter of the runs that you've got to play with. So I think that Chambers is probably thinking boundary here.
Going over.
Yeah, he's brought everyone up. Depends on what he gets from Prakash. Yeah, here we go. Over number 9, 4 to win. Yeah, first one seems back. There certainly is a bit of movement sideways in this pitch. I like it. I mean, you saw that rolling cutter from Akash Kumar, previous delivery, come back a bit. And yeah, this one I think is more seam than anything from Giant. But yeah, Lisbon Super Giants going to cause a bit of an upset here. And Gamblers, where they at? I mean, this probably sinks their semi-final prospects once and for all, you'd imagine. Now Chambers, even in a field where they're not meant to concede a run, they do concede a run to the infield. That's got to be frustrating for the captain.
Yeah, if everyone's in the ring, you're on the one there. You have to be. That's just too easy, and you know it takes the pressure off. Ant, new batter on strike, fearless cricket, and one swing of the bat, and it's done.
We've got a new acronym in the chat, the CCC, Conrad's Commentator's Curse. We think that you might have cursed the last batter, yeah, because Jaswant was bowled with inside of the target. Anyway, Chowdhury looks pretty comfortable there, but they don't get a run. I mean, really, I think it's hard to see too many paths to victory for Gamblers from here, but it seems a must. I think that you have 3 more dot balls against Chowdhury. I don't know. Maybe you should just go for glory.
Just got to
If
swing
you
at
keep
it.
swinging, you feel like one of them will go. Yeah. Just doing this is limiting himself to 1. I don't know. Easier said than done.
Get on your knee and sweep him.
You're probably thinking nothing stupid in this situation, but I think stupid might be the smart thing to do here.
Yeah, just
if you have,
you've got nothing to lose. You've got wickets in hand.
Even if there's a hat trick off these last two. You've still got Chambers facing with 3 off 6, right? Okay. This time they do get it. This will be the winning runs. So Lisbon Super Giants are going to do it. It runs away to the boundary. And it's going to be 7 balls to spare. A big win and a big moment for the Lisbon Super Giants club. As last year's ECN Night Series champions, Gamblers SC, they go down in a big upset in match 34. They'll be so disappointed that they only have 1 win out of 6 matches now. And for all the teams to put a dagger in the semi-final prospects of the Gamblers, it's the Lisbon Super Giants. Or is that the Lisbon Super Giant Killers, because they come up with the points. Their first win on ECN here in match 34.
Yeah, for sure. That's got to be the upsets of the tournament so far. The Gamblers would have backed themselves. But to be fair, the Giants, you know, started off well, proper cricket shots, just didn't get panicky. They played that innings really well. You know, they went an 8 and over for probably about 4 or 5 overs. And then just accelerated with Anthony in the back end.
I think you can't underestimate the value of Anthony Chambers as just a steadying hand at the top of the order. And this was probably one of the shots of the day for me, the way he just nailed that one straight down the ground. You see how quickly it raced away to the boundary. And yeah, he just seemed in control, didn't he? He knew if he was there for the innings that they were going to do it. And so, yeah, had some good support along the way. Sukumaran came out and hit some nice shots, hit a big 6, but then found himself bowled. He's getting a little bit too far across. But that brought another batter to the crease, Jaswant Singh. And yeah, he just seemed to do what he needed to do. And that was quite a mature chase, actually. They were selectively aggressive. And I think the way they went about that wasn't that they were too conservative, but they were affording themselves to kind of take a dot here or there. They were determined not to get in trouble as far as wickets lost, because I suppose with slightly less depth in the batting, they knew that the top order had to do the job.
Yeah, they did really well. I think it was very intelligent. You know, that added experience in the middle from Anthony would have been talking to the guys in the middle, and well done. Pretty
good work. And so Gamblers, they have to back up now, because in 20 minutes we'll start the last game of the day, last game of Sunday. And Gamblers, well, that says 1 and 4. It'll actually be 1 and 5 by the time they hit the park in the last game of the day. And Fighters CC kind of botched an opportunity earlier, but they'll sense a bit of weakness. 2 teams that could really use the points. Each team just playing 2 match day, and both those teams, they lost their first match here on day 7. So stay tuned for that one. Fighters winning the toss and bowling, so Gamblers get the opportunity to open up again, and Fighters get the opportunity to chase. So both teams getting to do the thing that they did unsuccessfully in their previous game today. Let's have a look at the scorecard, and in the end, it was fairly easy if you look at the numbers. 7 balls to spare. Chambers with 38 off 25. He led the way in the chase. Sukumaran with 25 off 18. So set it up, and I think the player of the match in the end went to Ankit Singh. That was for his bowling effort, 2 for 10 in the first innings. I mean, Chambers could have easily taken it as well. Ultimately, a big moment for the Super Giants Club. They must be thrilled. As far as the bowling went, not too much went right. Kambosh, probably those figures flatter him, because I don't think he knew where he was putting them, with a few balls missing the mark. None for 10 off his 2 overs. The wickets were taken by Sunil Kumar and Ankush Kumar. But yeah, a bit of a frustrating one for the Gamblers. It can't be easy to process that and then come and have to back up straight away, Conrad.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to digest. You know, they've just got to go back, have a chat, see where they went wrong. I mean, their batting intent probably is what let them down. We know what they can do. They're a team, Kuldeep, Gulia, you know, you've got Koka, and then you've got Ankush, so they can tear bowling. A
strong top 3.
Yeah.
But I mean, Fighters, they've had a habit of just removing those dangerous players. Let's see if they can do it. Should be a good one. Last game of the day coming up in 20 minutes' time. Stay tuned for that. Till then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields back after the break for the last game of week 1. But don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow morning as well. Hope you're enjoying the action here on ECN. We'll see you shortly for one more match here on Sunday night. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Great to have your company on a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN as we head into the last game of the day, the 5th game of day 7. It's match 35 and it's an interesting one coming up between Gamblers SC and Fighters. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. Nilkesh Patel, well, he's got the duties today. Let's see how the coin toss goes. Wow. Results of the match 35 coin toss, and it was won by Fighters. And their skipper, Mandeep Singh, elects to bowl first. So Gamblers CC, we get to see them with the bat first up. We know that they've had a bit of an issue today putting the runs on the board. That's despite having some very talented batters in there. Maybe not as deep as we see them sometimes, but certainly that top 3 can pack a punch. But they weren't able to get the job done and handed the Lisbon Super Giants their first ever win on the European Cricket Network. But, well, they could bounce back and bounce back strongly. I'm a little bit surprised that Fighters didn't want to bat themselves. Maybe that says more about their confidence in their batting because they weren't able to put together a target of 89. They had a real window of opportunity against Punjab CC Amadora. Pretty close. Fighters 3-run favourites. Gamblers, I mean, that doesn't include the last game there. 1-5 now. And I just think that's a bit of a spirit dasher. And Fighters, despite losing earlier, they still have a 4-2 record, and they're certainly in the mix for semi-finals. I think that Gamblers, they've been sunk after that shock loss to LSG in match 34. So I want to welcome everyone to the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. I want to say hello to Kitty and Chris. And the robot's been popping in from time to time as well. It is game 5. Not just the last game of the day, but the last game of the week, I suppose, as we go into Sunday. And yeah, random questions are most welcome. Also, you can maybe give us a few suggestions from the food arena, because we know that sometimes we talk about food in the last game of the day. So Baljit Ram's going to open up. He bowled with fire before, and he looks like a very good cricketer. He's going to open up to Kuldeep Golia, who is certainly a very good cricketer. So good contest to get us started off. Start's so important here, I think. So Kitty, and she'll be able to stay and watch an over or two. Well, that's good, Kitty. You're going to see a good contest. We're just waiting for the clock to tick over. I make it about 10 seconds away from the start. In fact, he said, okay, that's enough. The watch has ticked and we're ready to go. First one gets straight through Kuldeep. Yeah, you can see he likes to use the crease, doesn't he? Likes to get wide and creates that angle. So, Kuldeep Golia. Again, guy that we'll see representing Portugal in the ECIs. But yeah, needs some runs, doesn't he? And he has looked good in this series. He looked really good. Yeah, big swing and a miss. So, 2 swings, 2 misses so far. Bapuji's back. He's making some comparisons. Obviously, the IPL has started. Not really comparing apples and apples when you compare ECN cricket to the IPL. But I think that they each has their own magic. This one's wild. Baljinder goes across and well handled behind the stumps. Pravinder Singh with the gloves on. We saw a crazy catch earlier that bounced off Pravinder Singh, the keeper, and was caught one-handed by Gursbakh Singh in the short third man position. That was quite crazy. And not even the first time we've seen it this year. This is probably going to be a wide. I think it's probably over their head. I think he's trying to say, hey, if it's not over the head, I have a feeling this will tell the story, and I think it is too high, just from my vantage point. Yep, that's a wide. Yeah, that'll also be the one for the over. He does like to bang it in, doesn't he? And he's saying, hey, what's going on? But the thing is, when he looks back at that, he'll see it was over the head of Kuldeep. And so now he's forced to pitch up. I think it's probably asking the right questions. I think with the unpredictable movement and shape he gets, that he can probably have a bit more success if he pitches up with this new ball. I just think the batters will have less time to react to any movement that he gets. Now, he's a talented cricketer. He's a bit of an enigma, actually, Baljinder Ram. That's the X factor. This time he goes with the angle. He's the infielder. Just drops at the crucial moment. They will scramble through for a single, so Coker's off the mark now. Yeah, Gamblers would hate to walk away empty-handed from day 7, but one of these two teams will, after they both suffered a loss in their first match today. We've seen five teams play here on day 7, each one playing 2 matches. Great atmosphere around the ground as well with 5 teams playing. A lot of buzz and excitement. Pitched up, nice looking shot, but doesn't really time it. This will be down too long off for a single. Those of you that might be just tuning in, Rico's off today, but he will be back tomorrow. I'll be taking a little mini break from the tour tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday for the last day of group matches or round robin matches here in Portugal before finals day on Friday. And then also, don't forget the European Cricket International Tournament next Saturday and Sunday. It's well bowled, so when he gets it right, he gets it right and beats good players. It's the end of the first over. The score is 5 without loss. Got a real whippy kind of action. Bit of Wazam Akram's about Baljinder, the way he bowls sometimes. Anyway, this is what I'm talking about, and what a better moment to bring back Conrad Greenshields, the Portuguese skipper. Kuldeep Gollia, who's out there in the moment. He is part of that squad. Also Netherlands and Gibraltar taking part in that series. If you want the full info and fixtures, you can go to europeancricket.com. And yeah, Conrad must be looking forward to that. Of course, eyes on the prize here in the ECS, but it's an exciting initiative to have international T10 cricket outside the ECC this year.
Yeah, very happy to have it. Thank you for having me back. But yeah, super excited. I think the Netherlands, you know, that's... For us, it's a great thing to have them here, and Gibraltar always good contest.
This one's pitched up and timid on. They'll get a single, and so it's a fairly circumspect start here. This is Mandeep Singh bowling over number 2. Yeah, just think it'll be really nice to see the International Tri-Series here at the SCG. Wow, good pick up and throw. This would have been out by a mile. Now, who wants to back this up? And luckily, it was backed up by Baljinder Singh. This is kind of what we talk about sometimes. You go with a hit, you force a perfect bit of fielding. Got a nice hop there, Baljinder, and he launched at the stumps, but just couldn't hit the target.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't put them under pressure, you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, like I said, if it's a good pickup, good throw, direct hit, well played.
A little bit short. That's a good shot. Didn't bounce as much as he thought, Kuldeep Gollia, but he made the adjustment. That's a very good cross-bat shot. You can see why Gollia's in the ECI squad. I mean, he's a very talented player. Probably a little bit upset with himself. He hasn't made a big score since that big opening partnership the other day, but you can see the class in that pull shot.
Yeah, I've always said Kuldeep is... I had the pleasure of batting with him for 2 years, opening partnership, so know what he's capable of. He's a free-flowing batter, has no fear of any bowler that comes to him. Interesting chats in the middle. It's just a fist pump and okay. But he knows exactly what he's doing. He's strong on the pull, good on the drive, good batter.
Well, they do say 94% of communication is non-verbal.
Correct.
But,
in the eyes. This time. The eyes say everything.
Sometimes you just got to feel it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a bit of a result that throws things for a loop in the bottom half of the table with that match 34 result. Lisbon Supergiants getting over Gamblers. This is a thick edge, and he can't quite get down in time. And well, he's especially in that position now, Gurusavak, after he took that ridiculous rebound catch earlier. This time he can't get down to his left. That flew away, didn't it? And once again, you see this field creating a lot of boundaries. And that's one that normally, even if you have one more step to get to that, you probably stop it, but it raced away for 4.
Yeah, this ball is on you a lot quicker than what the screen gives credit for. It's super zippy, and you've got to get your body behind it. It's, you know, you have the risk of getting sconed in the jaw, but like I say to our players, you've got to bleed.
You do what you have to do. This time he goes at it. And he takes off with a hit. Could be trouble. This would have been gone. And the keeper there, Parvinder, just couldn't get behind the stumps. Just have a look at this. I mean, because he's kind of drawn to the side the ball's hit, he finds himself in front of the stumps where maybe if he's behind and the throw's online, he might be able to turn that into a run out. But as it is, it's the end of the over. So at the end of 2, it's 16 without loss. Let's have a look at the table because there's a lot going on, as there always is. We've seen 5 teams in action today. Lisbon Supergiants, the big news is they have their first points in ECN cricket with that win in the previous match. And it means that Gamblers find themselves with a 1-5 record and not in a great spot. Fighters, though, I mean, they're fighting for a spot in the top 4. And I think with a win here, they'll get back into the top 4. They've got Gorka 2 spots ahead, so it's a pretty big game for Fighters, especially here in the last match of the day.
Yeah, I like the action of this lefty. I've never really understood the around of the wicket, especially with no protection deep and down on the fine leg boundary. But yeah, I think with regards to the table, as a captain, I've got to try and be a little bit biased here and back the Gamblers because it helps us with the Fighters because, like we said, points and run rate are all in it.
Yeah, well, maybe we have to put a yellow cap on you or a black cap into this game and get behind the Gamblers. But let's face it, in the end, you don't want to be relying on other teams to have certain results.
No.
I think, ultimately, I think you probably just concentrate on what your own team's doing at the moment. Played 2 games and won 2 today, which is pretty good for the Swans. Right now, yeah, it's Balginder's variation going around. This is going to be gone. Little edge, and now Golly is going to go. He was reaching, wasn't he? Got him playing away from his eye line, away from his body. So Balginder, he is whippy, isn't he? So that angle tends to work this time. But yeah, Kuldeep just slashed away. On another day that maybe flies away for 4, but this time it's safely pounched by Parvinder behind the stumps. So Golia goes for 8 and could never get cranking here in match 35. It's 16 for 1.
Yep, big wicket for the Fighters. Well fought. You know, obviously throwing the hands at it, it's wide. You know, better to maybe leave it, let the umpire decide, reset, go next ball. But if you are going to go for it, that front foot needs to come a little bit more across. Kuldeep's super strong across or over cover. He'll go back and have a look at that. Big wicket, though, for the Fighters.
Yeah, I mean, that's the price of doing business, I think. In a longer form of the game, you wouldn't probably play such a loose shot. Yeah. But if you get it in the middle, everyone claps, goes for 4, everyone tells you're a genius. It's just a slight misjudgment, and it's easy to make more of those misjudgments when you're playing away from your body. Now, speaking of misjudgments, and that's one down the leg side. It's a very good piece of keeping behind the stumps. But yeah, my theory is that they follow the ball. So because he bowls it here,
yeah,
he almost wants to go grab it and get it back. But yeah, probably get a first warning there. I'm seeing a lot of warnings. I'm not seeing a lot of doings, though, in this series. And we talked about this the other day, right? There is a mechanism to deal with this. First warning, second warning off. He does get the warning now. Goes back over the wicket anyway.
Much better.
This is a nice cut from Kumar. He missed out earlier. He's certainly a guy that's too good to stay down for too long. He just cuts down on that. Wasn't actually that wide, but he just good fast hand to get through the ball, get through the infield and get it to the boundary. Yeah,
good batsman. MVP for last year in the league. So very good cricketer with bat, ball and field. Very reliable. Key partnership here. I think, Fighters have got to, keep fighting here. Excuse the pun there. But the left armour, I mean, that angle that he was coming in was probably the most weirdest angle I've ever seen a left armour come in over the around the wicket.
I think weirdness is a skill which has become a bit more in vogue in cricket. I remember when they tried to teach everyone the same when you were a kid. You'd have certain idiosyncrasies ironed out.
Touch the ear when you're bowling.
I think if you can do things without hurting yourself, that's probably a key.
Yeah.
But unusual actions and
all for it.
unusual techniques of batters, if you can do it at a high level and you've got that natural ability, and I think
Why not?
that's the X factor you need to succeed at a high level. This just chopped into his pad pretty obviously. This is the end of Ram, who takes 1 for 10 and bowls pretty well. That's the end of the power play as well. Gamblers are 21 for 1. But yeah, you look at bowlers like Paul Adams, the old frog in the blender, one of my old favourites from when I was a kid. Also, Malinga, obviously, Bumrah's quite different. Batters obviously got a few quirks these days. Smith has got his own way of doing things.
Lavaskakni.
Smith light, yeah.
Old Lavaskakni.
Is Marnus Smith light, or is Smith now Marnus light? I mean, that's the thing. They seem to have an interesting relationship.
Yeah, I mean, obviously feeding off each other's energy, and it's working for them. Beautiful batsmen to watch when they're in full flow. But yeah, you know, not your most traditional batting styles. Who's another one? You mentioned him yesterday, Lara.
Oh yeah, Lara. There's sometimes kind of exaggerated ways of doing things. Versus
Chanderpaul.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, like Chanderpaul, so front on. It's going what works with you. But yeah, I think ultimately, if it gives you confidence, if you feel like it's working for you, you have to be able to go with that, and also be able to change things. Oh, this hasn't bounced at all.
That's the first low one I've seen today.
Yeah.
All tournament, really.
It's a lowie, as they'd say in Australia. Let's have a look at this from Mandeep, who continues to take wickets. That's very lucky that it doesn't crash into the stumps or the pads, for that matter.
That's hit a part of the pitch that Machado was in charge of whackering, but didn't do it, obviously.
Sounds about right. This time's pitches up a bit. Yeah, Mandeep's been really good with the bat, or with the ball. I mean, he's turned into a bowler that bats a bit, whereas he used to be the other way around. But yeah, this time they get 2. He looks a bit nonplussed. As there's a slight fumble from Kumar, which allowed the batters to come back from 2. That's pretty alert running.
Yeah, very good running. Like we said, run the first hard, put the fielder under pressure, especially on the ring and the boundary, and you always possibly can get back for a second. That's better bowled. Played with some respect. Yeah, Gamblers 24 for 1 after 3.4, you know. They've not looked themselves, to be fair, especially with that firepower they have up top.
Just a little bit off.
Yeah.
It's hard to put your finger on it. I mean,
tough
you gotta
5 and 1.
Yeah, you've got to give your credit to the opposition, though. Haven't allowed them to play too well. Even this low full toss, mistimed. And it's hard to believe this is the team that whacked 101 in 5 overs the other day. But that's ECN cricket for you. I mean, you're up, you're down. It's an emotional roller coaster. It's a bit of a physical roller coaster as well. And I think also with their semi-final aspirations evaporating, I think you've got a team with a lot to play for here in the Fighters. It's a team which is just trying to save face a little bit. Anyway, this is in the air, and it's a very good catch coming in. I'm going to say Dalvinder Singh's got a really good pair of hands. Kokut took on the leg side and lost. And so a wicket for Mandeep, and Gamblers lose a second. It's 25 for 2.
Great catch. Called nice and loud. I think he might have misjudged it slightly, but that's because of the skyline, but, you know, adjusted properly and took the catch, and that's a big wicket. Coco walking back into the sheds.
Yeah, and this was kind of the issue in the previous game. The Super Giants were able to get those dangerous players before they could do a lot of damage. If you look at the scorecard, Kuldeep Kohli made 14, Coca 7, Ankush Kumar 6. So I think if you get the top 3 and you get them for under, I'd even say 40, then you're in really good shape. So they scored 27 between them in that last game.
25 now.
Yeah, so that's another sign that they're on top. But Ankush Kumar is still there, I will say that. So they're 22 runs to the top 3 batters, 8, 7 and 7. So
would you bring a left-hander in just to disrupt the bowling line now? Well, you've got Nitin, you've got...
yeah, you've got some options.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good shot first up. It's the start of a new over. Kumar just leans back and caresses this over the leg side. Maximal! They need to turn things around. I mentioned this is one guy that can, Ankush Kumar. That one disappeared miles over the rope. And it's a bit of a rough initiation for Dalwinder Singh. His first ball disappears.
Just a touch short. The line a little bit too straight, and that's money for jam for Ankush.
And don't forget, Fighters, they couldn't chase 89 earlier.
Yeah.
And their batting didn't look particularly confident today. It's a slower ball. He's able to free his hands, but yeah, probably should have hit that to the boundary. Instead, it's just going to be 1.
Yeah. lucky there. I think the shot was on, just straight at the fielder. Unfortunately, picked him out. But yeah, the fighters are on top here. Going under 10 is something that on this field especially is a little bit too slow. As that's driven into the covers. Mandeep doing the fielding there. So singles, again, it's the same as the last game. I think if you're keeping them to 1 and 2s, the odd 2 maybe you can allow, but you're not very happy with it. But singles and dry up the boundaries puts the pressure on the batter side.
You just got to get something moving. Anyway, this time it is moving, and it's moving out of the ground. Kumar, he's the danger man, and he can still hurt you and hurt you pretty quick. You got to get it right to him. And they had the fielder set back for that, so it's probably saying, okay, go on, take that on if you want, but he does, and these boundaries are pretty unforgiving. That one disappears for 6.
Yeah, I think with the pace that ball's been let loose at, I mean, it's giving Ankush way too much time to pick his spot, his elevation, and it's another 6. He's got to be a little bit fuller, a little bit wide, top of off, put him under pressure. Shot.
Next one worked away, that's 4 as well. So, yeah, Kumar, he's playing shots all around the wicket now, and when he hits his straps, he's so dangerous. Just a little bit of width offered, and that's just a classical shot. He leans on it, doesn't he? And we talked about the fact that the outfielders don't have the kind of range they do in some other fields when you're playing here at the Santarem cricket ground, and even that was probably less than 10 metres from the fielder. He didn't really have a hope.
No, as soon as that goes through the inner ring and it's at least 2 metres to the left or right, you're going to struggle unless you're throwing your body on the line.
Slow ball. Clever change up.
Bolt.
I'll have a ping, why not? But well, I think it somehow rebounds onto the stumps, but I feel like he's home. Probably worth a second look, though. Comes.
Oh, that's close, no?
The ball actually hit the stumps.
Oh, the bails haven't moved.
I think the foot's down there anyway, just before the bails come off. I wasn't sure if it's actually the ball hits or the
The keeper sneakily
Yeah.
kicked the base there and gone, how's
It
that?
looks suspicious. Anyway, it won't be out. So 44 for 2 after 5. And so I'll move into over number 6. And this is going to be Gurvinder Singh. He impressed us earlier, didn't he? Came up with a 3-for. So pretty good option to turn to.
Mr. Cricket of Portugal loves the game, works hard.
He really puts everything into his bowling
Everything.
action, doesn't he? And, well, fortunately for him, that pace is used against him as it's a pretty solid cut shot from Ankush Kumar, who's really warmed up in the last 5 minutes. And he takes the Gamblers to 48.
Yeah, I think with Ankush there, same as last game, Anthony needed to face the majority of the balls. The same goes here for Ankush. He'll keep that rate ticking. And, you know, after seeing the fighters display with the bat against Punjab, it's a good bowling attack, but 89 not being able to chase is a little bit of a dent in the armoury.
Yeah, that's true. Different game, different feeling, though. And that's a little bit short. He goes back and he pounds it over the leg side. It's going to be 4 in the end, but yeah, another well-executed shot into the gap. And Kumar, well, the danger man, he's already up at 33. So yeah, now you look at the top 3 in isolation. They've scored 48 runs between them. Yeah, just the fact that they've got 2 out of 3, that's one thing, but they haven't got Ankush Kumar, and the 50s come up as well for Gamblers. Here's the comeback ball from Gurvinder. And Chris smart enough to keep it to 1 this time. So hey, people talk about unusual techniques. People talk about Peter Willey, used to play for England, who faced pretty much front on to the fast bowlers. He was one of the first to do it. Actually played with his son, David Willey, who's also played a fair bit of cricket in the county system. And, of course, even for England in the limited overs game. Very good player, David. I remember playing one season with him, I think, when he was 18. So Peter Willey used to come to our games and just hang out.
Nice.
We had a pretty good hanging out crew of people that to come watch our games. We used to have, I played with Jeff Thompson's son, and I also played with Kim Hughes' son. And
So yeah, Jeff there with you.
yeah, and it's a very bizarre thing. Yeah, Peter Willey is another one. When David was playing, just they'd be sitting around it, you know, just like a rubbish bin, leaning on it and having a coffee and talking cricket, and just very casual.
Coffee and a
I
dart.
kind of sometimes did a double take, thinking it's kind of strange. And Jeff Thompson's son, Matt, has the same action.
Oh, really?
And he didn't play a lot of cricket growing up. I think he took it up. Same with Kim Hughes' kids, and Brad I played with. he was like a professional skateboarder and then turned to cricket a bit later when he was 28. It's strange how
Things change,
people
yeah.
have different
Evolve.
paths to it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Some sons and daughters of famous cricketers, they are kind of bred Sean and Mitch Marsh style from the crib. I'm pretty sure there was a cricket ball hanging from a string.
Instead of those little
that's where
fish that twinkle,
I
it was
heard
a
that,
cricket
and
ball and
I would believe
a
it.
piece
54,
of wood.
54 for 2 after 6. I remember Mitch Marsh used to come to games when I used to play against Sean in the school system in Perth, and he was a 6-year-old with a giant head and a little cricket bat, and now I think I see him.
He's a
play.
beast, right?
Yeah, and was very good in the T20 World Cup final some time ago for Australia.
Yeah.
But yeah, Peter Willie's another one that was unusual. Another one that was mentioned was Balvinder Singh, not the Balvinder Singh that played for you this morning, but the cross-handed bandit.
Cross-handed bandit.
Yeah, Balvinder
amazing.
Singh. Yeah, who actually played for Fighters a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Played in the league a few games last year. Smashed 100 against us.
Well, speaking of smash, this is smashing into the stumps of Balkrishna, and he's going to have to go. It was a slower ball, I think, from Dalvinder Singh. That knocks him over. And what a way to start the 7th over. That makes it 54 for 3.
Good angle. Looks like he's rolling the fingers just across it and nipping in and hitting top of off. Good bowling. It's, again, you know, we keep speaking about top of off in the Swans group, and you know, there's a reward for it. Every now and again the guys are going to get lucky or not lucky, but you just play a good cricket shot and you've just got to nod your head and say next ball.
I just think it's a good change of pace.
Yep.
That Dalvinder's got. It disguises it well. This is probably my favourite hat of the day. Sripal Mata also started his innings last time by throwing his bat at the square leg umpire, so it was a controversial start. It was unintentional, but...
do you think it was? Because he hit it in the air. Do you reckon he's like let it loose just at the last second to put the fielder on?
What if I told you I once heard a teammate discussing one way to get rid of close-in fielders in a pressure situation?
He didn't.
They didn't,
Just
but he talked about
accidentally
it. He said, I'm not hitting too many, but I do like the idea of
holding
accidentally,
a loose
not
grip.
accidentally. I mean, they got the helmet on.
It's a good plan if you get away with it.
And then next minute there'll be a rule, like, you know, with the Nintendo Wii remotes, you have to put it around your wrist. There'll
Put
be
a surfboard strap on it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Anyway, don't know who thinks that way, but
Cricketers.
There's a pretty good compilation of people dropping their bats. And Sangakkara once for Sri Lanka was hit wicket. His bat went into the air and bounced and came back onto his stumps.
Yeah.
That's one of the most unusual dismissals I've seen. There's that slower ball again. Really close. The question is the impact for me. And now, well, it could be gone.
Oh, no.
Well, let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's outside the off stump, and then he picks it up, and he's been run out. Yeah, and Mata is going to have to go, and he just keeps walking. So, what a piece of cricket. Unbelievable stuff. And what about the heads-up play? I think it's a good call on the LBW. And so, in the end, it's going to be a bizarre one. Kumar survives, but Mata does not. He's run out for 1.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that before. Good awareness from the bowler, but, you know, we keep speaking about awareness all around the game. So the batters too, you got to know where the ball is. They're just umpire watching there, waiting for the decision, and he's being caught napping and on your back.
Yeah, that was quite an incredible dismissal, but I'll take it. Right, just when you think you're seeing it all, you see something else. Anyway, Dalvinder was right on target. Gets the right of reply. Now this ball's in the air, hanging for a while, but doesn't carry. That's what I call a good miss hit. I mean, if you hit that slightly better, it probably carries to the fielder. But yeah, gamblers, they just cannot take a trick at the moment, can they?
Yeah, falling behind the 8 ball here. It looks like the confidence level is a little bit
Today,
low.
I just have, but I'm also going to send the tomorrows for the next 3 days.
So it looks like they, you know, they're a little bit head down. I think just a rebuild here. Ankush is still there. Try and get him as much strike as possible and try and get this total over 100.
Yeah, it'll be a long road to 100, no doubt. Darchi comes into the side. He was 12th man in the last game. Spent a bit of time on the field. He's facing up now.
Well,
Yeah, he bowls that one really well, doesn't he? I think you have to start playing for it as a batter.
Yeah.
He's bowled so many of those off-speed deliveries and then adjust to the faster one rather than the other way around. But yeah, Kumar is still there though. He's important.
yeah, he's key to this innings now. But like you said, treat him as the off-cutter as his stock delivery, and anything else as the variation. So he's bowling well.
Now this is a false shot and it's going in the air and it should be gone and it is gone. So big moment in this first half because Kumar batted so well for 35, but he just plays the wrong shot here. He tries to drag this one back from outside the off stump, and you can see that's little leading edge. Maybe bounced a bit more than he thought. And that was a nice catch by Gurusavak. He's back in form. That time he didn't need a deflection to hold on to it. But that's the end of a pretty good innings from Ankush. It is 58 for 5. That's the end of 7 overs as well. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Now, Marlow gone missing a bit, haven't they? Not because they haven't been winning matches, because they haven't been on the field. They play 3 times tomorrow. Lisbon Super Giants, well, they were giant killers earlier on. They'll also play the first 2 games tomorrow. Indian Royals on the park, TTP on the park as well. So join us, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. I know that you will be covering me tomorrow because I'm going to take a little mini break, but Rico will be back for all those Rico fans. You're a Rico fan?
I am a Rico fan. I've never, well, I've commentated with him a little bit. I think that's when, I first ever put a headset on my head. Good guy, easy to talk to, so I look forward to it. It'll be, I think, are we doing all 5 games together?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Yeah, that would be great. That'd be fun. I'm sure we can, start taking a few dibs at you.
This is how you could do that. I will be listening though, and I will be lurking. Just give you fair warning.
Okay.
Anyway, it's Sahota getting a bowl. He's pretty much right on the money first up. This goes over the stumps. Unbelievable.
Yeah, good bowling. So hard length, top of off. That's going over middle, but batter's footwork. Mayank is actually a very good batter. I saw him a little bit last year. Very technical, maybe T10, not so much his game, but good looking bat. I like the look of him. Stylish left-hander.
Yeah. This one is lost down the leg side. No. One of the things about the schedule this year, because it is so, I'll use the word saturated, is that Enrique and I, we have a few breaks where we don't get to commentate together throughout the year. We do get to Portugal together, which we're enjoying, but even this middle period, just to make sure that Rico gets a little bit of a break, and so do I. We'll be back for the business end together. Anyway, right now, this should be gone straight down the throat, and Baljan does the rest. He has this casual way of catching, and when he catches it, it looks really cool. Occasionally when he drops it, it doesn't, but this time he makes no mistake. See Darji trying to move things along down the ground. He becomes the 6th wicket to fall, so Gamblers once again, the batting faltering on day 7. They are 59 for 6.
Yeah, Gamblers, afraid to say, look a little flat at the moment. Maybe that, the previous game, especially against the Giants, taking nothing away from them, Gamblers would have backed themselves to win that and have come in here a little bit down, and you can see it in their batting, but game's not over yet, so fighters fighting well, and good catch, like you said. We've spoken about the sky.
Yeah.
He looks quite comfortable under the high ball.
It looks so much easier on TV than it is in real life. I can certainly vouch for that. But, yeah, getting low down in the order now. This is going to be a wide. You better up there's Jai Prakash. He's no mug with the bat. He can hold it, but I don't think he was planning to be required. So Sahota gets a wicket. And, yeah, it's going to be an interesting few days to watch this top 4 take shape.
What are your thoughts on the top 4 there, Vin?
Yeah, I'll have a look at it in a second. Just going to say for Gamblers, though, yeah, it was a kick in the guts for them last game, and I think it's hard to bat with a broken heart. And right now,
I think they know that their tournament's over, and
they're running
playing for pride.
They're running into a fighters side that is kind of playing to break into the top 4 as well. So you'd expect fighters to be right up for it.
Yeah. Well,
miss. Yeah, so I mean, at the moment, your top 4, even though there's differences in games played, but you've got Punjab CC Amadora, you've got Werash, you've got Marlow, and you've got Gorka. And I think if you'd asked me to pick a top 4 at the start of the series, that's what it probably would look like.
Top 4. That's what we said.
Your Gamblers around the mix, And probably, and you got Fighters, you got Friendship as well. Friendship very good in the domestic season last
Friendship,
year.
very good team.
But looking at that, yeah, I mean, it's now a matter of who can break in, I think. And so, yeah, I think 5-2. Fighters will also be 5-2 if they can win this. Again, they're a long way from winning at the moment, so they could jump as high as second actually after this game. But yeah, I think the Capitals, it's looking a bit far away for them. Friendship, I think it'll be pretty tough because they are 4-4, so the best they can do is 6-4, and their net run rate is a shade better than 0. I think they didn't have a good day yesterday, which hurt them. They went from 4-2 to 4-4.
Yeah.
So they've dropped from 2nd to 6th pretty quickly as we get to the end of the 8th over the score. Here is 61 for 6. So it's probably a really long-winded way of saying I don't really know, but I'm saying that I wouldn't be surprised if, the top 3 for me, Punjab, CC Amador, as well as Warash and Marlow at the moment, I'd say I'd back all 3 of those. If there's going to be any movement, I think Gorka 11, having played 7 games, being 5-2, they're perhaps with it
On
not
this
a
cusp.
not a great net run rate. Perhaps Fighters or
Still have us
potentially
coming.
potentially Friendship could even nail them down. But
Yeah.
it's just going to be a really exciting few days.
It's the same as last year. I think the both tables were quite tight,
We've had some really close tables here in Portugal.
Yeah.
In fact, the 2021 one was crazy. It was
Yeah.
a 7-team tournament. Every team played 6 matches. It's the same as the Championship Week format, actually, that we used in the ECL just last week.
Catch it.
This one, just off the bat, as it was attempted to swat away, and it is off the bat, so it just kind of blasts through Parvinder. Well, this time he can't deflect it to a teammate. Yeah, it's a big deflection. It just busts through his hands, doesn't it? He badly needed runs, and Ryan gets 4 off an edge.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to go hard, and any piece of bat on on the ball is fruitful. So, yeah, no risk, no reward. So,
Yeah.
good batting from Ranjit.
Yeah, you said it. That edge really flew. And now it's
Catch.
in the air. It will be a tough one. He's trying to run around it. Oh, that's a
good
great stop. Because it was a bit of a Tortuga. I don't know where he's gone. He's gone off the screen, but he's eventually come back. It'll be 2. But yeah, that one didn't actually shoot through quickly like you would have thought. It kind of popped. But then he had the presence of mind to still make the adjustment, kind of slap it back. Yeah, that's one of the best slaps you'll ever see.
Good stop. Good slap. Well bowled. Yeah, looking at that, one thing that I kind of learnt in the ECL, not only the ECL and the previous ECC, a lot of the batters now try to do this cross bat, even if it's out of off stump.
Yeah.
And I got stuck in that.
Yeah.
And had to go back and look and just go back to my game.
It's a
And
bit of a habit.
offside still works,
100%.
right?
And it's hard to protect.
Yeah.
Well,
Well
this is hard to protect for Narayan. And, well, you got to love the celebration as well. Gurvinder loves to throw everything into it as he comes in. And just look at how much rotation he gets. He's twisting that whole body, and it's the stumps that end up twisted. Narayan does stick around a little bit and gathers a few runs for his team. 6 in total, but he'll be the next man to go. 68 for 7. Yeah, but I think you're right. I think I think sometimes you get in bad habits trying to go for ultimate power because you've almost got the freedom to go however you like in T10 cricket.
Yeah.
But I think the players that do well, they hit the ball and they hit the ball correctly. And I think those two things are really important, especially when you're talking about higher levels and better bowling. So yeah, just hitting more balls is important. And as a captain, you'd know if one guy is just trying to hit everything to leg side, they're a lot easier to set a field to. When you've got a guy that can go over cover, then you're kind of forced to make some choices about where you put your outfielders.
Yeah, good point. I mean, as a captain and you've got a guy who can play pretty much all around the ground, it's, that's when you start putting the bowler under pressure, the captain under pressure. It's the fielding, the placements that you're trying to restrict. The bowler has to think more about his bowling, whereas across, just playing straight across the line, it's pretty easy to set a field and protect the boundaries from that.
Here's Cambodge. We know how he likes to go about it. Get a wide down the leg side. I'm not quite sure how the umpire saw that, but once again, he just has a little bit of a word. And there's a little bit, I think I mentioned once, it's like when my mum used to tell me to clean my room and I'd just pretend to say yes and a nod and not really do anything. Eventually, my room got cleaned.
Got clean for you.
Yeah. Probably says a lot about how it turned out. Anyway, this should be gone. And now Cambodge goes for a duck. So it's just a rough one at the office for the Gamblers at the moment. Yeah, so he changes angle. He says, all right, I won't run in front of the umpire if I go this side. And it works out perfectly. So simple stuff, simple catch. Cambodge goes without scoring. And big trouble for the Gamblers. They've lost 8 wickets now, 69 for 8.
Yeah, well bowled by Singh. 2 for 18. He, like I said, Mr. Cricket of Portugal, really like the guy. Positive mindset on and off the field, and deserves everything that he, all the effort he puts in. So well bowled. And Gamblers, yeah, struggling here a little bit. What did they get in the first?
First game they scored 83 for 8. And they weren't able to defend that. But I'll give you a stat. They are losing on average. I could probably update this now as well. But they are losing on average something like on average 7 wickets per innings, and that's quite a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
T10.
6.8 wickets per innings. Now the average is normally around 5.5.
Yeah.
But they just seem to be losing more wickets than most teams. I'll give you kind of a comparison. So you guys are Warish at the moment. You're losing 4.7 wickets per innings. And by innings, I mean per 10 overs.
Too many.
It's just going to call one. It's a bit of a harsh one. It's one of those umpires' calls. May have just got a little bit of the tram line. Yeah, I'll keep rolling out those numbers in a minute. But yeah, this one just probably does a bit too much. Bowler has a bit of an argument there. But yeah, always dicing with danger, testing the umpire's patience.
Just don't put it there if you're not happy.
That one has
That's
to be,
a wide.
'cause that's even wider. And he's saying, hey, I'm getting that out movement. I don't want it.
Mother Cricket striking there.
That's what Zahoda is saying. Yeah, so 4.4 wickets per innings for Friendship. Marlowe losing 5 even. Yeah, Gambler 6.8. Punjab CC in the 5s. Indian Royals even around about 5.
Catch that.
Anyway, this is up. It's in the
Gotta
air,
want it.
hanging. And I don't think anyone's going to get there in time. So he's dodged the boundaries here. Into the 10th over, so yeah, maybe 80s on the board. So it could be something similar, but I mean, that's if they get there with only 2 wickets in hand to play with.
2 wickets in hand. We've got Shaidu on strike now. I've seen him play some beautiful cover drives, so the young man can still wield the willow, but under pressure.
Well, that's
well,
not as classical, but it's probably more effective than hitting a beautiful straight drive or a beautiful cover drive straight at the fielder. Just clears the front leg, and yeah, I've got to say one thing. I know they pulled off a miracle catch earlier, but I'd love to see that third man a bit finer to get some of those thin edges where batter's really not in control of the shot. I think if you had to do a splatter pattern of edges, the number one edges are feathers, and the further you move around to the left on the angle, you get less. So I just think you're a chance to save runs and to maybe grab a wicket there as well. Just a long way across, and he's gone, And so, well, Zahoda, he's thrilled with himself. Rahman goes 4 and out. Not a bad trade-off. But yeah, he just got a long way across, didn't he? Look, he's right in front of his stumps. That's a pretty easy decision for Buck Stoneman.
Gonny. Yeah, I mean, good intent. Maybe not the right shot. You can still play straight, but again, the bowler, you miss our hits on your bike. And is this Sunny's debut with the bat, if I'm not mistaken?
That's a good question. I wouldn't mind looking that up.
I think he's batted with me with the Warish in Miranda.
I can tell you that he has faced 1 ball in his 21 matches, 22 matches now, and he has a best score of 1 not out.
Yeah,
must have batted with you.
Rotated the strike against the Knights, and then we.
So crisis leads to opportunity, and Sunil gets an opportunity to beat his best score of 1.
Let's go, Sunny.
Doesn't have too long though.
Played.
And now he's going to go, but he better run.
Oh, overthrows. No.
Well, he gets 1. Will he get back? I don't know. Nice to see you getting behind him. Yeah, so Gamblers going to have another tall order to defend and score about 80, you'd imagine. 2 to come. Prakash. He gets some decent contact here to the leg side. Again, it's a bit hard to take this on with your last 2 at the crease because the run out ends the innings. So, but this gets it down to Sunil Kumar. He's equal to his best score.
Come on, Sonny,
one.
I'm behind you. Let's go for the high score.
All right, here we go. Got to hit it first if he's going to get a run. Last ball of the innings. There you go, in the air.
Got to go
he'll
2.
get there.
Got to go 2.
Now he might get a boundary. He does.
Sonny!
Well, I know you're loving that. I'll tell you who's not loving it is Govinda Singh, who just wrong-footed himself. He chipped over a bunch of Tortugas. And look at that, little bit of a skip, little load up,
like
little
it.
leg kick.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the reverse Doosra for Govinda. And it's spun to his right, so bonus runs. They're going to end up kind of feeling good about life. Well, I'm feeling good for them at the end of that innings. But 82 for 9 will be the final. And that's coming off the back of scoring 83 in the previous game, don't forget. So it's a similar kind of defence of fighters. But they botched a chase of about this level in their last game. So super interesting last innings coming up. But yeah, once again, just removing those dangerous players. They got 2 of the top 3 chiefly. It was Ankush Kumar. He was important, wasn't he? His 35 was critical to at least get them to 82.
Yeah, no. Fighters did really well there, I think, with that batting lineup. And I'm assuming, well, I heard that the Gamblers have set the record for the fastest 100 in T10. So, you know, they've done really well to restrict them to below 90. They've got to be backing themselves. They've got to put that game behind with Punjab and just come out here with a positive mind frame.
That's
and they've
right.
just seen the Giants do it too, right?
That's true. It seems a long time ago they scored that fast 100. This was such a crazy one that Mata got run out, just napping. Everyone was looking at the LB appeal, but Ankush Kumar survived, but they're not for much longer as he holed out. Rahul took the catch there as he was dismissed for 35, but yeah, no one else able to reach double figures in the innings. That kind of says all you need to know about how Gamblers have been travelling with the bat today. Just a small correction. It is the fastest 100 we've seen for a team in Portugal, 4.4 overs. But will you believe this? That in Romania, we had a team reach 100 in 3.4. And would you believe this? They lost to the game. They
I've heard about this
158. They scored ACCB and Cluj knocked it off in 9.1. That's ECN cricket for you. And that tells you all you need to know as well. That anything can happen here. I wouldn't say it's a toss-up. I'd say it's advantage fighters CC. But a bit of a momentum buster, wasn't it? As Govinda has had a few issues long off. And congratulations to Sunil Kumar. Can mention him. Let's go straight down to number 11 and find out a positive.
Put him on the credits.
Kumar, 5 not out of 2. He quintuples his previous highest score.
Highest strike rate?
Yeah,
Must be.
2.5. Yeah, a ball. Not too bad. 35 of 19 though for Ankush. He was the standout performer. But yeah, next best was 8 from Kulik Golia. Prakash stuck around a little bit at the end. Couldn't really get the boundary they needed to lift them a bit higher. But, I mean, it is something to bowl at.
Yeah.
It's a kind of ugly 80 is how I would put it, but there's still enough runs to win if you can bowl and field out of your skin. 2 for Dalwinder, Govinda and Hajat Sahota. He did a nice little job at the back end of the innings. 2 for 16 for him. Also wickets for Alginda and Mandeep. So yeah, once again, pretty good team effort. We talked about the 5 bowlers performing as a team and no one going large and no one getting whacked. And I think that's the case here as they hold Gamblers to 82. If they can chase it or not, I'm not so sure after that effort earlier, but fighters want to make amends for that. Join us in a few minutes' time for the last innings of the day. Last innings of the week, in fact, on day 7. Could be fighters fighting for a spot in the 4. They'd love to be there to do it. They'll need 83 runs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Conrad Greenshield. See you very shortly for the exciting conclusion to day 7 right here from the SCG in Portugal. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Last innings of the week coming up. That should be a real good finish as well. Two teams that would really love the points. Gamblers and Fighters weren't able to come up with a win earlier in the day. Now we've got a pretty interesting 10 overs coming up. As Fighters fight for the points. 83 they'll require. And you imagine that it's advantage Fighters, but you'll tell that to Gamblers who are desperate to get back in the winner's circle. Cambridge comes on. He's been moving the ball around today. And he's all arms and legs coming at you, isn't he, Nitin? And his first one on the offside. Look at that movement, the way it gets away. They've got slip in place, so obviously chasing early wickets. Another one, this time it is called away. It's just a bit too much movement. Check it out again on the replay. It's a tough one for the umpire to judge because it's bouncing and you're trying to judge it at the point it goes past the popping crease. Let's work away to the leg side. So we're off the mark with the bat at least. So up to 2. So yeah, you've got to have a decent start. Don't want to let this get out of hand to go kind of 10 and over or more. Let's have a little bit of a word here. Maybe just like connectivity issue. Obviously, last thing of the day, hoping not to have too many delays. Well, there's a couple of brothers in arms there for the Gamblers, and yeah, they'll be disappointed that twice they've only put 80s on the board. I was expecting Conrad to come back. But Conrad, unselfish as he is, he said, look, I've had a bit of a go on the commentary now. Why don't we get some new blood in there? And so, yeah, we do. We have a guest commentator. Although, I do remember I've done it with him before. So, from the Werris Cricket Club and Portugal national team, it's Miguel Stoneman. Hello, Miguel. How are you today?
I'm good, Vinny. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Thank you. Firstly, I want to say well done on your efforts around the ground here. I know there's been a lot of hard work that's gone into making the ground look as good as it does. Laying the new pitch as well. First tournament we've seen on the new pitch, and you've been a big part of that, so big thank you.
It's our pleasure. It's a step closer to what we want to achieve as Portugal cricket, and setting up the new field, building a home for cricket here in Portugal.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Every time I come, it's something new, and I've actually got a special gift to give you guys actually under this series, but I won't give it away now. But I know that it was very kind that there's a shirt that I signed and wrote a thank you note on last year. I've got a little something else for you this year. Anyway, I'll keep you in suspense right now. Let's have a look at Cambodge. He's got the slip in place. And he throws the bat at this one, more or less off the end of the bat. And that's going to run away and be 4. So, handy one. And yeah, certainly I think that Dalvinder will be a bit disappointed that he couldn't do more in the previous chase when Fighters couldn't chase that 89. Because on that occasion, he went pretty early in the piece. But, it was a nice shot. And yeah, sometimes you just got to go up and under, don't you? It's a good shot.
Up and over is the best way to go in T10.
No doubt. Dalvinder 14 off 9. He looks strong early, but batted in the middle order. Now, Goldie has tested down the leg side and just knocked away. They'll get a single. And obviously, I asked Connor this already, but you were part of the Irish side that came to Khartoum over the ECL. I know you've previously been there with the Portuguese national team as well, but how was your ECL experience?
It's always a privilege to play the ECN tournaments, and the ECL is just a level above what we're currently watching, and it was fine. It was fun. We enjoyed it a lot. We learned a lot, and looking forward to go back again soon.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to having you again, potentially with the Irish, and potentially with the Portuguese team as well later in the year. This is hit back. It's hit back towards Cambodge. But I like these batters they got at the crease. And fighters, for me, they didn't quite get their order right earlier. As we get to the first over, the score is 9 without loss. Just quickly, 62 matches since the Golden Ball. Last Golden Ball was the only Golden Ball at ECL 23 when Hornchurch beat Beverin by Golden Ball. That kind of kept Hornchurch in the hunt, and ultimately they finished second. The team that finished third, the OMS, well, you beat them, don't forget, in the group stage. But yeah, this is Golden Ball territory, a couple of our viewers think. So yeah, Miguel Stoneman here from Portugal and Uerash with me right now. But you know, I thought you guys played really well. It was a tough group, wasn't it? I think Turkey, their side, Istanbul KSK, were a bit of a surprise pack. I don't think anyone was expecting them to start the way they started.
Yeah, no, they definitely came out hot. We didn't expect them to do as well as they did, but it was a good. It was good to see them do as well, just to show that European cricket, no matter where you're from, there's some quality players around.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that one's a wide, I think, for height more than anything. This is Sripal Mata, who's abandoned my favourite hat of the day, so he can bowl the second over. Here he is. This one probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be a boundary. So up and over. Yeah, I like this mix of players. Yeah, because the batting order is so important. I mentioned earlier, I don't think they quite got it right. They had a few batters that didn't get going. I think these two are aggressive, so they're kind of putting their chips up front, but it's been a fairly confident-looking start for fighters who look determined to get ahead of the rate. Also want to say hello to Kate, who's watching from the Netherlands. And asking why Taj Mohammed is not selected for the Netherlands, sorry, why Taj Mohammed is not selected for Portugal. I mean, a couple of things. I'm not sure about his eligibility. That's one thing people might not realise, that it's not really an all-star ECS team. It's ICC criteria to be selected for an ECI. And that means either qualifying through citizenship or residency. So that's a 3-year residency period you have to serve before you can play international cricket. So that could be the reason. Also, maybe just hasn't quite made it on merit. Anyway, this is short and it's whacked down to the ground. Maximo! What a shot that is. And so fighters, very different looking start. Dalvinder, he likes to swing for the fences, and he does get 6 runs.
Back on Taj, he's actually a registered doctor, so he recently got a job in Lisbon, and he's very busy.
That's
his work schedule.
Is that right? So that's another reason. So there's all these things that you don't often realise, and yeah, people are juggling their cricket commitments, even at the international level, right, with work and family and discretionary time. This is another one which is going to go for 4. This field is so fast. I mean, I know you've been fielding on it. You've been practicing on it before the ECL as well, but it's pretty unforgiving, isn't it, in the outfield?
Yeah, it's a difficult outfield to field on, and also it's very fast, so there's a lot of runs available there for the batsmen.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Mata just digging it in, which is a strategy that can kind of backfire a little bit, especially when players are comfortable playing those horizontal bat shots. I've got a question for you in a second, Miguel, after this ball from Mata, which once again is a bit too short. That one is travelling. That's 6 more. Maximo. Balle, manos arriba. Arbitro Poguese with 6 carreras. And that's a little shout out to Rico. Probably didn't need the microphone either, because he probably heard me back at the hotel. He had a question for you, Miguel, about your journey to play for the Portuguese national team. I know that we've seen you playing previously for the Coimbra Knights club, which is kind of, your family has an association with that club. Now playing for Uerash. Just let us know kind of what's transpired over the last couple of years in your cricket career.
Yeah, I started obviously at Coimbra Knights and had a good season there, and Conrad and Butchie invited me and my brother down to come and play for Uerash, and they started working with us, developing our cricket, and we started playing well, and we got selected for the national team. We're lucky enough to be in this position, and yeah, just built from strength to strength, and yeah, just helping.
Yeah, I mean,
out.
Obviously Coimbra Knights is a club that we love here on ECN as well. And I'm sure you've got a lot of good friends and memories from Coimbra Knights, and still, you know, are a big part of that story. But yeah, I suppose being here closer to the ground where you will be playing international cricket, playing a lot more cricket here, probably gives you a little bit of leg up when you are called on at that higher level. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 31 without loss. But yeah, I mean, it must be a thrill to play for Portugal. And yeah, we've seen you and your brother Faf, of course, in Portuguese colours, and you must be happy about how Portugal's competing in the international stage. I mean, some good wins in the T20 qualifiers last year, including one over Spain. You also beat them in the ECC last year. At a club level, to meet the Irish club is a very good performance. And so, yeah, it's an exciting time to be involved in Portuguese cricket, hey?
It's cool to see how far it's come since the ECN actually got involved. There's more clubs in Portugal, so there's a bigger pool to pick from. And yeah, it's cool to see how strong the team's getting every year, and we're excited to see the Dutch come here and see what we can do against them.
That's going to be a really interesting tri-series, and when we'll have a lot of ECR cricket planned this year, and yeah, I mean, logistically it's quite amazing. I think the people in the offices at ECN to make this work, all the flights, accommodation and everything is covered for the players. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a bit of a home ground advantage that you guys have got because of the fact that you have practice on this field. No case in point there, Mata. He just runs over that one. It does cost him a boundary, just going to be 2. And so, yeah, how do you think that the Dutch and the Gibraltarians will go on this surface? Remember, Gibraltar's field is completely AstroTurf, so there's not too many bad bounces on that one.
Yeah, I think this outfield's going to be a big surprise for them. It's not what they're used to. You mentioned the Astro, and obviously the Dutch is used to the lush grounds in Holland.
Yeah.
So I think it should be a good series.
Yeah, I think it should be. Well, this is more kind of live by the sword, die by the sword stuff from Dalvinder. Now, he's got 30 and plus in quick time here. The runs just keep on ticking. Again, I think we're seeing a bit more intent from fighters in this innings compared to when they were chasing a similar target earlier on. And so far, it's paying dividends. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it'll be a real great opportunity to see the Netherlands and Gibraltar in these conditions. Don't forget, I've remembered that you beat the Netherlands back in the ECC in 2021, and you guys showed a lot of guts to come back from, I think it was 0-6. You lost your first 6 games, and I don't even think you thought you were any chance because you had to win both games and win both games well. One of them is against the previously undefeated Netherlands. You came out, you did that. Not only did you do that, you snuck into 4th, and then blew away Hungary in the eliminator. And Sean Gomes, he was very important in that campaign, but he hasn't featured, of course, in this ECS, UK-based, but he'll be here for the ECIs. It must be a big boost to have someone like him back. And, of course, Nippo, who's playing in the UK currently as well.
Yeah, Sean and Nippo is 2 quality players. We're lucky enough to have them in our team. And, yeah, excited to see what the boys can do. And I'm sure they'll do a proper job.
No ball called, and it's going to be 4 as well. So it's just not happening at the moment, Cambodge. This could be for, well, it's for a foot. It's either back foot or front foot. Let's have a look at on the replay. Yeah, front foot, no ball. Called immediately by Malik, and it goes over the infield. Bounces once and goes for 4. So, yeah, Gamblers right now. That loss took the sting out of them a little bit. I think the semi-final aspirations have probably dried up. And fighters have it all to play for. Now we see a little cheeky deflection shot. He's turning on the party tricks now is Dalvinder, and he just keeps on scoring. What a shot that is.
Yeah, JP was not interested in stopping that ball at all. And yeah, the fighters are flying. 48 after the power play is a very good start for them.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Into the power play, 48 without loss. Again, it's 2 things. It's intent, but it's also the batting order. I think that, to me, I think that Dalvinder looks ideal to go out there and bat the power play. He's not bothered by pace. I think he can hit the ball all around the park. And, yeah, well, also a very attacking player at the other end, Baljender Ram, but he hasn't had to do too much yet because Dalvinder's had most of the strike. So just 35 required to knock off now.
Yeah, Ram has an easy job of just watching the show on the other end.
Kate really wants to see Taj in the national team, but said thanks for the answer. And who knows? I mean, if you're a doctor, if you get enough, then maybe you can retire early. But I mean, doctors are important. I know that that Bucci, Paolo Buchmatz's dad is a doctor, and he's very much in demand when he comes to the ground, isn't he? Anyway, here we go. Speaking of JP, there he is, Jay Prakash. And it starts with a ball which is heaved out of the ground. And Baljinder, he's not wasting any time either. Just the fourth ball he faces disappears. Maximal brings up the 50 for Fighter CC.
That's a good shot. It's a bit in the slot from JP.
Yeah, he's still got to hit it well though. He took on the fielder and won on a beautiful sunny early evening here. That one was high into the sky and out of here. So it's just hard to see any way back now. I mean, even if they get these two, I think there's still some batting to come. They've got that rate so under control, just about 4.2 and over required from here on in. This time he kind of gets cramped for room, but they'll sneak away. A little bit of an edge on that as well, so we'll get a run. So tell us a little bit about Miguel outside the cricket field. When you see you on the cricket field, obviously, to me, you're kind of like the Swiss Army knife of players as well. You'll do whatever's asked. And, you know, particularly I like the energy you bring in the field. I know probably T10, it's not the format you'd probably say is the format you'd be most suited to, but obviously a really important part of the team. But I want to know some non-cricket, Miguel. Oh, look at this. He's almost pulled this off, but it's going to be 4. And it'll take Dalvinda up to 46 in pretty quick time. Okay, I want to know how personal I can get here. I mean, it is Sunday night. It is the last game of the week.
No.
I mean, how old are you now? 20?
I recently turned 25 years old.
25, okay.
Yeah.
Young, eligible bachelor, perhaps?
Yeah, if there's someone available, for sure. Why
Okay.
not?
All right. So we've got lots of viewers from all around the world tuning in right now.
We're looking for the South American ladies, if they're in the chat.
Okay,
please.
South American ladies. Yeah, I'm not sure what our audience is in South America, but this actually had a bit of deja vu because this is when Corey's girlfriend or whatever it was called first appeared in the chat, and Corey got a bit excited. He started pitching himself to the camera. So, all right. So, yeah, South Americans. There'll be a few of those in Portugal, I'm sure. I'm sure there's a few Brazilians that must find their way to Portugal with the language.
Yeah, there's a lot of Brazilians in Lisbon, in the Lisbon area. I have a job lined up in the start of May in Lisbon, so we'll see what they have to offer.
Dancing, or what are you going to be doing?
I'm just going to work on a beach, rent out deck chairs and umbrellas.
Well, that sounds pretty good. Hello to Kate as well. Sagwarish, it's the greatest team of the league. Kate's in the Netherlands. I don't think she's South American. Anyway, this is a crazy shot, really. Just throws the hands at this. He's so strong. Baljinder arm goes Maximo. And that was just a little short arm jab. And that went miles off the bat. Look at this. It's like he refuses to move that back foot. He's too stubborn. And he just stands there. And, yeah, what a bit of ball striking.
It's a good shot. It's, well, the nail's nearly in the coffin here, so might as well just go for it.
Conrad Greenshields out of the chat and out of the commentary box and into the chat. What a shot that was. Just look at it one more time. Asking about Mig's younger injury. Yeah, let's try and scratch the surface on that.
No, it's just when we were in Spain, we were walking from the beach to the hotel, and the curb got big on me, and I just cut my toe open.
Oh, nasty. That can happen. Short and hooked. This is a bit of a top edge, though. And the fielder comes back, and he's not going to be able to stop it. I think that's 6, you know. And it is. Maximo. Baljinder getting in on the action. Sorry to interrupt the curb story. I feel like you didn't want to tell it anyway, but let's have a look. The fielder just takes a step back, and yeah, I think it just lands over the field. So it is given 6, and it does take us to the end of the over as well. So it's going to be 72 with no loss after 4. And so, well, it looks like we're heading for an early finish here, which is probably a good thing because I know that there's a braai, which is planned to celebrate the end of the first week. Braai is a barbecue for those of you that might not know what I'm talking about. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Interesting day. Rico Full will be here with Conrad Greenshields and perhaps a few other special guests to take you through it. It's going to be Marlow on the rack first against LSG. And Marlow play 3 times tomorrow. They're the only undefeated team left in this competition. I know that your team, Warish, pushed them, got within 6 runs in the very first game of the competition. But we also see the Indian Royals. We'll see Team Tigers Portugal again. Join us from 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for Day 8, the start of Week 2 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Right, here's Ranjit Narayan. And this could be a 50, and it will be a 50 for Dalvinder Singh. That's a great piece of batting. And he brings up his 50 off just 19 balls. And yeah, this one's just in the slot. And this is a shot of a guy with confidence. And it's so hard to believe they didn't make a better fist of chasing that 89 against Punjab CC Amadora. It didn't get off to a good start. It put players like Dalvinder under pressure. 7 to win now. Wants to go again. He won't get 7, but he'll get 1 of them. So over to Baljinder, who looks like he wants to finish things in a hurry. I'm sorry, it looks like we're not going to get to spend too much more time with you, Miguel, because this innings is going pretty quickly. It seems like everyone is trying to give you some uncomfortable questions. I'm going to ask you a question. You can throw maybe one of your teammates under the bus. Who is your most annoying teammate and why? I'll give you this ball to think about it, which as long as it's not a 6 means we'll get another ball.
Most annoying.
Most annoying. Or you could tell an embarrassing story about a teammate as well. One that's fit for air. Yeah. Nice way to finish the day.
I can't say my brother, eh? It's not.
You can say your brother.
No, he's not annoying. He's just
what's it like? Because
intense.
What's the age difference between you and Faf?
It's just 2 years.
2 years.
He's younger than me, yeah.
Yep. And so we'll see if the game survives this ball from Ranjit. Yeah. Well, this is a complete mess. I think this is fine, but it's a proper cluster of entertainment. Put it that way. It comes out and then, yeah, yeah. Oh, I think it almost touches the rope, but doesn't quite. Is it on the rope there? I mean, it's in the shadow. I can still see a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I think you'll get the benefit of the doubt here. It doesn't actually say. I don't see the rope. No, it's been given 4. Yeah, all right, why not? So Baljinder gets 4. Yeah, I'm not so sure. To me, it wasn't conclusive. As it is, gamblers, it might be like putting him out of their misery a little bit because they haven't had a great time here on day 7. Anyway, yeah, the camera can lie sometimes. I thought it's in the shadow, so it looks like it was closer than it was, but
no.
A bit of a rough one. So essentially he throws it over the boundary. That means there's 2 to win, and this will do it. So going, and gone. Yeah, I was that confident. Ends up over the rope. And so Narayan will end up not completing the over as Baljinder goes to the party. 28 off 10 for him. And the score in the end, 85 without loss. Fighters, just a very different looking chase. They do it with 31 balls to spare. So also a pretty good net run rate booster. And that will finish day 7. Big thanks to everyone in the chat as these teams get ready to walk off. And yeah, just a note for everyone. Tomorrow we'll be back with more cricket in the morning, starting at 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. And Rico Full will be taking you through that action as I'll be off for a couple of days, but I will be back on Thursday as we look back at the players walking off the field, and we'll roll into the highlights of match 35, last innings of the day. And Fighters chasing a score in the Grady 80s, very different result. And you know this, Miguel, sometimes it's not how you bat, but who you bat. I think the changes in the batting order worked a treat for Fighters.
Yeah, they have to. Well, T10's form is hit or miss, really. So it's good that Fighters, the opening pair, came off this game, and hopefully they go from strength to strength.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a fight in for the top 4. I mean, that will mean that there are 5 teams that are 10 points or higher. The day finishes with Punjab CC on 12 points, but they have played 9 of the 10 games. And then you've got 4 teams that are kind of together on 10 points. Also got Friendship just one game behind. So for me, 5 or 6 doesn't go into 4. It's going to be a bit of a dogfight, I think, to the final 4. And that just means you have to play better in the group stage. I think we're seeing that already. The teams are experimenting less because they can't afford to. This was a bit of a funny one. Again, yeah, maybe when he threw it, maybe it just flicked the rope. But yeah, ultimately, it probably was a blessing in disguise. And this kind of summed it up for gamblers as Sunil Kumar. He tried his best to keep it in the field of play, but he couldn't. He couldn't keep the game alive. And fighters get there in under half the overs. As we have a look at the scorecard, pretty good stuff, wasn't it, from Dalvinder in particular, 52 off 20. But Paljinder, not to be outdone, actually had a better strike rate, 28 off 10. And in those just under 5 overs, we saw 5 maximos and 10 fours. So yeah, bunch of boundaries. And yeah, fighters, they look like a winning team there, don't they? And hard to believe they're a team that didn't win a single game last year in the ECS. Just 5 extras, but yeah, a lot of balls, like I said, went to the rope or over. As far as the bowling went, just 4 bowlers used. Kamboj, he's a good player, but I just think he's a bit all over the place, a bit inconsistent, and that can work both ways, but he didn't have too much luck getting it where he wanted it in this match either. A bit like the earlier game, Shripal Mata, his over went magical, as did Jai Prakash, and Ranjit Narayan couldn't keep the game alive in the 5th. Well, I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat, and thanks again for your interaction. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow for more action. I'll be in the chat tomorrow. I'll be lurking, but I certainly will be looking forward to seeing how the next couple of days play out while the teams are jostling for position. I want to remind everyone to like this video if you haven't already, if you are watching on YouTube. Also, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already as we climb towards 350,000 subscribers. Also, our social media at European Cricket is a great place to go to get some of the best bits of the action on European Cricket there. Certainly were a lot. Probably my play of the day was the team catch that bounced off the keeper and ended up getting caught by Gurusavak Singh. That was the fighters, and yeah, that was something quite incredible. And so yeah, stay tuned on social media. Big thank you to Spring Production in particular, to Elza and to Mats who are leaving us today. They did a great job during the first week. Big thank you to you guys. You were a big reason of why ECN is so popular. Thanks for your expertise and dealing with a lot of equipment that was damaged as well because of the salt in Gibraltar where this equipment came from. I want to thank all the Blue crew, all the players, officials, everyone for making the first week so successful. To Conrad Greenshields for helping me in the commentary box today, and Mina Daub as well, who covered me for a little bit earlier in the day. And to you, Miguel, you had a little bit of a stint in the commentary box. How did you enjoy it?
Oh, thank you very much. It's always good to see cricket from a different perspective and what you guys do behind the scenes. So yeah, thank you. It's an honor and a privilege.
Thank you for you and your hard work, you and your teammates here for getting the ground in such tip-top shape. The weather's come to the party as well. It's a beautiful evening, still 22 degrees. Perfect time for a barbecue. And I know that the hosts are putting it on for us right now, so I'm not going to keep you waiting. Big thank you once again to Spring Productions. They put together some highlights of Day 7. Rico will be in the box tomorrow. Join him then for more FanCode European Cricket Series from us in the box. It's a very good evening to you, and hasta pronto.
That's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball off, and he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions of European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion for pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience wanting to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion for pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers, share your passion for pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.